that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, Holmes.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
You probably feet are standing to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know the moon, it wasn't never found, never found. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably feet will stagger to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. You know they never left the basic clouds, basic clouds. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I did not believe there is a flat earth. That whole thing look like it is for facts, bro. Why would they tell me the shit is round for? Must be true cause that shit in the textbook. Only when the sun is out it opened my eyes. It ain't coming up and setting on the same side. Then I saw the moon and sun is about the same size. Now I know that what I learned is a pseudoscience. When I throw a bowling ball at a bed, it doesn't roll around and come in my day. So then how the world is supposed to rotate unless the sun revolves around all our heads? You probably see a thing fall to the ground, to the ground. You only see that cause it's not around, not around. It doesn't roll but fucking settles down, settle down. They made up everything, they made up everything. You probably still believe in up and down, up and down. But can't explain the fucking middle ground, middle ground. Just gravity, then why the shit still bounce, shit still bounce. They made up everything, they made up everything. Whoa, I seen the pic took from the moon. Was Photoshop real pretty too? The bucket fill was overused. Africa had too many Jews. And I once took everything in faith, like I'm setting monkeys into space. But when a map is open I can say that it is flat and not a fucking sphere. The stuff you see is really meta now, meta now. You know the world is really not around, not around. You are the realist in the ghetto now, ghetto now. You question everything, don't believe anything. You telling people on Nintendo now, Nintendo now. That gravity was all invented now, invented now. The landing moon was shot in and out, in and out. They made up everything since 1983. Whoa. I'm mocked and disrespected, told that I'm gay, cause I don't believe the round lie. I'm not gay. Everybody think that you a pedo now, pedo now, because you say the world is not around, not around. You asking Jesus for a peso now, peso now. You got a penny G, I could use anything. You sucking D for fucking cheddar now, cheddar now. You on the street with all them bottle hounds, bottle hounds. You mixing meth and fruity pebbles now, pebbles now. You didn't do anything, they made up everything. Whoa.
Ali. Ali.
WhatIsWorld.com.
Propaganda just like clockwork. Niggas panic just like clockwork. I'm just chillin' in the middle, with the crazies and their mobsters. It's all about they dollar. It's all about they dollar. This shit feel just like the Hunger Games. Put your family and your squad first. You more likely to get ride first. Especially if you ballin' like they dyers. Hope you loaded up that Moshberg. 50 cal make you straighten up your posture. You can't understand her cause we talk slurred. High off of pain pills and cough serve. You look softer than some soft serve. Been a real nigga since they Tyler. It If I was you, I would be scared too. News anchors is the feds too. The sky's falling now. Guess it's time to put a parachute. Yeah, it's your dog eat dog world. It's your dog eat dog world. Me, I'm in the myrtle. Trying to keep some calm nerves. Propaganda just like Clydeworth. Nigga panic just like Clydeworth. I'm just chillin' in the myrtle. By the crazies and the mobsters. This might get a little awkward. This the section where they plot turn. Been told you about the cover up. I been told you about their watchers. They wanna turn us into monsters. They circumcise your cock first. Vaccinate you second. Desensitize your heart third. Have you ever watched Purge? Effects are subtle, but the outcome is a lie words. Psychopath, schizophrenia. Watch us kill each other unbothered. They treat us like a louse herd. We run the new age thinkers and philosophers. But every guru ain't 1,000. Watch out for imposters. It's a dog eat dog world. It's a dog eat dog world. Me, I'm in the myrtle. Trying to keep some calm nerves. Propaganda just like clockwork. Niggas panic just like clockwork. I'm just chillin' in the myrtle. By the crazies and them mobsters. Why am I talking proper like I went to Oxford? Haters ain't on my Doppler. She don't really want me, she just wanna be more popular. Why you talking to they wall, sir? Someone call this guy a doctor.
I wonder if they're making up some lies right now. See that jet fuel? That jet fuel gonna melt them steel beams, girl. You can call me Columbus, girl. Columbus discovered America, you know that? Oh, you was born with that ass?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me. Yeah.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
What?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Yeah, it's your dog eat dog world. It's your dog eat dog world. Me, I'm in the myrtle. I'm just trying to keep some calm nerves. Propaganda just like clockwork. Niggas panic just like clockwork. I'm just chillin' in the myrtle. With the crazies and their mobsters. It's all about they dollar. It's all about they dollar. This shit feel just like the Hunger Games. Put your family and your squad first. You more likely to get ride first. Especially if you ballin' like they dyers. Hope you loaded up that Moshberg. 50 cal make you straighten up your posture. You can't understand her cause we talk slurred. High off of pain pills and cough serve. You look softer than some soft serve. Been a real nigga since they Tyler. If I was you, I would be scared too. News anchors is the feds too. The sky's falling now. Guess it's time to put a parachute. Yeah, it's your dog eat dog world. It's your dog eat dog world. Me, I'm in the myrtle. Trying to keep some calm nerves. Propaganda just like Clydeworth. Nigga panic just like Clydeworth. I'm just chillin' in the myrtle. By the crazies and the mobsters. This might get a little awkward. This the section where they plot turn. Been told you about the cover up. I been told you about their watchers. They wanna turn us into monsters. They circumcise your cock first, vaccinate you second, desensitize your heart third. Have you ever watched Purge? Effects are subtle, but the outcome is a lie words. Psychopaths, schizophrenia, watch us kill each other unbothered. They treat us like a louse herd. We run a new age thinkers and philosophers. But every guru ain't 1,000. Watch out for imposters. It's a dog eat dog world. It's a dog eat dog world. Me, I'm in the myrtle. Trying to keep some calm nerves. Propaganda just like clockwork. Niggas panic just like clockwork. I'm just chillin' in the myrtle. By the crazies and them mobsters. Why am I talking proper like I went to Oxford? Haters ain't on my Doppler. She don't really want me, she just wanna be more popular. Why you talking to they wall, sir? Someone call this guy a doctor.
I wonder if they're making up some lies right now. See that jet fuel? That jet fuel gonna melt them steel beams, girl. You can call me Columbus, girl. Yeah, Columbus discovered America. You know that? Oh, you was born with that ass?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
What?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
First breath you take feels like outer space, got me floating. There's no one around when you look down at clouds, keep on floating. Why you dancing with the devil? Join me on a higher level, let go. Once you know the things that we know, start to feel like a rebel. We know. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, they're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto. Cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know. Join me on this ride if you're not scared of heights. Keep on floating. You'll feel so alive once you live on the inside of knowing. With the devil, join me on a higher level, let go. Once you know the things that we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know. The earth is flat, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto, they're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go. There's more of us on Pluto, we all asleep. They can't see, cause they don't want us to know. up is down, what's down is up. We're falling faster than the speed of sound, but we stay vertical. Ain't got vertigo, this is how we roll. Every time we roll, we always feel the need to fill our heads with theories and conspiracies. But baby, you'll be always down the right. You stay by my side when we get this high. Yeah, we feeling right. Cause everything's better when you'll be floating high. Yeah, I be wetter than water purified. We be lucid dreaming, vanilla sky. We be digging deep and we coming light. Once you know what we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. We all is black, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto. They're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go. First breath you take feels like outer space. Got me floating, floating. There's no one around when you look down at clouds. Keep on floating, floating. Why you dancing with the devil? Join me on a higher level. Let go. Once you know the things that we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. We are just black, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto. They're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go. We go. We go. We are just black, we all are black. There's more of us. Cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know, we know. Join me on this ride if you're not scared of heights. Keep on floating, floating. You'll feel so alive once you live on the inside of knowing, knowing. With the devil, join me on a higher level. Let go, go. Once you know the things that we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. We are just black, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto. They're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go. Cause they don't want us to know what we don't know, that we know, we know. Everything that's up is down, what's down is up. We're falling faster than the speed of sound, but we stay vertical. Ain't got vertigo, this is how we roll. Every time we roll, we always feel the need to fill our heads with theories and conspiracies. But baby, you'll be always down the right. You stay by my side when we get this high. Yeah, we feeling right. Cause everything's better when you'll be floating high. Yeah, I be wetter than water purified. We be lucid dreaming, vanilla sky. We be digging deep and we coming light. Once you know what we know, you start to feel like a rebel. We know, we know. We are just black, we all are black. There's more of us on Pluto. They're watching us. Who can we trust? And this is how high we go. We go.
It's the 10th Black Commandments. Yeah. Glory can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. But my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PE shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know them pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. Three, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to store it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number four, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number five, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number six, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number seven, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number eight, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9 should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team might get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You were sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. Yeah. It's your boy CB. Yeah, B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
All right, so let's
Okay.
do it. I was eating. I'm good to go. If we need a ref or something, I don't know. Whoever wants to ref, whatever.
wanna-
But
Yeah, you're a Jedi
You're on
or
it at the
somebody?
moment. Yeah,
Go
you
ahead,
can
bud.
do it, buddy.
All right, we ready? Everyone on mute, please.
Yeah, everyone on mute.
Objection.
Can someone meet me?
Here we go. What has more Scoville units, Tabasco or jalapenos?
Jalapeno.
You'd be wrong.
Tabasco's only
seriously.
55.
Seriously, let's go. What can I call you? Is it Calrios?
CalWorks, just CalWorks.
Cal. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Am I working?
I would say that is somewhat arguable, but no. But it would depend a little bit on how you want to define experiment.
There's only one definition of experiment, so your final answer is no?
Sure, and I've definitely heard multiple at this point in time within the FE community.
Well, I'm not concerned with the FE community. If your answer is no, that is the correct answer, by the way. You want to stick with that?
I mean, yes, that's what I said. Yep.
Okay, so you stick with it? Good, good. So, next question. Astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. It's my contention is that they are not sciences or natural sciences because they can't perform experiments. Follow?
Yep.
Is it your contention that they are natural sciences?
It was astronomy, astrophysics, and
cosmology.
Cosmology. Okay.
Correct. Are they natural sciences?
I would contend. I would more. I don't think I would put them under natural science, as they don't deal with things that you can touch and manipulate.
Yes, you can't do any experiments on the things from those disciplines, correct?
Correct.
Wow, I'll tell you what, this guy's friggin' sharp. You're a baller?
Yep.
Wow, you got it together. What are the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment?
Observation, hypothesis, test.
Incorrect. Listen to my question again. You anticipated. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment? Not the scientific method of an experiment.
Oh, apologies. I suppose outside of the independent and dependent variables, I wouldn't know what to say what the third one is, I'll be honest.
That's all right. You didn't. It's not too bad. You got 2/3 of it, man. You're highly impressive. You're impressing the shit out of me right now. Independent variables, dependent variables, and control or constants.
Oh, right. Duh.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That's most people don't know that. That's very good. You're doing well. I have to eliminate all my friggin' questions right now. So let's get into the meat. Did you say, were you out in live chat? Did you say that gas pressure doesn't require a container?
I'm not necessarily sure I made that claim. I believe I was more pointing to that. My main contention over there was more with density towers.
Density, yeah, I'm not arguing density towers. That's not my game. But I'll tell you what, it's pretty impressive. I'd have to say that I've been here 4.5 years. Have you been listening to these hangouts?
No, this is my first time I've been anywhere near the Flat Earth Discord.
Really? That's
Yep.
pretty impressive, man. You got some education background in science?
Nope.
You don't? Holy shit. All right, so you're a baller, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any scientific evidence for the I'll try to keep it clean, for the spinning globe Earth?
If we want to discuss experimental scientific evidence, at this point, I am still doing research on a point brought up when I stepped into chat. God, it was yesterday or the day before on the one I was bringing forward about reciprocal zenith angles. So at present, I don't really have anything I'm comfortable enough to come forward and say this is the experimental evidence I have.
Okay, is it possible to prove scientifically that the Earth is flat or the Earth is a sphere?
I would think so, but I will admit at this point, my main, I suppose I'll say, reason for why I feel the Earth is a globe is very difficult to do anything with scientifically.
That is correct. Do you know why?
I can't say for certain, no.
So, science or scientific evidence is based on the scientific method, and the queen of the scientific method is hypothesis. Scientific hypotheses are cause and effect motifs. So, question is the Earth flat or a sphere? A cause and effect, how, why question, or a what is question?
Definitely a what is. There's no real cause and effect between them.
Exactly. So it can't enter the scientific method. No, it's not science whatsoever. You are friggin' sharp, man. I'm thoroughly impressed. I have to tell you that. We can move on.
Objection.
What?
No cuddling the gladiators.
Hey, Mike. Mike, I have to give the man credit where credit is due. That is impressive. I'm sitting here fucking impressed because I've never heard anything like that in 4.5 years. He's honest, measured. He understands. Now, he don't understand the intricacies, but he got the general concepts down, and he can put two or more coherent thoughts together and come to a coherent conclusion. That is fucking scary as a baller.
I just don't even do that.
So, you have any evidence whatsoever of the spinning Earth?
As far as scientific evidence, no.
Okay, we're out of scientific evidence because we both agreed that that's impossible to do. What is your evidence of a spinning Earth?
Actually, just clarifying. For me personally, the largest issue for the flat Earth is the setting of the sun.
The sun setting is you understand that that's just sort of a, I don't want to call it a meme, but the sun never actually sets or rises on either flat Earth or the globe.
Yes, I understand. I understand. I genuinely understand the explanations for both sides. Although I'll admit, I will come clean here. I started exploring the flat Earth about 3 years ago originally, but my introduction at that time was via the Flat Earth Society websites. I know you guys have. Yep, I understand. I only about 6 months ago really started exploring the YouTube community.
Right.
So if your explanation for how they function on a flat Earth is different, I will admit I must confess ignorance to that.
I don't have any claim to it. All I wanted to say is that it doesn't actually set. That's just rhetorical devices used. I do have a proof of the flat Earth, though.
I would love to hear it.
Yeah, it's called the Black Swan. Are you familiar with that argument?
Yes, I am familiar with that one.
I'd like to post it here in Flat Earth Arena text just for comprehensiveness, so we're not talking past each other. So let me post the argument and the evidence. Thanks for your patience. And you're quite cordial, which has calmed me down quite a bit. So I'd like to direct everyone's attention to Flat Earth Arena text at 44 minutes after the hour. Cal, are you with me on this?
Yep.
All right, just a simple modus tollens. I'll go through the argument, see if there's any problem with the modus tollens itself before we move on. Is that good?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with that term, modus tollens.
Modus tollens, it's just used in deductive reasoning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, modus ponens, modus tollens. This is the modus tollens example. It's if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Oh, okay, I got it. I didn't correlate because of the spelling compared to the pronunciation.
Yep. So, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that's the P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, not Q. Horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that here in a moment. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. I'll let you have a couple. You're pretty measured anyway. Is there anything that you can see wrong with the formalization of the modus tollens?
My only thought would be a modus tollens requires the P to be true, and I don't personally know enough about all of this to say yay or nay in agreement to it, because and here's where I'll say again. I say something that I said in chat the other day. These visual proofs to me are very difficult to quantify as proofs. Because, and I know you guys don't like bringing in refraction, but I just heard you there.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
I hear you.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Fuck.
He can't hear us.
Yeah, maybe you can't hear us, dude.
Quantum, can you hear us?
I said that like I could tell him.
I don't think he can hear us. Quantum, can you hear us?
Everything was going so well, too.
No.
Maybe we can have a short intermission. Everyone go grab a coffee, and then we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Or some wings.
Hey, Callie, you still there?
Yes, I am.
What is your favorite hot sauce?
Sorry, try that last word again. It was a little quiet.
I'm just stalling until Kiwi gets back. What's your favorite hot sauce?
I still have no idea what that last word is.
He asked, "What's your favorite hot sauce?"
Hot sauce. Got it. I don't know. I've kind of taken a liking to Frank's recently.
Yeah.
This guy's got all the right answers.
I remember talking to this guy yesterday. I think he brought up zenith angles then as well, didn't he?
Yeah, it was me. Were you the one who pointed out the variable zenith angle thing?
No, it wasn't me. I just remember the conversation being brought up yesterday. First time I'd ever heard zenith angles.
Oh, okay.
Did we walk you? Did we go through the Black Swan yesterday with you
Hey,
as well?
I'm back. I'm back.
Hey.
You got me?
Okay. Cool.
Hey, welcome back.
Yeah. Discord's been kicking me all night. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all good.
Can we go back to the
Whoa.
argument?
They're trying to
we've been
censor
waiting.
you.
Can we go back to the one-on-one, please?
Yeah, we are. We've been waiting.
All right. So how far did I get? Did I get through the modus tollens?
Yep. Did you get any of my response?
I did not.
Okay. I'll try and start again a little bit. So the only problem I would have with your modus tollens is modus tollens requires P to be true.
Yes.
And I don't personally know enough about how refraction on the Earth in the globe model works to be on board with agreeing that your P is true.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Refraction has nothing to do with this argument right here.
I mean, according to everything I've seen, because obviously this has been a hot button issue on YouTube for, I don't know when the hell was that image first posted?
January 1st.
Oh, wow, really? Has it been that long?
I started the argument January 1st.
Holy crap. Okay. Just catch me by surprise a little bit. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
From everything I've seen from the globe side hinges upon it, and that is where I understand the idea behind it. I do understand the flat Earth argument behind it relatively well, and I get it. I don't understand, and I haven't been able to find the resources to help me understand how the globe Earthers all continue to say, no, this works.
Yeah, refraction. They say refraction, but I just wanted to go through the modus tollens because we're just dealing with geometry here.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you the reason why refraction doesn't work, and I've just released the Kraken on refraction is because whenever someone says refract, I'm not saying you, I'm the general you. When somebody says refraction, what they're actually saying is terrestrial refraction, because there's no question that light refracts. That's not the question. That's not the point. The point is, whenever anyone says refraction in response to this argument, it's begging the question fallacy. The reason why is that they're invoking, whether they know it or not, terrestrial refraction. However, terrestrial refraction requires the radius already. So the coefficient of refraction, any refraction calculations must have the radius already inbuilt into their equations. So it's simply a begging the question fallacy. That argument's void.
Sorry, you'll have to walk with me here a little bit. So, when they're saying refraction, they're invoking terrestrial refraction, a formula which within the formula uses the, let's say, radius of the Earth to determine the bending of the light, correct?
Correct.
Okay. From that, you are saying that they cannot call refraction because refraction is assuming a round Earth.
Assuming a radius, a definite radius value, yes.
Okay, but aren't they citing refraction as why underneath the model utilizing that radius it is seen?
No, it's still begging the question because they have to assume the radius. Let me show you from the subject matter expert. Everyone, I'd like to point everyone's attention to 54 minutes after the hour in Flat Earth Arena text. This is from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State Astronomy Department. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculations simple. Number one, the atmosphere doesn't curve. The atmosphere is an oxymoron by itself because atmo means gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape, but I digress. As you can see here, all the calculations for terrestrial refraction involve a known radius. They don't have that. So they're assuming the very thing they're attempting to prove. That's begging the question, textbook. And ironically, am I still here? Yeah. Ironically, the radius that the original radius that means all of the radius concept calculations originally came from Al-Biruni, who used the horizon, that is the geometric horizon, to calculate the radius of the Earth. This is a circle jerk of epic proportions. I didn't mean to pile on to you right there.
No, don't worry. I'm trying to work through some things, and
Okay.
I am still taking in what you're saying. I'm working on it because, I mean, obviously this. I will admit I don't know how they've attempted to calculate what we now call the current radius value outside of the I suppose technically it's a little more myth than fact at this point of Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it wasn't Eratosthenes, it was Al-Biruni in somewhere around 1000 AD.
Yeah, that's why I was more myth. That's why I said the myth than fact, because I understand it's the circumstances around the statement aren't 100% correct. And you say it's on could you spell this name for me? I just want to look this guy up at some point later.
Yeah. Al-Biruni, I call him Bubby, but his name Al, obviously. Biruni, Biruni.
Iranian scholar. Okay. He comes right up. All right, and I will set that aside for later. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's where the radius value came from. What they say is he was only 16 kilometers away from the actual radius. However, they trumped that up. I don't know. But he was the one who, how would you want to say, originated the fairy tale to begin with, and he used the horizon. So obviously he didn't know anything about refraction back then. He didn't need to anyway, as it turns out. So if Al-Biruni discovered the radius using his dip angle of the horizon, then what's the problem with my horizon right here to refute him? And it says the bye-bye ball part with the oil platforms.
Oh, but what if all you just showed is that the Earth is much larger than we expected? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll get to that. And that's true. You're technically you're correct. So I'd like to go through this. It'll be very concise.
Okay, yeah, I am getting a little short on time, but yeah.
I'll do it quickly. BMLSB 69 or Bo was near Santa Barbara, and he took this photo. He was 1 foot observer height. In the original video, you can see he's only 1 foot observer height. As you can see, the oil platforms, they're only used as distance markers for us, right? So to clearly show where the horizon actually is. So his observer height was 1 foot. The max distance to the geometric horizon can be only 1.22 miles. It can be much shorter than that for a multitude of reasons: tides, weather, fog, whatever, right? But it can never be, back to the modus tollens, it can never be more than the geometric constraints allow. That is 1.22 miles. As we can see in this photo, the horizon is beyond platform habitat at 9.41 miles. We conservatively say that the horizon is 10 miles away. It's much further than that, but it doesn't matter. We'll just go with 10 miles, right? Is that agreed upon? Is the horizon behind the second platform?
I would agree with that observation.
If we were to use Pythagorean formula to calculate the radius of the Earth at a observer height at 1 foot and that horizon distance at 10 miles, do you know what the radius would be of the Earth?
I have no idea, but I imagine something quite large.
Yeah, you got it right. 264,000 miles. That's it. That's the end of my argument.
It's a good one, and I will admit, I don't think most of what I've seen has properly presented it, which I can't terribly say I'm surprised by, but...
Right.
Out of curiosity, is there any chance you could give me a source with the equation that breaks down into that 1.225 times square root bit?
Sure. Yep. 1 second. Let me format it for you because
Appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah. It's so I got one from Andrew Thomas Young and the University of Washington about that.
Works for me.
Yeah, and any Earth curve calculator, that's begging the question fallacy, by the way. But anyway, if you go to any Earth curve calculator, they use the same value or the same equation. It's the same thing.
Oh, cool. I can take a look and compare and contrast there as well. That's nice.
Yes. That's it, sir. I would have to say this was the most sort of enjoyable one-on-one I've ever had. The most cordial and team, though you don't know the details, you can critically think on your feet, which is quite impressive, I'd have to say. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And thank you. This is some nice information, and I look forward to going through it. You guys have a good night. I gotta get headed towards bed for work tomorrow.
You too, sir. Cal will remember you, man.
Yeah, welcome
care.
back anytime, Cal. Take care, buddy.
Do
Later,
we
bro.
want to give him any other roles?
Yeah, I want to make a mod already, bro. That's the first fucking person.
Making
that
him a
can-
moderator.
Dude, I'm not lying to you. That's the first fucking person that's came in here and was able to just go through it fluidly. This conversation takes 2 hours with a globe head that we've been battling for years.
Yeah, that was the easiest moderation I've ever done.
No one
Didn't
wanted to
argue.
moderate. They're like, fuck.
He just
no,
didn't want to
really.
argue at all.
No, he just took the position of being very honest, which is what we expect.
The 6th of May, the Polaris was fired. Two submarines near the burst area, together with orbiting Christmas-based aircraft, confirmed that the warhead detonated on target at expected yield. The first proof test of a United States ballistic missile nuclear warhead in its full re-entry environment was completely successful. In altitudes was the Thor missile. In the early plans, it was scheduled to do the job for 2 and possibly 3 nighttime bursts at various altitudes above the Earth's atmosphere. For these tests, the Thor was modified to carry 3 scientific instrumentation pods to obtain key data in close proximity to the burst. Johnston's opening event on May the 2nd was a daylight certification
Теперь прошу, ты, пожалуйста, молчи. Смотри в глаза и ничего не говори. Я все решил, наша речь не о любви. И отпустил, ты, пожалуйста, живи. Просто убегай, ай-яй-яй. И не вспоминай, ай-яй-яй. Просто убегай, ай-яй-яй. И не вспоминай, ай-яй-яй.
Каждый раз я вспоминаю детство, помню наше место. По 16 устали целоваться, ты взяла мою футболку. В этом нету толку, это я дурак, ошибался. Зачем я так влюблялся от детства? Помню наше место. По 16 устали целоваться, ты взяла мою футболку. В этом нету толку, это я дурак, ошибался. Зачем я так влюблялся?
Never lie, late. Never, never lie, late. Never lie, late. I said,
These two circles are not equal. I repeat, these two circles are not equal. One is in fact larger than the other. What I need you to do is determine which one that is. So, please raise your hand if you believe the blue circle is larger than the red. All right. Please raise your hand if you believe the red circle is larger than the blue. All right, very good. Now, before I said anything about these two circles, what was your first instinct? Equal, right? Because they look equal. And the reason why they look equal is because, in fact, they are equal. These two circles are identical. Yet I got just about every one of you to raise your hand and say that they're not. So what did we learn? That you can be manipulated like that to believe in something that goes against your natural instincts. Just imagine as a child you're taught that the blue circle is larger than the red. If you say it enough times, you convince yourself that's the truth. If you're told the lie enough times, it becomes part of your reality. And if enough people are taught that lie, that the blue circle is larger than the red, well, now it becomes part of the culture. And if that culture then passes that misinformation along to the next generation, well, now it becomes tradition.
Everybody.
So we're moving down here. I keep it on.
Yeah. Well, I guess we could change. Anybody have a topic they want to talk about specifically, or we could just go on to like.
I want to talk about something different. Well, it's
Alright.
related to flat Earth, sort of, I guess.
All right.
Like we were talking about earlier about the moon, and I was wondering, you know, like when, like I live in North America, okay? So when I see the moon at night, right? It's nighttime. When I look up at the moon, I can see that the background, or whatever you want to call the transparent part of the moon, stays the same color as the background of the sky, right? If it's out during the daytime, it stays the same color as the sky, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, but if you're looking at it and you're farther away from me, let's say you're supposedly on the other side of the earth or around the corner, whatever you want to call it, then wouldn't you be seeing it in the daytime from your perspective?
Well, no, because
And you'd be seeing the moon, if you were far enough to the east or to the west of me, would you not see the moon differently at different times? Wouldn't it seem to me like it was dark and it would seem light to you because your perspective, you were in the daytime?
How often do you take a picture of the moon and compare it with somebody else?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm bringing it up.
That's why I think most people
You
don't.
would think that we would have done something like that already, right?
I guess some
Or
people
we would
do,
have compared.
right? Just check, or I know a lot of people take like pictures of sunrises and shit like that, and that's a good way to get the atmospheric makeup of the fucking the chemical composition of the atmosphere, right? By measuring the refractory index of all the sunsets and shit like that you can compile just from fucking stupid composites. So I mean, we do it in this distributed fucking way. I mean, social media and the Internet of Things is one of the best ways to gather metadata, and not just metadata in the sense of Big Brother's watching you, but just metadata on everything. Our phones are always tracking the temperature. They track. Think about this. You have literal barometers and fucking hydrometers and all these things in phones and shit like that. It's one of the best ways to track weather, is it not? You know what I mean? Compared to the amount of just like base weather stations there are. So I mean, phones and stuff like that are probably that's funny. Are probably one of the biggest advances in science, right? And just the ability to give people access to knowledge and shit like that. Without that, you would be thinking the Earth is round, right?
Well, I think it's kind of what I was saying before we came in here, was that, the problem is that most of the people that are in this conversation on both sides of it are intelligent people. I think even a lot of the troll people are very intelligent people, especially some of them.
I think that the biggest threat to society is the repudiation of the advancements we've made in religious and esoteric points of views. You could look at the reductionist view of science, and then you could decide that you could chop your dick off and you could do whatever you want, and that we're all gods or that we're not gods, or you could do whatever you want in the 21st century. Nobody really gives a shit. But I think
just don't condemn the medical industry, right?
Right. I think that's the problem where everybody has,
or the bankers or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just being funny. I'm sorry.
I mean, nobody knows what really happened to you. I mean, nobody really knows what happened to anybody, and I think that's the truest thing, is that nobody can explain relative phenomena to people, right? Back in the day,
things aren't relative.
Well,
I can say that from
things are relative, 100%.
Relativity is bullcrap.
Well, I mean, that's why when they locked people back up in insane asylums back in the day, they were locking up some of the most brilliant people who ever on the face of the earth.
If I go out to the ocean and I see a curve, that means it's really curved, right? It means that in my world, it's really curved.
It depends. Have you ever been on a sailboat?
Does that make sense to you at all? I mean,
have you ever not?
I think we can all agree that that's a crazy idea.
Have you ever watched a sailboat? Like, have you ever raced a sailboat or anything like that? You'll know that.
No,
it's
but
not
I've been on a sailboat, yeah.
It's an arc. It's not just about being curved. It's about it being an arc. When have you ever seen? There's flat Earth, but when have you ever seen flat water?
See it all the time. I'm in the bathtub. When I'm at the lake. When I'm at the pond.
No, those are not.
I'm drinking a glass of water. I mean, I see it all the time.
Those aren't naturally occurring places. You know what I mean? Now, even a
The
pond.
ocean. The only difference between that and the ocean is that there's some ripples in it. That doesn't make it not level.
Well, yeah, but what holds fucking lakes and ponds is surface tension, right? And if there's any,
No, what holds lakes and ponds is that there's something higher up around the edges of it. It's called dirt.
Yeah. Well, no, but there's also surface tension. It's the tension that in the intermolecular bond between those atoms,
But that has to do with static and all that. It has to do with a different type of energy.
Static loads and stuff like that. You also have the pressure of the atmosphere. The atmosphere, the ether, is really what holds this shit down, right? We all could agree upon that. Or you don't believe it?
Maybe I don't know.
I
don't know
think,
how it works.
I think the fact that there's this animating force that people don't understand, I think is one of the most important things. I think that people are going to learn about is that everything. You ever seen the experiments where they freeze ice and stuff like that, and they measure the crystals? And I think they also were doing drug tests on monkeys
Drug tests on monkeys. What?
Yeah, in
I'm
Brazil.
not sure how that helps us, but.
Well,
I'm kidding.
if you understand that, that human genotypes and phenotypes and people could be brainwashed based on conditioning and shit like that.
I'll tell you what's so profound about that is that we don't. 99% of the people in any kind of that's looking at any kind of conspiracy at all. Any of us, nobody's really looking at that. That's what gets on my nerves. And I think that's the most important thing is how are they controlling our minds? How are they convincing us? How do they do it?
Well, they're not convincing me. That's the difference, and that's the thing. You have to break out of the overall conditioning of just life, And the thing is, people will call you crazy, and that's just people, fighting the conditioning, right? And that's people fighting.
Well, no, I think when people call you crazy, it's because your argument is lacking.
Well, no, it's
I
because
would
your
have to say that would be the
argument is in conflict. Look, if you want people to believe that the Earth is flat, you have to put it in terms that they're going to understand and that they're not going to have a conflict with. Because ultimately, when it comes down to it, there's really no way to convince anybody to do anything other than if you can plant the seed in their mind and let them know that the idea is true. And I think the problem is...
You just show them the truth, yeah. And let them figure it out.
I think the problem with brainwashing and what everybody doesn't know and why why the inverted Earth theory is really kept down by the masses. No, it's kept down by the masses because hollow Earth and all that shit like that. The question is how could Earth be flat and also hollow at the same time? And most people aren't even ready for that answer. No, I mean,
it's really easy to figure that out, but I mean, just by using logic, physics.
Because it's a cube. Yeah, everybody knows that. That's why you could fall off this plane of existence and not die.
Cube, what are you talking about? Yeah, I think you would die.
No,
I think you would definitely die.
If you go over, the thing is, you have to find your angle.
Well, what? Okay, let's go down to the root of it then. What holds this all together? Frequency, right?
No, it's not frequency. It's
it is.
No, it isn't.
It's frequency. Frequency is what holds all of our cells together.
Frequency is how rapidly you do something. I mean, look, vibrations is what holds us together. Frequency is the measure of the vibration. But the vibrations are there regardless of if the frequency is stable or not.
Have you ever seen a cell divide under a microscope?
Yeah. I've seen it. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen in outer space.
What?
The astronauts they've done tests on mitosis in
here we go.
orbits.
Okay. Well,
you don't.
I'm not an astronaut, so I can't really.
You're not involved with Jet Propulsion Laboratory too?
Who?
JPL.
JP Morgan? JPL? I don't know what you mean.
Flat Earth people, the banks. That's why they have.
I know. I've heard about it, but I don't know. What does that have to do with anything?
Because the jewelry, because that's the angle. Okay. They take these rocks that are inherently unvaluable, right?
Okay, I think we're good. I think we're going off on a rant here.
But they're as common as aluminum. You know, aluminum used to be the king's material. You know what I mean? But now we use it to make airplanes. You know what I mean? So the thing is, things are more common than people are willing to believe, and scarcity.
You really believe that there was a time where people were that stupid?
Well, people are you telling me they're not stupid now?
Well, yeah, but for different reasons, right? I'm talking about the elite, and I'm not talking about your average Joe.
No,
Your average Joe is gonna be brainwashed because he's gonna be biased by his own witness, his own experience.
Yeah, don't people want to be
Everybody
brainwashed because they just want the easy fucking thing?
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe there's something to that too, but
That's convincing.
at some level, you have to either well, there's different ways you can go with it. You can look at it from a brainwashing perspective, whereas if you really believe that there are people out there that are putting out messages and vibrations in TV and movies to brainwash us and give us ideas that aren't true, but yet convince us to do things their way. Now, once you say that that's true, okay, you got to have evidence for it. You got to find it out. And once you do find out that they're doing that, wouldn't you just try to put a stop to it? Why would you go any further?
A stop to what?
Like, I think if you found out people were really brainwashing unsuspecting people
Stop that unless
in order to harm them or deceive them.
Why would you want to stop that realistically? What you're doing
I don't think that's a very.
What you're doing
I
at
think
that
that's
point
kind of a silly question, don't you?
No, I think you're saying a silly statement. Why
For the
would
same reason, if I saw my neighbor getting attacked by some stranger, I'd go over there and stop it.
Yeah, so you're telling me you're going to brainwash your neighbor, right, into not going to work tomorrow?
If I thought he was going to die from going to work, yeah, I probably would. At least give it a shot, yeah.
You're a crazy person. So your neighbor is a fucking cop.
Oh, well.
Or your neighbor works in a factory or something like that. You just could tell a guy, like, I looked at the crime statistics. If you go in this neighborhood, just don't go there, buddy. And he's going to look at you like a fucking crazy person, bro.
No, because if he's a cop, then that's his job. I mean, I think that would be silly.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, so you tell him.
You're comparing apples to oranges, I think.
But he's brainwashed. Think people want to be cops?
But what does that have to do with what we were talking about in the beginning?
I mean, people don't want to be cops because it's a shit job.
I mean, even if all these things are true or they're not true, it doesn't really change what we were talking about the moon and all that, does it?
Well, it does, because it's all interconnected, and that's relativity. And if you're going to tell people to not be brainwashed, you're inherently telling them to drop out of the system that we're all invested in, right? And I mean, I think that's alone.
I think it depends on who you ask the question to.
I would say that's terrorism, right? Is that not?
I don't know.
I mean, that's no different than doing like the workers.
Terrorism.
That's no different than doing like the workers' strikes from the 1920s and shit like that, right?
Well, if people were striking because the job situations were that bad, then I can understand why they did it, and there was a good reason to have it, and that shouldn't be taken away from us. But if all it was is a way to deceive us more into thinking that we can trust these supposed unions, and then the unions take advantage of us the same way the damn business does, then we're kind of in the same boat, aren't we?
No.
Right.
I mean, the problem is what are you advocating for, sir? I mean, the thing is, if you're going to advocate for people,
I'm not. All I'm saying is that
if you're going to advocate for people to break some brainwashing, right? Then you're not really gonna. You're not going to do anything.
Usually come at him with that.
You're not going to do anything productive.
I've tried that. I tried going with that. I tried saying.
Well, you're going to cause stress to people who otherwise have a difficult life, you know. And I think if you're doing that, I mean, you're being a terrorist, man. I mean, you really are. In the most, if you want to what you're saying is you want to brainwash somebody into your perspective.
No, that's not. It's not anything. What I'm saying.
Well,
I don't even know where you got that idea.
But you don't know if you're right or wrong, because you don't understand relative.
Well, yeah, in some situations, I don't. Like when you ask me what's at the end of the earth, I don't know. I can't go there. Can you?
It's a cube. Yeah, I can go there.
Just because 50 guys told you that they went there and saw something doesn't mean it's true either.
I've literally.
I want to see more evidence than that. That's just how I am.
Have you ever been to Antarctica?
No.
Oh.
I haven't.
All right, so you don't, so you're not involved in any of this at all. You're just a theorist.
What do you mean not involved in it?
You're not involved. I asked, do you know what JPL is? And you don't even know what JPL is.
I didn't say that. I said, what does it have to do with anything?
Well, why do you think NASA's inventing in jets?
Because your argument is basically changing the subject from thing
Why
to
are they
thing.
investing in harmonic frequency devices? And that's what a jet engine is, right? It's a harmonic modulating frequency device, is it not?
Okay, right. And so you'll agree with me on that, about that being controlling and then that being a vibration. But when I tell you that cell division is vibration, you say, oh no, that's craziness, right?
Well, cell division is a
Is that what you
vibration.
just told me?
It is, because they're creating...
And everything's relative, but what I just said doesn't make any sense to you? That doesn't make sense.
What cell division is what? It's creating fucking proteins and instructions out of nothing?
Okay, but we all see cell division happening, correct?
What happens if the vibrations
There's a difference.
that are...
Because we all don't see the Earth as a ball. We all don't see things in space. And we all don't see lots of things.
It's relative, dude.
I don't know why you say that, but I
Because
don't see how you could say that you saw that.
if I think the Earth is round, it is round, sir.
Whatever.
That's just how it is. If you think the Earth is flat, it depends. Are you afraid of getting thrown off the edge?
Depends, huh?
You know.
What does that got to do with anything?
Well, that's the thing. If you know that the Earth is...
Regardless of whether the Earth is flat or round or a ball, right? Whatever it is, whatever shape it is, all the physics that work right now are still going to work on it, right? So it doesn't really. So asking that question is kind of redundant, isn't it?
It wouldn't work on it.
It's just a bait and switch, right?
No, it isn't.
That's where you're going. Yeah, it is. This is called spiraling.
How's it spiraling?
Because you're just changing the subject over and over and over.
Well,
instead of actually answering the question.
If you don't understand,
and the whole point of it, you just keep going from one thing to another.
No, I'm
with some kind of an angle or whatever.
You
At least I'm
think
sensing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
that you have the privilege of telling your neighbor that the Earth is flat.
I have the privilege. What? What are you talking about?
You or not? I mean, why? I thought you were saying that you should fucking be...
Well, yeah, I have the right to do whatever the hell I want to do, right?
Why are you advocating for...
Provided it doesn't hurt someone else.
Why are you...
I want to walk down the street and tell people that they're flat. That's up to me, right?
If people were being brainwashed, why would you interrupt that?
Because it's a problem. That's why.
What, the Earth being flat or people being brainwashed?
Both.
Why?
I think if you have to ask that question, probably won't. Whatever I say isn't going to help you.
No, I mean,
brainwashing is hurting someone.
I'm just trying to get your point of view.
I already gave you my point of view. I've been pretty honest about what I've been talking about the whole time.
Yeah, and if you're going to try to force your point of view onto other people, that's a privilege and that's inherently violent.
No, I make myself available here for people who want to know what I know. When they come in here and they ask questions, like what you were doing originally was you were asking questions.
Why are you going out
now
there
you're just circling around this. I don't know whether it's to defame my character somehow or to make me seem unintelligent or what. I don't know.
See, you have to decide if what you think is true or not. And then you have to go and act upon that.
Sure, okay.
Because if you're not acting upon your beliefs don't mean shit, right?
Well, I mean, if it goes without saying, yeah, but it would be the same for you. If you claim the Earth's a ball, then you should have some evidence for it, right? Besides just saying that it is and that some guy told you, or because some circle in the sky makes you told you so.
I said it was a cube. I told you this.
Well, whatever, right?
Well, I think you're mishearing me. And I don't want you to...
Do you have a picture of the Earth as a cube?
Yes.
Yes, you do you?
I told you. Have you dealt with the JPL and stuff like that? Do you know about phase shifting technology? And why do you think we have things in low Earth and high Earth orbits? Because the low Earth orbits circulate...
Who's to say that it even exists?
Well, I'm telling you, man. It's not my position to tell you, but it's common knowledge.
Sure,
You can Google it.
But you actually flew up there and you were floating up in the sky and watched it all happen, huh?
No, I was
confirm it all with your own witness, right?
I literally
there wouldn't be any part of that. There wouldn't be anything that you learned in that whole thing that you haven't seen for yourself, right?
I have seen it for myself on live video feeds.
Sure you have.
Yeah.
Sure.
You don't. Wait. You don't know how a video feed works?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
King
sure.
King
So where's that video feed coming from? Do you know?
Oh,
Can you be sure?
It was coming from low Earth orbit.
Coming from a satellite, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure.
Low Earth orbit. I just told you. Dude.
Oh, yeah. It's got to be true, right? Because there's data coming. There's some kind of radio signal coming from the sky, right? That definitely proves it.
The thing is, we set that thing up there, and when these things come back down, man, they have.
Did you follow it up?
No, the thing is, we go up there with.
So for all you know, they took whatever machine whoever built, and they just stuck it on a truck and put it in the back of an airplane and flew it around, right? Like, you don't know.
When they come back down, they've got.
Here's what you could do. If you want to see the curvature of the Earth, here's what you could do. And this is a very basic experiment.
Balloons.
Yes, you get balloons. You get they have to be weather balloons because when you gain altitude, the pressure differential is going to cause the balloons to expand. So don't over.
Well, you know about pressure differential.
Yeah, so don't
You're so convinced that you live in a ball.
ground pressure because otherwise you're going to be in for a bad experiment. But you have to get a high quality aluminum and or titanium chair. And you have to get either BBs, because if you're not afraid of killing civilians, or a shotgun will work, and that's pretty safe. But the problem is you're gonna want to have buckshot if you're gonna have a shotgun, because you don't want it to be birdshot. That'll just be a bad time.
What does all this have to do with it?
You ride those balloons up, and you could get a real.
You need a shotgun for that?
Well, you have to go up with a balloon, and you have to go up with binoculars that are already calibrated with. Do you know the angle that you'll get when you're at 10,000 feet? Well, because you have to be tracing the halo of the refractions of the light.
Is this a color by number story?
Are you trying to tell me that you really believe that some scientific evidence or some math crap that you stick in a computer actually tells you the exact refraction of the light you see in the sky? Are you insane?
It does.
You're funny, dude.
Well, no, that's why you take it up. You have to go up there with binoculars. But you have to know geometry and basic chaos theory.
To go up there with binoculars. Okay, that sounds well. Hey, that sounds like a better.
Do you know why?
At least looks like you're going to observe something from there, maybe.
You know why girls have big sexy titties?
I know girls go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
That's why they suck on my balls.
I know why lawns and screen doors are similar.
What?
Hey, King Sheet, are you on Megan's Law, bro? Are you on Megan's Law, King Sheet?
I'm actually hooking up with a bunch of bitches right now from Twitch.
A bunch of female dogs?
Me and Amaranth, we're gonna smash.
He's gonna go get laid. That's great. So what are you doing here?
Well, I'm here talking.
You're practicing up for your flatter chat
The
with
chicks
your
get
girl.
wet when you talk about space, huh?
No, I mean it's not that cheeks get wet. It's the girls like it when I nut on their tits, and then what we do is every time I nut on their tits, we take food coloring.
Have you noticed how their water sticks to your ball? Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
All the time, right? Yeah.
When you get out of the ocean, you notice how that your balls just
we're gonna
miraculously
try
stay
and
wet,
keep
don't
it,
they?
PG-13, please. PG-13. Yeah. Thanks.
PG-13.
Most people think that this is these are artifacts from compression, but realistically, this is high-level math estimates right here of low mean averages. You see how it goes in? See what this is? It's measuring frequency vibrations that are interplays between the Earth, the Moon, and the whatever. Yeah. Well, because there's the inner pressure of whatever's at the center of the Earth, which they're still that's not.
So what's the pressure on the moon?
I'm not allowed to release that. That's.
Oh, see. Oh, now the mystery comes in.
Well, I mean, if you ever sign an NDA for your fucking work, you'd understand it. This is all everything I'm showing.
Oh yeah, I definitely need a degree and all that to understand it. Yeah, definitely.
Well, to sign an NDA, you don't need a fucking degree, bro. You do not need a degree to sign a fucking NDA, and you should know that. But
you need an NDA to lie.
Yeah.
Do you need a degree to lie and make up shit?
Well, I mean, how do you think Schiff got away with it?
Why are you typing?
Well, Schiff would go into those
Okay,
meetings.
here, this click, type. Are you literally like typing this up on? Are you coming up with all this things that you're saying by just typing it on Google?
That's literally my secretary.
Right on. Cool. Now that explains everything.
You have to understand when you're involved in programs like this, there are people who record your conversations, and they want to make sure that your shit's not getting out. And if your shit does get out, you.
So you are aware that the companies that are called YouTube and that they censor things on the internet.
What do you think
You're aware of
YouTube
that, right?
is for, dude?
Are you listening?
Yeah, I'm
Did you
listening.
hear what I said? Right?
Can you hear me?
So you do realize there's censorship, right?
Of course.
Now, if you were the government and you were spending good money, taxpayers' money on something, would you go out and spend money to censor something that was bullshit, that didn't have any evidence for it?
There's a lot of porn.
Okay, there you go.
Well, I mean,
now we're on the same page again.
well, because it depends what side of the 90-degree angle you live on.
So what do you think's more possible? That it's easier to fool people into believing something because no one ever really tells you that it's true? They just show you lots of pictures and tell you that they've been there. When in reality, if you go and talk to a professor, they'll tell you almost every time, they'll tell you that no, physically, technically, you shouldn't be able to fly in space. It's not possible. It doesn't exist. But when you ask some dummy from NASA, of course you're going to get that answer. Because that's all they have to do is sit around all day and make up stupid stuff like that.
Those are the same professors
Doesn't
that
prove
will
it's
tell you
true.
to chop off your dick.
I have. I've talked to them.
You chopped off your dick?
Hmm?
That's not healthy, bro.
You're what?
I'm telling you, those are the same
Okay,
professors.
you make a lot of sense.
Yeah, those are the same
Makes
professors that
sense.
will tell you to chop off your dick, bro. And I'm just telling
Yeah.
you.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
90% of people who chop off their dick,
We're going to go back around this way, okay.
well, they're dickless. Are they not? Like those faggot-ass liberal professors?
Oh, now we're going to go with the racism and shit, huh? Oh, boy.
No, I said
You're doing a
faggot-ass.
great job.
I didn't say any
You're
gamer
doing a great
words.
job.
I
You're
didn't
doing
say
a great job.
gamer words.
I'm
I
definitely
could-
convinced.
I could say gamer words. My lawyer has told me I'm allowed to say it. Nigger? My lawyer said I'm allowed to
Now
drop.
you're just going to get muted.
My lawyer said I have to drop the gamer words, actually. Especially when anybody challenged me to drop gamer words.
I'm loving it.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this about? Like, what do I do with this? This is a lot.
All right.
Oh, my God.
That's yeah.
Text it, we're driving.
Oh, my God.
Nah, that's not my fucking lawyer. That's my lawyer's fucking legal fucking representative.
Sounds like you got issues, bro.
You've never dealt with a paralegal?
Excuse me?
You've never dealt with a paralegal?
What is it with you? Like, do you just talk like this normally? Like, you just talk in circles around and around and around and around?
Yeah, because the Earth
You
is.
change the subject like 12 times in like less than 5 minutes. Like, swear.
It's actually a dome with one flat side.
When you don't have any evidence for something, it's all you can do, huh?
Well, have you ever seen a
Kinda
titty,
hurt.
sir? When was the last time you
Oh,
saw
yeah.
a titty?
Oh, yeah, I see them all the time. Why?
Well, are they not shaped like the Earth?
I don't know. I've never seen the Earth from that perspective, so I couldn't say, to be honest with you.
Well, see, that's why
But
you
I-
think it's flat, because you're on the flat side of it.
I don't think anything.
Well, that's the problem. If you're not thinking, everybody's going to be able to brainwash you.
I can see that the Earth's flat.
Well, I can't
I don't
see
need to. I don't need to know it. Or I don't need to believe it.
I'm not allowed
I
to
don't
go
need to understand it. I can just go to the ocean and fucking put a measurement right up to the damn thing and measure it.
Yeah,
It
but
simply
until-
is flat.
Well,
It's
Richard
that simple.
is fucking.
But you don't do those things, right? You just talk in circles and talk about girls and how knockers are this and that and all this stupid stuff, right? Because that's more important than. But you tell me I'm wasting my time trying to tell people about it? Okay, that makes sense.
It was the first real.
You're the reason why I'm here.
It's like finally get a little bit of taste of home, and you're just like, I love it. So I ate a Big Mac, and then for every year except for this year, I used to eat a Big Mac on New Year's. So I still like them.
Oh, cool. You're eating Big Macs now. Oh, my gosh.
Wait, you don't like lesbians
Come
too?
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you
girls.
retarded or something? Or like, is there
girls
some malfunction?
Girls who eat burgers.
Or are you like, you're psychotic, right? Or maybe you're just narcissist.
You don't
Is
like
that what it
women?
is? Are you a narcissist? Is that what it is?
I have a wife that I love a lot. I mean, I don't know what the fuck.
Well, ask your wife if you're a narcissist. She'll tell you.
I think everybody, if you're really that fucking smart, you're gonna be a little bit of a narcissist.
Why do you need to be smart?
No, because I know. I mean, not that I need to be the smartest person.
And how would you know what smart was?
Well, because the thing is, you could tell.
Have you looked around in the world lately?
Just
Do you
by
see a lot of
talking,
smart people around you?
just by talking with people and seeing how they take the little fucking scraps of information you give them, you could tell a lot from somebody in the first fucking like 3 minutes talking to
Did
somebody.
we say this like earlier before we started the conversation?
Yeah.
And you're still talking in circles, right?
No, I mean I'm bringing it back around. That's
So
different.
obviously it's psychological for you, but for me, this has just been a game the whole time for you.
What do you mean?
You're not fooling anybody. You know that, right?
It's a game, is it not? I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about the Earth being.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about
I
the
have
Earth.
no clue what you're talking about.
The Earth is a flattened dome, and if you are on the flat plane of existence.
Okay, now let's look at that. Let's look at that. That
Yeah,
claim,
all right, let's
okay? How do you prove something like that? How do you prove it's a dome?
That's why I asked if you've seen titties.
How do you prove any of it?
Because
How
it's
do you
because
prove
women are Mother Earth, and they have titties.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a good reason. That's an absolutely good reason. That's a better one than you had from earlier, anyway.
Yeah, the Black Sea in Dubai got canceled due to COVID.
Here we go again.
6 months ago now. So I'm rebooking that Friday next week. So
Looking at for you, dude.
I'm going to go
Here we
to
go.
Egypt, Dubai, the Black Sea, and Jordan.
Why do you think she's going there?
Ooh, the Black Sea and Jordan. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, why? The Dead Sea Scrolls.
That's got to do with the conversation, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, all that definitely has to do with your evidence, right?
Yeah.
Is that part of your evidence?
Well,
the Dead Sea Scrolls are your evidence that the Earth's a ball, right?
The
Okay,
pyramids.
show me where in there.
Yeah, the pyramids
Where's
are
the
what?
pyramid now? What does that got to do with anything?
The pyramids are just a straightened titty, are they not?
If I was going to build a house, how would I build a house?
Well, you would build it by the framework.
No. No, according to you, I would measure the sky, and I would decide how big my house was, and I would make it definitely curved because that's the way the Earth is. So obviously, we're going to make everything curved.
Why do you think girls like worshiping the stars?
What does girls have to do with the conversation?
Well, because I fucking like big.
Because
fat
you have to
titty girls.
change the conversation again, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like big fat.
Oh no, yeah, definitely. Hmm.
It's one of the truest things there are.
That's why I came in here tonight, was just to talk about girls.
Well,
That's why
I
you obviously are interested in that. Why aren't you here then? Why are you here talking about this when you could be out
I'm trying to
doing
have
that? I mean, you're trying to what?
Well, I'm so respectful.
You're trying to embarrass yourself? Well, I guess that's all you're really doing. You've already done that.
between this stupid masculine way of looking at life and like this reductionist view and this.
Well, you're
way,
under the impression that you know something. That's
I
the
do.
problem with you.
Well, that's why I'm
Sure you
talking. I know I'm with you, bro.
Everybody does. The world's full of people who know exactly what they're talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we're all walking around like idiots, going "Duh," all the time, right?
Are we though?
Sure.
Are all of us walking around like idiots?
Well, I don't know. You seem to be showing pretty clear. You know,
What? Because there's fucking naked
signs
girls on
of
the
it.
internet?
No, because you come in here and you say the things you say, but then when I ask you to get to the point, you just keep talking in circles.
Well, it's because
So
I told you.
you're just here to be entertained, then, obviously.
You don't
Am I
understand
entertaining you?
meta relativity. If you don't
Right,
understand,
yeah, that's it. I don't understand relativity
All right,
because
well,
it's
all right.
relative. See, I can
Yeah.
just decide that relativity is relative, so I don't need to worry about it. See, see how that works? See how I did that?
Well, the problem is if you're not scared about relativity, then what ultimately is going to happen is you're going to walk out in a street one day.
Same
and
reason why I don't watch Mandela effect videos in order to figure out how big I'd build my house either.
I'm just
In
saying,
order to
man.
find out what the shape of the planet is, or whatever you want to call this place we live.
If
Right.
you don't care about relativity,
I don't care about that because it's relative, right? So why do I need to worry about it? If it can change at any point, then what's the point of even arguing about it?
well, what
Pointless,
feeds
right?
what feeds the earth? Is it milk?
But
or
you
is
don't
it-
even see the point. You don't even see that, do you?
well,
You're
what
just
feeds the
completely
earth?
oblivious
What
to it.
feeds the earth? Is it people who make milk, or is it people who work on machines?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, that's the problem. Is there's this rift.
Yeah,
Women
that's the problem. Is you can't keep a conversation. You just want to talk in circles.
Women don't give a shit about science.
But wait, but what about science? But what about this girl and her voice? And what about the girl that I'm going to make out with later? And what about all this? Blah, 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 blah. We could go on all day.
I have a number booked out.
We could just go on all day long.
Huh?
We could just go like this all day long.
No,
we never get anywhere. We'd just be as dumb as we were when we started the conversation.
Yeah. Like their chicken or
Won't we?
something. It's like a spice.
But that was the point of it, wasn't it?
What?
That was the whole point, wasn't it?
Well, do you believe that like the Illuminati are cannibals and stuff?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Oh yeah.
Well, I think that's pretty fucking outrageous.
Illuminati. What does that mean?
You have no but you have no proof of any of that.
Illuminati, huh? That
Yeah.
sounds fun. Was that one of those movie things you guys do?
Huh?
Where you bring up movie quotes from a movie and then you think that means something, or what? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
Why do you think that there's a collaboration between the writers and theologians at this point?
I wonder. That helps us understand where we live, doesn't it?
Well, if you really understood where we live, you probably would,
Well, how can we when all we have is people like you who just talk in circles instead of trying to figure out what it really is?
Well, it's not about me trying to talk in circles, but you not being able to understand.
It's not about that, is it? It's not about that, is it? I'm
No.
supposed to understand something now? And even if I did understand that, would it make any difference? No.
Understand what?
Exactly.
No, see, the thing is,
I didn't
you're
go to a computer
on this reductionist view of that you could figure out what people are saying, and that there's.
I didn't say that. You said that. You're the one that was rambling on about all that.
You don't think you could figure out what people are saying?
Huh?
You don't think you could figure out what people are saying?
I don't think. What kind of a question is you don't think? Is that a question or is that a statement?
It is. It's both.
Are you telling me that I don't know, or are you asking me if I do? Because if you're asking me if I do, that's not the way you
I
ask
think,
something.
therefore I am, right?
No. That's
Yeah.
not how it works.
It's literally I think, therefore I am. That's the
Well,
biggest-
you could think you were a monkey and try to swing from a tree, but eventually you'd fall and kill yourself, wouldn't you?
No, but I mean, if you don't understand.
No, you wouldn't. No, if you were swinging from a tree at 30 feet high, no, you wouldn't eventually fall and kill yourself. No.
And
no,
if you
that's
don't
not
understand relativity, you'll walk out into an intersection and you'll meet a bus.
Now we have relative relativity. What about
Yeah.
what about the relative relativity?
What's up?
Make a lot of sense, dude.
But you're committed to misunderstanding right now.
No, I'm committed to just being entertained by how
The Earth is a
silly
cube
you sound.
or a dome.
First you say the Earth's a cube, then you say it's hollow, then you say it's round.
It's all the above.
Then you make it sound like you think it's flat. Then you go back to some. I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about anymore. You're just rambling on about whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why you're even in here. Like, are you just entertained by listening to yourself talk or what?
No, I'm trying to. Well, I don't think the Earth is 100% flat. I think it's shaped like a titty. I told you this.
Right. Yeah. I got it. So now that I know that, why are you still here? I don't get it.
Well, because I'm trying to get people out of the flat Earth part of the titty and up to the nipple.
Cool. That's great. So start your own server, start your own website, and do that. Have fun with
No,
that.
I mean, you're allowed to.
That'd be great.
Yeah, you're allowed to post your beliefs.
And
here.
that's why you're still here, right?
Yeah. So that's why. Yeah.
Okay, so that doesn't change. Does that change the conversation at all?
Come up with. Like this is what
You're
NASA's
so funny, dude.
And through years of
You're
research in the
just
academy and going to
completely,
my boys.
ridiculously not logic at all. There's no logic to what you're talking about at all.
What are
It's
you
just
talking
ramble on, and then
talking
when things start going away where you might have to admit something, then you start talking about work cities again. It's like you make absolutely no sense, bro.
Yeah. What would you guys talk about?
Exactly. You don't know, do you?
I do know. I'm talking about how the Earth is shaped like a titty.
That's fabulous. You think they're shaped like a titty, right? That's great. So what does that have to do with anything? Tell me that.
What does anything have to do with anything, bro?
Exactly. So why didn't
Now
you
you're
come in
trying to
here?
understand it. I think.
Yeah, I'm starting to understand that you've lost your mind.
How would I lose my mind if you never had a mind?
Huh?
Exactly.
What are you talking about, dude?
Dude, you're not keeping up with the fucking topics we're dealing with, man.
Dude,
It's because
dude,
you're not.
you need to wake up and realize that you're really high or something. And I don't know what's wrong with you.
I've been drinking Grey Goose since 12 o'clock yesterday.
Oh, there. That's a good one. That explains it all.
Oh, I'm a little drunk. Is there anything wrong with being a
I
little
don't-
drunk on a Monday morning?
I don't know.
Is
I'm
there
not
anything with
drunk,
being a
but
little drunk on a Monday morning? My fucking wife is sleeping in bed.
I don't care what you do. I just don't know why you're here bugging me. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
I am fucking doing a podcast with my fucking wife, dude.
Oh, great. Hi, wife.
She's asleep. I just fucking told you that.
So then you're not doing a podcast with your wife. You're doing a podcast laying next to your wife in bed.
Me and my wife have a large podcast network full of Twitch streamers.
Oh, cool. That's great. What does that mean? Twitch streamers, huh?
Shit, bro.
I thought she was asleep.
And the fact that she went the shotgun part with the woman at the end, like, killed me. Killed me. I was on the floor, like, laughing my ass off before
Yeah,
they.
the soundboard. How fascinating.
Or just like
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, that's women. You don't think what women say is the truth?
No, we finished gaming.
I mean,
There
women
was
do
more
lie.
hours, but for some reason, Twitch had
There
a
you
problem.
go. I guess you're talking to her now, I guess. Huh?
I mean, she's
Is this
in
what you? Is this what you do everywhere you go? Like you just go in random places and you just start talking to yourself and playing soundboard bites and laughing and giggling and
spreading the word.
farting around and telling everybody that you're this great guy and
spreading
you're
the
getting
word.
laid by all these women and talking about titties and
I'm
oh,
not
it's a
getting
ball
laid
and it's a
okay?
titty and
No, that's weird,
whatever.
bro. That's weird. I'm not getting laid by all
Something
of
is
them.
weird. You're right. Something is weird.
Would you rather get laid by all of them?
Definitely something weird. No, I don't think I want to get laid by all of them. That's just why would I want to get laid by a bunch of fucking strange women? I don't
Why
get that.
wouldn't
But whatever.
Why wouldn't you, though?
Because it's ridiculous and stupid. Why would I need to screw every woman? Like, what was the point?
Wait, I'm gonna tell
What
this
is
bitch
the point
shut
of
up.
that, dude?
What do you think is the most important thing in life?
Definitely not getting laid, bro.
Really?
Have fun with that though.
What do you
It only
mean?
lasts forever. It doesn't
Yeah.
last very long. Don't worry.
Yeah, it does. Your children last forever, dude. Your progeny lasts forever.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But how would you know? How would you know?
How do you know? You get a fucking good job where you can take care of them?
You're not even old enough to have kids yet, are you?
Dude, I'm fucking 38.
Okay. There you go. You're still playing around
I have a
like a
few
little
kids.
kid.
I'm not gonna fucking like go and
You're
destroy
still
all my
playing
fucking...
around like a little kid.
Dude, I have a fucking podcast network. Me and my wife don't have to work.
That's great.
My wife homeschools my kids, so they don't have to learn about this fucking bullshit, fucking modern day sexism.
But I thought all that stuff was true though. It's according to you.
Well, I mean, it is true.
You just believe all of it, right? You just take it for whatever it is. Whatever they tell you, that's got to be it because they're smarter than you, remember?
Who's smarter than me, sir? My
Well,
wife?
whoever NASA, whatever, whoever you're believing.
If my wife is a fucking lesbian and she
These
wants
people that tell you these people that
my
told you
wife
that they
wants
took
to
your
swing with extra
whatever to
chicken
space and all this other stuff, yeah.
if my
That's great.
wife
I don't know.
wants
Why are we talking about your wife? We're not talking about your wife. We're talking about
she's
shape of the
fucking
earth,
smart.
remember?
Look, she's part of the reason
What
that
has
I
that got to do with anything?
because
Here we
women
go
are
again.
smart.
Spin away, buddy.
Do
Spin
you not
away.
believe women?
No, I'm gonna go to sleep after this.
And now you're gonna play some more soundbite. Okay.
It's not a soundbite. This is a live fucking stream.
Yeah, whatever.
It's literally the live stream, dude. Like, you can look up her live stream right now. It's Adriana
I just
Chechnik.
started Mr. Robot. I do like Bohemian Rhapsody.
Like, it's literally a live stream, dude.
Yeah, I'm still on point.
Sounds like it.
You don't have backroom
Like
checks?
Actress,
You don't know how
she's
Discord works?
fabulous, and there's rumors that she might.
I don't think you know how physics works, dude. That's what I think.
I don't think you understand how, like, the real, like, system of, like, getting people to, like, think for themselves works. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely by coming on to live stream and talking about titties and all this stuff, right? That's definitely the way you do it.
Distinct streams.
Instead of actually presenting some evidence and arguing your evidence for or against it, you just come in here and just talk around and around and around and around and around in circles.
You're my soundboard, sir.
Huh?
The Witch is one of my favorite.
Alright,
Are you
whatever.
making any sense at all, dude?
Dude, you're not making any
So
sense. You think the earth is flat, you don't want to fuck mad bitches, and what type of car do you drive, bro? You probably drive a lame-ass car.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a lame ass car. That's actually the brand. How did you know?
What, it's a fucking Mercury?
Oh yeah, definitely. Whatever that is.
that role because it's a different.
Hey man, if that makes you happy, I mean, I can't tell you not to be happy with your car, but I'll tell you what, women like fucking sexy
Who
cars.
says I'm not happy?
Oh,
Your
do you like?
material possessions make you happy, King Chef.
Yeah, I like fucking sexy women, bro. I'm not gonna be shamed about it.
Cool. Great. That's great.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the conversation?
Well, I mean, it's life, man. It's all relativity.
Relative relativity and getting laid by crazy, strange women, right? Okay, that's great.
Yeah, tame's been strange,
That's what
bro.
life. That's all. That's what all life's about, right?
Tame and strange. You don't think life is about tame and strange, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Oh yeah, definitely.
you do sex with the ladies, huh?
Occasionally when my wife lets me have my
Definitely.
cage. Yeah, sure.
Sounds like he does a lot of it. Yeah. Sounds like he's doing it with a lady right now.
You do with the ladies, huh?
I do.
Mr. Progressive, and you can save hundreds.
Do you do the ladies? Or do you do the men's?
Now he's playing commercial.
Yeah, guys. So let's keep it on topic, right?
Sorry.
It's impossible with him. It really is.
Nah, I'm just dealing. Like, I'm sorry. I have my friend on the other stream. And I'm talking to her. I didn't know that it was too fucking loud. My bad.
Yeah, turn that shit down, man.
Yeah, my bad. I mean, look, this guy. I'm just trying to convince the guy that the Earth is flat, but it's also round at the same time because it's shaped like a titty. I don't know why I'm in a server where I'm allowed to espouse my beliefs, and I'm just trying to abridge him into the truth that the Earth is fucking round based on where you're at on it. You know what I mean?
We're not about beliefs, dude. We're about provable.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, why do you think titties are shaped like the globe?
Yeah.
Get
So
off that topic,
that's
man.
warning,
Listen,
Mac.
we don't.
That's
Nobody
warning.
said that. You're the one that's saying that.
They are though.
This will be your last warning, right?
All right.
Keep it on topic.
All right. Well, all right. So why do you think that NASA wouldn't tell people that they're working?
Here we
in
go.
space?
He's gonna ask more questions.
What? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what your position is, dude. I mean, you're telling me the Earth is flat.
You don't care though. You obviously don't
you
care.
I
So
work-
why do I waste my time though? Be
I
honest with
literally
you.
work for NASA.
Mm-hmm.
And
appealing to authority.
I'm trying to help abridge some misunderstandings.
I don't know how that's helping your argument, but okay.
What do you mean? How's it helping? How's it not helping my argument?
Is that supposed to convince everybody that what you know something that we don't know, or what?
No, I don't know shit. Ultimately, like nobody
Okay,
knows
so
anything.
why are you here then?
And what's the point of a server like this? It's to
So
fucking.
we all heard it now. He said he doesn't know shit. So now we can all move on.
The point is to figure out what's going on, right?
All right, bro. Whatever.
Dude, I mean, look. What
What's
else
wrong
are
with
you doing? What else are you doing up here at 5:55 in the morning?
It's not 5:55 in the morning.
Well, on the East Coast it is.
Okay. So
Yeah, I'm from fucking. I'm in Florida, dude. Space Coast, like Cape Canaveral type shit, like
Space Force.
Space Coast, dumbass. Space Coast.
Space Ghost.
Coast. COAST. Our fucking area code is 321. Like, I don't know what you're fucking like. Do you not believe in numbers? No. All right. Well, that's the thing. You don't believe in fucking. Do you believe in Jesus? And that's
Have you seen rocket launches from there? Then?
rocket launchers. No, I've never seen a rocket launcher in real life. They don't let us handle that type of equipment.
What? Your eyes?
Yeah, I mean that's. I mean, the truth is.
You handle your eyes.
Yeah, I mean that guy's out of his element. Clearly, does he know about the Big Lebowski? No.
What are you talking about the dude for?
Well, the dude abides, and see the truth that they scatter out. See, he was talking so much about, if you found out that people were getting brainwashed and stuff like that, and it's like, well, yeah, everybody brainwashes themselves, and that's like free will and shit like that, and this guy clearly doesn't even know that titties are round. Do you understand?
Right, stop. I'm just going to
All
tell you.
What?
I've got a rug that really brings the room together, okay?
I can't say
Stop
booba.
talking about...
All right. I didn't know that was not allowed. Like that's just an art form, is it not? Like nobody.
Didn't I
does
warn you? Didn't I warn you, Kingsley?
Well, you don't astral project at all?
Yeah,
Some of the best projectors are women. I mean, everybody knows that.
Should we talk about couch cushions now, or plants? You know, or
Plants?
cat flea treatment?
I mean, that's
We could just mute our voices and just let him talk by himself.
Do you guys do you have like any hobbies and shit you guys like to do? We could talk about that. I mean, if you don't want to talk about like some real shit, I mean, I'll talk about like hobbies and shit like that. I mean, I like sailing and stuff.
Tell us about your sailing. What you observe while you're sailing.
Well, I mean, mostly when you're sailing, you're just doing it for the enjoyment. You know, you go out there, you fucking read the wind and the tides, and you know, you just plot out a course for the day, and you know. Hey,
How does that horizon look to you?
Huh?
Nice and, that horizon looks nice and level, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, I'm not out there measuring the fucking horizon, dude. I'm going out there and having a few fucking drinks.
No, with your eyes though, you can observe it. Looks nice and level. Don't have to measure everything. You can observe.
I mean, yeah, if you're having a few drinks on the boat, I mean, nothing's gonna look level, so. You know.
Oh man, I've had a couple of beers too, bro.
Nah, I mean, you don't. You don't go out. I mean, boating is one of the only things you could do like IRL anymore, where you can get drunk as fuck in public. I mean, like nobody gives a fuck. Like, if you're on a boat and you get shit faced, I mean, worst case, you fucking go somewhere, you drop anchor for a little bit, you take a nap in the cabin. Like, oh wow. What are the cops gonna pull you over and get you for a DUI on a fucking boat? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, come on, dude. What, you want to talk about fucking knitting instead?
No, the horizon. Let's talk about the horizon.
See, I think I'm not really allowed to talk much about experimental theories like that.
Experimental?
Well, have you ever been?
Theories?
Yeah, but have you ever been to the horizon?
No. No one has.
I thought he couldn't have got.
Well, see, that's a dude who doesn't even know about relative relativity. I mean, why do you think the ocean looks like static sometimes? You know. Are you not water pilled? Do you not understand like the context of water in the whole simulation?
You got a simulationist.
No, it's not about. I'm not a simulationist, but NASA is running simulations. And water is a main key to it.
Dude, NASA is just funneling money to intelligence agencies. They're not doing any kind of experiments or nothing.
What type of food do you eat? I mean, I think that's the biggest thing. You know, are you eating farm raised fucking cattle? Are you eating naturally fucking wild beef and shit like that? Do you hunt? I mean, these are the bigger questions.
Pure GMO Soylent Green, right? Every day.
You hunt every day?
No, I eat pure GMO Soylent Green, made from humans.
Well, you should hunt rabbits or something like that. If you have gamey fucking meat, it raises your testosterone a lot. And see, the thing is, if you're not a high T male, you're very easy to get brainwashed. And that's the biggest thing, you know. It's not about. Well, I mean, do you think Joe Rogan is brainwashed?
I think you are.
I don't. How am I brainwashed? I think that the Earth is fucking flat and it's relatively fucking round. It's based a lot off of Mother Earth, which women are fucking Mother Earth.
CGI cartoons and lies.
Well, women are Mother Earth and men are Father Time, are they not? That's why women have all the fucking time in the world until it's fucking time to get fucking pregnant, right? And then at that point, they need a fucking man in their life, you know? I mean, it's these fractal patterns that people who are so obsessed with the science don't even get past. They just get so caught up in the theory of everything. They don't even have time to fucking go out to concerts and fucking meet some fucking strange women and fucking get a wife and shit like that. Like, it's really a sad existence when people are so brainwashed that they're making their own life miserable. You know.
You're kind of brainwashed into thinking that that's what life should be. About going partying and drinking beers and going meeting random women.
Yeah, marry the girl of your dreams. Like, fucking get a good job. Fucking have some kids.
Get
Fucking
a good
have.
job. Work for a man. Work for the man. Yeah. Work for someone else.
No, I just
Pay your
told you.
taxes. Pay your taxes. Yeah. Do that. That's
Freelance
cool.
contractor. Me and my wife do podcasting on the side. Like, and how?
So you
What is
stream
wrong?
to 12-year-old gaming kids. Cool, man. Cool.
What did you say?
You stream to 12-year-old gaming kids. That's cool.
I don't stream to 12-year-old gaming kids. That's fucking other. That's we don't do fucking Twitch streaming, dude. Me and my wife, we manage for fucking shit. I mean, we have our own podcasts, but you know that generally most people don't know that as much. Right, and what? Why are you here? I mean, do you not podcast? Doesn't everybody on Twitch podcast?
We're not on Twitch, man. We're on Discord.
Yeah, but I mean, what is the point of being on Discord if you're not fucking streaming?
This is streaming to YouTube and other places.
Exactly. So you get the relative interconnectedness of it all, right? Or no? See, all right. Are you at least hide pilled? I mean, that's you guys obviously have no respect for Joe Rogan. Are you at least Sam Hyde pilled? So wait, what? I'm confused. See, my biggest thing is I'm a relativist. You know what I mean? The Earth is flat until I wake up, and then you know, if you get in a plane, it's round, right? We can all agree upon that.
No, nobody sees curvature from an airplane.
You've never been in the fucking backseat of a U-2? I haven't. They grounded fucking U-2s before I got into this program, so I don't think I'd ever have an opportunity to do that. But if you've been up in a fucking U2, you could see that it's relatively curved. And do you understand why it's relatively curved, or are you just going to say that it's a non-starter? Because I mean, no, a lot of people would just say it's a non-starter.
Does it get flatter? Does it get flatter the higher you go?
Well, and do you understand refractory index and why women like high T males? It's all interconnected, and what it really is, it's you need to find somebody who's on your level, because if you don't have anybody who's on your level, the problem is you just get so caught up in trying to understand what ultimately nobody can really understand. You know what I mean? Because most people are retarded. I'm pretty retarded. I think that's clearly obvious. But I think if you have somebody who's smarter than you, you won't know what you don't know, Or you not catching my drift. Ooh, Dumpling Island. That's a cool one. Do you know geology or no?
I'm sorry, did you say something coherent?
Yeah, do you know geology?
I'm just hearing white noise now. Just static.
I can't hear. I can't hear it right now. Wait, you can't hear me right now?
Is he still here talking? I can't hear him.
I can't hear you. Hello?
I can't hear you.
At all. So if you
All right, don't everybody talk at once now.
So, fuck Demon Souls. Demon Souls can suck my ass. Fuck Demon Souls.
I think he's watching porn.
Yeah, I think he was doing that from the beginning.
Muted him. He's gone.
You could have muted him a half an hour ago.
So it was my idea to bring him up here. I apologize, everyone.
No, he was actually being nice until we came in here.
Hello, I just saw someone here, they just left.
Silence. I give you.
I just wanted to ask a question. Like, what is the major, like the biggest proof? If you had to come up with one piece of evidence for the flat Earth, like what would you give me?
Long distance observations that show conclusively that it's impossible for us to be on a globe with a radius of 959 miles.
Correct.
We have a flat Earth wiki.
Okay.
I'll put the link to it in the voice text. Basically, every single one of these observations is impossible on a globe of dimensions claim, because if we did live on a curved surface, then by definition, by the geometry of a sphere, that surface would have to curve away from us because they give us these exact dimensions. Then we're able to and use the approximate rate that is given to us. If you Google what's the curvature of the Earth, they tell you the curvature of the Earth is roughly 8 inches per mile squared. That's the rate at which the curvature increases as you're looking off into the distance, which means that when you get up to, for example, at 25 miles, at which measurement we have many laser tests that have hit a target at 25 miles, when those targets should be obscured by over, around 300 feet of curvature, as well as long distance observations, seeing the city of Chicago across Lake Michigan at a distance 52 miles, when that should be obscured behind thousands of feet of curvature. We can see the entire city skyline. And just backing that up a little bit, those are what we can observe in reality that disproves the model. But on the other hand, if you have something like that where you're claiming we live on a spinning ball, you should have some kind of evidence for it. And they have no credible, no scientific evidence, no testable, repeatable, verifiable information whatsoever. It's a complete fantasy. So there's my best.
So as far as that information, wouldn't like satellite imaging and stuff like that be conclusive scientific evidence? It's just like that's something that's physical and tangible.
That's a good question. That's a good question. But it isn't for many reasons. Those images, one, they cannot be, you cannot verify them. They're telling us that they're taking them from this fantasy medium of outer space, which in and of itself cannot exist because you cannot have a vacuum or near vacuum right next to the atmosphere of Earth. So they're already suspicious, and we can't repeat them. Science has to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. We have to rely on the word of an agency that's proven to be unreliable. But even if you believe NASA, they'll tell you right on their own website they don't, that they cannot go up there and snap a picture of Earth, that they use CGI.
Do you have a link to that?
It's right on the website there. Yep, it's right there. It got memes, Blue Marble, which is the quote from NASA.gov. Now I'll give you links, Blue Marble, so you can go right to the link. Can't believe they left that up there. The reason I made that screenshot back when I did 9/5/2020 is because I thought, no way are they going to keep this up there on their website. They can't possibly keep this up there on their website. Right. There it is. It's still there. It says right there, NASA.gov. Yep. Then we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and ocean to match people's expectations of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous Blue Marble. I'll tell you right up there. Wow. They can't even go up there. When you see these images, they are, they're created images, which we know is possible with photography. Right. Nonetheless, even if you believe these images, they're widely contradictory with each other, as well as contradicting all the amateur weather balloons, which go up there at over 100,000 feet and show an completely horizon. So you have to either, when you take all of this evidence into account, think that all of these amateurs have gone up there faking a flat horizon to try to make you believe the Earth is flat, though they have absolutely zero reason to do that, no motivation, when flat earthers are clearly ridiculed, lose jobs, lose family members, have to deal with constant headache and hassle, don't get any money from it. Or a government organization, when we already know that the media, government, military, education system is all in each other's pockets, all about profit, and that that they are profiting from the globe line, NASA raking in billions of years, that they are coming together and conspiring to try to present this globe image, and they can't even be consistent with their own globe images.
Recently, we carried out an experiment to test the rotation to the Earth. If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees. And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000. But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift. Now, obviously we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right? We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the Earth and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the Heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately. So the next thing that we're going to try is encasing the entire apparatus in bismuth. If everything works well, I'd like to release it at the conference.
If there's not
at a conference in Raleigh, we want to have proof there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, you know?
Right.
I mean, we got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found right now, we would be, it'd be bad. It would be bad. So what I just told you is confidential.
Okay, I won't say it.
Hello and welcome to the Roundtable Podcast. My name is Shogun. Joining me today is my friend Hank Hill, an expert in the subject of flat Earth and all the questions surrounding the Earth-shaped debate and the problems, anomalies, and questions around the heliocentric model and its alternatives. So before we get into this and the free discussion and debate to follow, please make sure you've joined us on the Roundtable Discord server. We record special events every day at 9 p.m. Central. You can see upcoming events in the announcements channel and all our hundreds of great past special events in the #RT podcast channel. Check out the YouTube and BitChute channels there. That being said, welcome Hank Hill. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you, my friend?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me on here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get to speak my mind and share information. So thanks very much.
Thanks so much for joining me. So please just take us through this journey in whatever way you think is appropriate.
Yeah, so first of all, I would just ask everybody to be open-minded. Science is never settled. Like, it's not like a religion, right, where you're like a heretic if you're outside of it. In fact, most scientists are supposed to be outside looking at things from outside the box, and that's how new information is found. But not everything is science that appears to be science, and that's the problem with today. We find ourselves we're in dire need of a reformation of science, because what is it, right? Is it just knowledge? So can I just say, well, I know how many toes that I have, right? So that's science? That's not exactly how it works, right? So I just want to go over, the basic fundamentals of the scientific method, also known as natural science, right? So the way that it works is that if you have a caveman, he sees a hot spring, water boiling. Well, what causes that? He comes up with a hypothesis. Maybe it's the heat, right? So he goes and he tests it. He adds heat to some water. It boils. It stops boiling when he takes the heat away, and it boils when he does it again. So what did he just show with the scientific method, right? He just showed that you make observe a natural phenomenon, right? The water boiling, right? And then you form a hypothesis. Well, what's the hypothesis, right? It's the independent variable, that thing that's causing the naturally observed phenomenon. And when you turn it on and off like a light switch, 0, 1, 0, 1, you can see the cause manipulating the effect, right? So it's kind of like going into a hotel room. You've never been there before, and you flip on a light and you go, oh, that's my side, right? And then you think it's settled, right? But then the other person in the hotel room with you, they flip the switch and it affects the same light. So there could be two causes to the same effect. For example, with the water, if you put it in a vacuum, it boils at very low temperatures, right? So the science is never settled for this reason. So we're always like 99 point something % sure this is the cause of that, but it's never settled. So what we have here is like a really old argument over the shape of the Earth, but it's never really been settled. And the reason is because it's not science, right? This is geometry. We're measuring the shape of something. So really, I don't think we should be called flat earthers. I think they should call us flat waterers, because what we're doing is we're going out into the natural world and we're measuring over water. And the best way to do it, obviously, is, still water, right? That's, not a whole lot of waves, not during the tides. And what we're seeing is that we can see too far. Now, I would ask everybody to participate in this part, because this is really interesting. You can search right now, what is the radius of the Earth? Right? And then they'll tell you, Google, whatever search engine, they'll tell you what it is, right? And then you can go to an Earth curve calculator right after that, right? So it's 3959 miles. You go into an Earth curve calculator and you type 1 foot observer's height, or eye height, and you just look at the horizon distance, and it'll tell you where the horizon should be, because we can work it out mathematically. So if we can do that, then we can actually measure it for ourselves and falsify it. Now, see, here's where science really becomes important. You got to pay attention to this part. If you're not doing the scientific method, then it's not a scientific theory. And if there's no science involved, well, I could just dismiss it as poetry, right? Because anybody can say anything. Any village idiot can describe something and explain why he thinks this is happening, but you don't really know until you manipulate the independent variable and you see the cause and effect relationship. That is where you know something is true. And what I find, a lot of people are just going around committing all these false cause fallacies. So it's like this. How do you know the moon's gravity is affecting the tides? You can't manipulate the moon's gravity to see the cause and effect relationship. So it's just something that's widely accepted that nobody really knows what's causing it. I mean, you could say it has to be the moon's gravity, right? But that's a fallacy. What if it's the sun's energy? Just for example, like, we haven't tested it, so we don't know which one it is. Both are equally true. Now, a lot of people will say that, it's knowledge that they have that the Earth is spherical. Has they been out there and directly measured it? If you haven't directly measured it yourself, you believe that someone else has done it. And if you believe that someone else has done it, well, you're just believing what they're saying, right? So it's a belief that you have that it's spherical. It's not an actual knowledge type thing. So what you have to do is you have to ask yourself, how do you know? How do you know these things? How do you know that if you measure the curvature over the water, which it should be 8 inches per mile squared, then you should be able to measure yourself and detect that. But the thing is that all over the world, people are doing this with different apparatuses like lasers and flashlights and mirrors and telescopes, long zoom cameras, and we're all agreeing that we can see too far, right? So the question is, why? Why are we seeing too far? Well, the flat earth is going to say because the Earth is flat, or at least it's not the size of the sphere that they told us. Maybe it's much, much bigger. And some of the measurements I've seen with the black swan indicate that it could be, the Earth's radius could be the what was it? Like the moon, like the moon's circumference, 238,000 miles away. Like, that would be a really big Earth, and they would be hiding a lot of land, and this whole global warming thing wouldn't really make sense under such conditions. So what we're trying to figure out is, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, well, what is it? Well, you would say that's what you call flat. That's what we would say, it's flat. So you believe that it's spinning because you see the stars in motion, but according to classical relativity, all motion is relative. So how do you know it's the Earth spinning or the stars spinning or the Earth going around the sun and the sun going around the Earth? You don't. You can't tell. It's relative motion. So ever since you stepped foot in kindergarten and they started saying, you live here and the sun is over there and we're spinning, that's not really true, is it? Like, we can't verify that inside the solar system. You would have to have a third reference frame outside of the solar system and observe the Earth from there, and which you can't do. So because you can only observe the Earth from here, well, we all say that it appears geocentric. And that's what we all witness, sun, moon, and stars, make an orbit overhead roughly once every 24 hours. So you might believe that this is settled science and the Earth is spinning, but science has never settled and it's never been proven. So you might believe that someone else has proven it, but that's just a belief that you have because you yourself haven't done any test or experiment, and there's none that you can do to prove it because nobody can feel it, nobody can measure it, nobody can falsify it. And Karl Popper, he was all about if you can't falsify it, it's not science. So he was really into that, it has to be empirical, it has to be testable, it has to be repeatable, but most importantly, it has to be falsifiable. So the third claim is that if you go high enough, you can see the vacuum of space, right? So if you just keep going up and keep going up, you'll see it turn into a sphere. You'll see it start to spin, and then eventually you're in the vacuum of space. And we all know that you can't buy propane without propane accessories. I mean, Hank Hill said that on his show every single time, without fail. Got to have the propane accessories, man, because you can't just take gas pressure, right, and put it in a vacuum without a container. If you got a vacuum, you got some sort of container that you've used to create that vacuum. And we can't have high pressure systems sitting next to low pressure systems anywhere in nature without a container. So if you want to, grill for your mother on Mother's Day, make sure you get your propane in a container, because if you put it in your hands, by the time you get home, your mother's going to be very sad, right? It's not going to work out for you. So here's something I want to illustrate. Like, imagine if you could, okay, this is your three beliefs. Here's my three beliefs, hypothetically. Now, this isn't actually what I believe, but let's say I go high enough. I believe that you could see like unicorn nipples and Pegasus breasts. And then I believe that if you keep going higher, then you can see, green grass on the dark side of the moon. And that's what's causing the tides. Like, those three claims are just as scientific and unfalsifiable as the claim of curvature, spinning, and the moon gravity thing and the vacuum thing. We can't verify any of that. So they're all on equal footing, scientifically speaking. They're not even really a scientific theory. It's more like a postulation that nobody can disprove. So when they say, well, you got to prove it, if it's your claim, you have to back up your claim. And then if you don't, they can just miss your claim without evidence. It's easily dismissible without any evidence. So all I'm trying to illustrate here is that anybody can go out and measure where the horizon should be and see if they can make observations that they shouldn't be able to see. All you need is an Earth curve calculator, binoculars, a mirror. I mean, these sort of things will get the job done. And I've been out there and I couldn't detect any curvature at 1 foot above water. I was standing in the water at the ocean. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm not asking you to do anything but to test it yourself, because it is falsifiable. It is something that you can actually prove. And when you ask globe earthers, they'll tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the shadows, right? They'll tell you to look at everything, look at a pendulum, all the stuff they tell you to look at, but they'll never actually tell you to go measure the Earth's surface. And I'm not talking about, the Earth is like completely flat, like a piece of paper. Of course, there's topography, right? That's why we measure over the water, because if the Earth is over 70% water, then you would expect it to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It would have to be, unless the Earth is 70% flat. Well, that's what we're measuring right now. We're measuring flat water all over the world. And this is what the argument boils down to. And this is where the nitty-gritty part is, so you should pay attention right here the most. So we see an object with the horizon further than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer's height. The horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but it's not. It's somewhere else. And we're saying that this is because it's about weather condition. It's about how the eye works with perspective. It's about, how far you can see, because you can't see forever if you're in the atmosphere. You can't see forever, period, because you don't have, owl eyes. You have human eyes, and they're very limited, right? They're really good at detecting food or danger, within 100 yards. Not so good at 3 miles away, right? We can't really detect a danger from 3 miles away with our eyeballs very good, because where in nature would we have danger 3 miles away, you know? So when you look at this thing, you have to look at it like, why would the globe earthers tell you to measure the sun, moon, and stars? Why would they tell you to look at everything but the surface of the earth? But the flat earthers, the one that, you know, the dumb ones, they're telling you to measure it directly. Now, if I were to go buy you like a new pair of custom boots, right? They're going to measure your feet, right? They're not going to go in there and measure your head, right? They're going to measure your feet directly. So that's what we're asking. All flat earthers are asking for is show us some curvature over the water, right? And what they do is they show us, you know, partially blocked images or objects, right? And oftentimes they don't even know it, but that itself is still a black swan. And this is how the black swan works. If you have a woman that's 9 months pregnant, and she's pregnant with triplets, and she lays on her belt on her back, and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to say, "I don't know," right? So if she's not, I'm sorry, if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So with these observations that we're making, you guys keep showing us white swans and going, no, it's not a black swan, but it only takes one black swan to debunk all the other white swans. And you could show me 1 million white swans. If I got one black swan, then I've debunked you. That's how the black swan argument works. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every observation must be, sorry, I forgot it, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the Earth doesn't have that radius, we can see too far, which we can, then it's not an Earth with a radius of 3959 miles. So what we're saying here is that we're testing it and it's failing. And this is the crux. This is where it's at. They say light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared. So I don't know how you would verify that, because light travels in a straight line until it reaches a different medium, right? So this is what refraction is. Light goes from atmosphere into water, right? You can see the straw bend in the glass, right? Now that's a big bend because that's a huge difference in density, the water and the atmosphere, huge difference. So what they're saying is light is bending down because of temperature. So the temperature would have to be getting colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder every mile for it to keep bending down like that. So if they want to prove that this is what's happening, they have to get a black swan observation, and they have to get people out there, like 10 people every couple of miles or whatever, and measure the temperature to prove that that's actually what's happening, because so far this is their just so story, right? We're seeing things we shouldn't be seeing in places we shouldn't be seeing them, way past the horizon. And they're saying the light is bending down around the curve. Well, they got to prove it. They can't just use a snapshot of the temperature of that day. They got to measure the water, the air, everything for 10 miles to prove that it's getting colder and colder and colder, causing the light to bend down, down, and down. Otherwise, light travels in a straight path like it normally does. Now, it does bend when it goes into glass, or there's from atmosphere to glass, or atmosphere to water, or water to glass. It does bend there, right? The light doesn't actually bend. What it does is it changes its angle of attack, right? So it's coming in at this angle, it hits a different medium, and the light slows down, and the angle changes. But then it goes in another straight line until it comes out of that medium. So light usually travels straight. It's not really bending. The light is just changing direction. So if they can prove that light is bending down at all these different angles because this temperature, now I don't really think that temperature does that. I don't think there would be any way for them to demonstrate this, but this is what they need to demonstrate at this point to explain why light is bending down. So I think I just about wrapped it up. So make sure you don't make like the same mistake of putting like a false cause on something. How do they know that's why the light's bending down, or that the light is even bending down, period? How do they even know that? They would have to be able to demonstrate it, and I don't think they can. So, Ronan, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for questions.
Thank you so much. So we are going to open it up for audience questions, but I'd just like to take the privilege to start by asking like a very short interview of maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll go to the audience from that point on, if that's all right.
Yeah, sure.
So, Hank, for someone who is brand new to this, and obviously you just gave a ton of great information, right? But say you had someone who's brand new and you only had the chance to point out one flaw that they could intuitively grasp with the heliocentric model that would make it clear to them that they should look into it further. What would you choose at all the different things you've researched to be that one introductory wedge to get someone to look into this?
Well, I would say the surface of the water, right? But a lot of people are going to say that that's so dumb that they're not even going to entertain it. So let me give you something that you can entertain. Imagine you have all the matter in the universe in one spot before the Big Bang, plus 95% of the universe that you can't see or observe, which they need for their model to work, which is the dark matter and dark energy. So everything you can see, plus everything we can't see in one spot, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well, wouldn't it? If mass attracts mass and this causes the bending and warping of space-time or whatever kind of gravity they choose, that would be a pretty deep gravitational well with a hell of a lot of pull, wouldn't it? How could anything escape that gravitational pull?
Right. Well, thank you, Hank. So there's a lot of people here. So let's open it up for questions. Does anyone have a question that comes immediately to mind for Hank? And again, obviously, always being respectful is the name of the game. But does anyone have a question? I have plenty more, but I want to give everyone a fair chance.
Yeah, I got a question. Hank, when it comes to the flat Earth theory, the most striking situation about it is the fact that the UN made over 123 countries sign a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty, and preventing people from going to Antarctica. I've seen flat Earth model, and most of the models states that the Antarctica is basically the edge of the flat Earth. And it makes me curious why the UN made over 123 countries sign that treaty. And, it kind of boggles my mind the more I think about it.
Well, the flat Earth isn't a theory. We all observe a natural stationary plane of existence. I don't think anyone here can say that they've experienced curvature or axial rotation, right? So it's not a theory. It's what we all experience. It's what your senses are telling you. So I would say if you believe flat Earth is a theory, what secondary knowledge has convinced you that your primary knowledge that you receive from your own senses is lying to you? So, and another thing, it's not a model either. A model is like a toy, right? It's like, this is what we think is going on. This is what we're going to use to make predictions off of, and they may or may not benefit us in technology and other aspects. But a model isn't reality, right? The dirt between your toes is the reality. And I would just say that the whole UN thing, I think it's a lot like Iceland. They told the Norsemen told the rest of Europe that it was Iceland. So they said tundra, basically, in modern English, right? They said, oh, it's just tundra. You wouldn't want to go there. You wouldn't want to live there, right? Because it turns out that they were ethnocentric and didn't like foreigners. Imagine that. So I think that's what's going on down below, right? They say that down south, it's all tundra. Well, wouldn't it, if Yeti crab can exist, right? And these are just crabs that can live in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean near these geothermal vents. Wouldn't it be possible with these geothermal vents to irrigate that thermal energy and maybe make even places that were livable if they did it correctly? So I think that it's just hidden land. That's what I think it boils down to. Hidden land.
Thank you. If I could ask another question, with the advance of technology that we've had, right, all the different technology like drones and rockets and videos and cameras and so forth, is there anything that's come out in recent times that is sort of like new visual evidence that helps to prove either that the Earth is flat or to debunk the globe or anything like that? Like, is there anything that's come out new as a result of technology that flat Earth has been able to show?
Well, Yeah, it's not actually a new technology. It's the sextant. It's actually a very old and ancient technology, and we're understanding that it has to be a triangle, right? When you're triangulating something, it has to be a triangle, or it doesn't work, right? So if you're trying to get your position here on Earth, right, and the light is bending down at 8 inches per mile squared, then it's not going to be a perfect 90 degrees at that angle, right? It's going to be some more acute angle, and you wouldn't be able to get they wouldn't work. The sextant it wouldn't work. Now, there's a big misunderstanding. A lot of people think that you have to go up to measure the curvature, but why would you have to leave the Earth, the thing you're trying to, measure, to measure it? You're right here on a surface. Wouldn't it just make a lot of sense to measure it here directly? And because of topography, that's too many variables for the average person who isn't like a mathematician. So we say do it over water, because anybody is smart enough. It doesn't matter who you are. You're smart enough to plug in the numbers in the Earth curve calculator and decide for yourself whether it's flat or it's curved. And that's all we're asking people to do.
Does anyone else have a question or comment? So Hank, you also believe in the firmament. Is that a necessary component in your thinking as well? The solid or semi-solid dome over the planet as well?
Well, we don't know the shape of it, but a lot of us think that it's a firmament, dome-shaped. Some of us think that it's a flat top, flat ceiling. And because of this, think about how perspective works. Let's say you have a drone, right? And you lift off and you stand on the liftoff pad. It's going to be right over your head at the zenith position, 12 o'clock, right? And you start, let's say it's a really good drone. Okay. So you start going west and it gets lower and lower and lower and lower till it kind of disappears into the horizon, but the altitude of the drone isn't changing. It's still, right under that 400-foot ceiling that they give us here in America. And it's still at the same altitude, but it appears to get lower, right? And then let's say that, once it leaves, you can't see it no more. This would be illegal to do. This is not advice. But let's say you could circle back around and come back around from the east. It would appear to rise like the sun, even though it never left that 400-foot altitude ceiling. It's never getting lower. It only appears to get lower. And that's why the sextant thing works so well, I think, is because anywhere in the world, if you know what time it is and where the star's location should be, you can almost pinpoint your exact location on this Earth. And the stars, they don't change. The position of the stars, they never change. Only the wandering stars, the so-called planets, those are the only ones that change. Right? All the other stars have the exact same position for 32,500 years, according to the BBC and the oldest known star chart that they found.
So what do you consider planets to be? Are they flat as well? Are they there? Are they do they have a spherical shape? What are planets to you? The wandering stars that you mentioned.
So to me, it's a light in the sky. And what it's made out of, what it's doing, how much it weighs, what's the mass, I don't know. It appears to make certain patterns in the sky at the exact same time that you would expect it, over and over again, so well that we can predict where it's going to be for thousands of years in the future. Now, that doesn't sound like a result of a random Big Bang. That sounds more like a Swiss, watch, a timepiece. One of those really high-end, really ornately designed watches. That doesn't sound random at all. So what are the planets? The honesty is we don't know, but they're more dependable than anything else we've ever seen.
So whenever there's like a meteorite, like something that comes from the heavens or comes from outside of the Earth, and it breaks through our atmosphere, and then it hits the Earth, how is that possible with a firmament dome?
I would say you'd have to show me, because when they've dug and tried to get the iron from these so-called meteorites, they can't never get it. It's like they dig and they don't find anything. They don't find the iron they were looking for, they were hoping to get, and they wasted a lot of money trying to do that. So I would say, because you see a streaking light in the sky, right? How do you know that it's made of ice and metal and all these other, known elements? When you see a light, why don't you assume that it's like all other lights, right? And all other lights in nature is plasma. Fire is plasma, right? Lightning is plasma.
Well, I know I have seen some in museums and stuff, right? And the others are sold for huge amounts of money.
Well, you can also buy Martian real estate. I hope you don't, but
This is true.
so how do you verify that's from some other place? Do you know what other places are made out of? And if they're made out of the same material that we have here, then how can I verify this rock has been to this place that is supposed to exist out in a vacuum, where there's these gas balls like Jupiter, where all the gas doesn't, do what it normally does and fill the available volume. It's just sitting there in like a big pile, right, of gas that's in a perfect sphere, and it's not doing what it should always do. So I've recently come up with this understanding of the second law of thermodynamics. And this is basically the gist of it. Entropy, right? Hot always goes to cold. So if you got a cup of coffee, you get a phone call, you come back 30 minutes later, it's all the temperature is leaked out and it's reached equilibrium. So it can't get any colder because it's in equilibrium. So the same thing with a charge. If you have two car batteries, one's completely charged and one's completely dead, you hook them up with the cables, 24 hours later, all the high charge is going to move into the low charge until it reaches equilibrium. Then you're going to have two halfway charged batteries. So the gas pressure works the same way. If you have a propane tank with 250 psi, despite all the gravity and bending and warping of space-time and mass attracting mass, I'll give you all of that, it still doesn't contain it. Once I open that propane tank, even though it's facing up away from the pull of gravity, at the surface of the Earth, where it's only stronger in the middle of the Earth, but we can't get there. So this is the strongest source of gravity. It's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium, and you come back 5 or 10 minutes later, and it's going to be 14.7 psi at sea level. Well, I'm going one step further, right? So this is specific gravity. Anybody can look it up. Specific gravity is the only gravity that is actually testable by the scientific method. So let's say you got a pail, right? And you put an apple in it, right? So you pour water in the pail, the apple rises. You take away the pail. You take away the water and the apple sinks to the bottom. Well, what did you manipulate? The cause, right? So what is the cause in this case? The relative density of the object. That's what I manipulated. And what was the effect? The effect was I proved that if you manipulate the relative density of an object, this is why objects here on Earth go up and down, except for birds and aerodynamics. Every other object in a medium is going to reach its equilibrium, and then it's going to stop. So if you drop a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum, they're going to go at the same speed until they reach their equilibrium, right? Now, if you do it in an atmosphere, let's say you do it above the Kármán line where there's no atmosphere, allegedly, right? And you drop the bowling ball, it's going to go down really fast, and so is the feather. And then as the atmosphere starts to increase the pressure, right, it's going to reach terminal velocity, which means it can't fall any faster. So that 9.8 meters a second, yes, that happens. Thank you. But it doesn't always happen. And yes, when you drop things, sometimes they fall, but they don't always fall. For example, a anvil will float in mercury. I know it sounds crazy, but we can show you the GIF that you put anvil anywhere on Earth, it's going to fall down, except in mercury. It floats like an ice cube because the relative density is more powerful than any gravity you can throw at it. And they say gravity, well, that's just one definition of gravity, right? So there's Newtonian, there's Einsteinian, there's dark gravity, and then there's specific gravity. So this specific gravity is the one that you can test. It's repeatable, falsifiable, testable. No matter what object you have, if it's in a medium, it'll seek its equilibrium. And think about the water cycle. The water changes phase, it turns into a gas, it goes straight up. I mean, defying gravity, and then people say that you have to have gravity in specific gravity. It's like, no, you can't mix the two. You can't hijack on that word. You can't just get on the gravity train and say this proves the bending and warping of space-time, because the bending and warping of space-time is just a concept. Like, I'm a Texan, so I have this concept about liberty and freedom, right? And governing myself. Like, you can't take those away and bend them. You can't bend my liberty because it's just a concept, right?
How does the concept of gravity, or what you were just explaining, prove that the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. What it does is it illustrates that not every gravity is scientific. There's only one scientific gravity, and that's specific gravity. It's one that you can test and falsify. So if I tell you that iron floats in mercury, this is a test you can do, right? If you tell me that a massive object will cause the bending and warping of space-time, the bending and warping of space-time that happens in space as well, right? So in this near-perfect vacuum where there's no material, there's this bending and warping of this non-material, non-physical space-time, right? So it's metaphysical. It's like talking about God and angels. Like, I can't test it. I can't prove it. I can't put it in a jar and take it to the lab. I can't paint it yellow and see what it does. This whole bending and warping of space-time, it's not scientific. Einstein had no hypothesis in his paper in 1915. It was all mathematical and equations and stuff. So math isn't science. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if, with the Earth being flat, what's underneath? Like,
the Russian borehole, they dug almost 8 miles, and every step of the way they predicted what they were going to find, and they were wrong every time. And when they got to 8 miles, they couldn't dig any further. So we don't know. And that's the thing about flat earthers. If you talk to a real flat earther, we're all hyper empiricists. If you ask us something we don't know, we better say we don't know, or else you better cite some sources to back up your claim. We're never going to go into speculation unless we say, hey, I'm speculating, what if the sun causes the tides? Because it has more energy and it would, disrupt the material. Let me think of a better way to phrase that. It would, and this is, hypothetical, this is just an example. Let's say it would perturb the water molecules and cause the tides. Right? That's just a speculation. So I don't have anything to back that up, so don't hold me to it. That's what we say when we're speculating. Any other time we're talking and you ask us to cite our source, we're going to be more than happy to stop what we're doing and cite our source and back up our claims.
That makes sense.
Question, if I can.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
You wanted to say following from that first?
Yeah, I had a couple more questions, but I can wait until after.
Okay, well, if you want to ask a few, go ahead.
Well, yeah. Okay, so first question, on top of all those, were you raised thinking the Earth was flat, or as a globe?
Absolutely not. I grew up in Texas, and we have a regular public school system. But when I was in the first grade, I discovered the science books on the bottom labeled space. And my grandmother's sister, my great aunt, she was the head librarian at the public library. So I kind of had free reign with all the space books that I could consume. And I was so into it that I debunked the moon landing before ever hearing someone else say that it was fake. So when I saw the flag waving in the wind, I knew there was no wind on the surface, because before 2019, the moon was in outer space and it was considered a vacuum. After 2019, now they say that the moon is in Earth's atmosphere, according to space.com. But yeah, I was raised globe earther, grew up watching Star Trek, Star Wars, space video games, etc., etc., etc. But I was following it so close that I started seeing problems. And there definitely is problems, specifically when you try to reconcile Einstein's gravity with quantum physics. There's this thing called the cosmological constant crisis, or the cosmological constant problem, right? And this says that when you compare what we theorize compared to what we observe, you're off by an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. This is the huge factor, according to Michio Kaku. He said, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, oh man, you need a new theory, right? But they don't do away with the theory. They just keep ad hocing explanations where they make up on the spot as to this is why this still works. Now, any village idiot can tell you why it still works. So according to Michio Kaku, the galaxies are spinning 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to create enough pull for the outer stars, because it's the opposite of a solar system. Pluto has the longest year and Mercury has the shortest. Well, in a galaxy, it's the opposite. The stars near the center have the longest year, and the stars in the outward arms have the shortest year. So it's like taking kids and put them on a merry-go-round and see what speed they fly off, and then increase it by 10 for your next experiment, and pray to dark matter that it's going to come save the children and that none of them get hurt. Right, that's what's going on. The math doesn't work out at the galactic level. Now, as far as making so-called predictions, which are actually postdictions, because it's a pattern, the sky is like a clock, like a pattern. They say they're making predictions, but they're all postdictions. But the math works out at the solar system level, but it absolutely doesn't work out at the quantum level, like I said earlier, quantum physics, and it doesn't work out at the galactic level, and that's why they need the dark matter theory, because it doesn't work.
So when you realized at one point in time in your life that the earth is actually flat, it's not what you were being taught in school or what everyone around you thought, did you find that you were talking to everybody, trying to get them to see that that was the case, and then maybe be ostracized by people or ridiculed by people? And if so, how did that affect your life?
Well, the thing is that I'm backing up what I'm claiming, right? I'm telling people to go do it themselves. So when I tell people, let's say 10 years ago, I told my uncle, yeah, man, look into that 9/11, that building 7. He's like, oh, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. And then a couple years later, he'd come around and be like, you know what? You were right. I'd be like, what was I right about? What are you talking about? He'd be like, about, building 7, about how it collapsed. And then a few years later, September the 3rd, I think, a few years back, Fairbanks, Alaska, did a 4-year study with another college professor from Japan. And this college, it's a structural engineering college. And they nearly quoted me word for word. So this is what the abstract says. The abstract says that in Building 7, it was a near simultaneous collapse of all the columns. Now, a column is what holds the building up, right? So if it was a fire, it would have been a progressive collapse, like dominoes, because the fire doesn't poof the whole building up at once. Only some sort of explosion or timed demolition could do something like that. A fire isn't capable of doing that. So in Fairbanks, Alaska, when they put their stuff out, I could just grab that link and just post it wherever, and I don't have to say anything. Nobody has to believe me, because this is now what the experts are saying. So if anybody ever ostracized me, that's their problem, not mine, because I can look at both sides of the coin on every situation and weigh out the evidence like a sober judge, instead of getting my emotions involved. And then, you got your preconceived bias, you got logical fallacies. Once you understand all these things and you know how to govern your own emotions, then you can look at things more clearly rather than having the cognitive dissonance. Now, the people with the cognitive dissonance, that's their problem. That's something that they have to work through, right? And if they treat me different while they're going through that, I don't really care.
Well said. Thank you.
If I can ask you a question now. So postulating, you said that there's a firmament, whether it be a dome or a ceiling type of firmament. Do you believe, like as the Bible says, that above that firmament is water, that there is perhaps outside of that or above us a watery layer or water beyond the firmament? Is that part of your understanding?
So this is the law of correspondence. It's a natural law. As above, so below. So they say that there's water above, and so there's water below, right? So we know that there's deep underground oceans, right? North Texas, the Panhandle, is connected to one of the largest. They found a whole bunch of them in China. Right, so we know that there's water below, and if there's evaporated water above us, then it has to be above us. But when you're talking about on the other side of the firmament, I mean, who could know such things? We could speculate that, there is a firmament, but there has to be a container because you're breathing right now. So if you got gas pressure, the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is containment. So there has to be something. It's like you can't eat a steak without cow. So nobody's eating a steak and wondering whether or not cows really exist or not. So yeah, there's something up there, but who knows what's above it or who knows what it's made out of.
So a follow-up question to that. Do you believe that the Earth's moon, the moon that's visible from Earth, is inside of the firmament, or is it in here with us, or is it on the other side, or is it part of the firmament?
I would say it's hard to tell the location of the moon. They say that it's 238 miles away. 238,000 miles away, but we can allegedly see a piece of it that's like 50 miles across with our naked eye. So when you do the math, that doesn't really work out. So we don't know where it is. We just don't think that it's as far away as they say that it is. And we don't know that it's made out of, who knows what it's made out of? The astronauts gave petrified wood to, I think, Holland and passed it off as a moon rock. So we don't know what it's made out of.
Question. If I assume that under the model of flat Earth that you're describing, the South Pole is, not actually some singular point, but spread around in, a circular fashion, where the North Pole is, in fact, more of a representative focal point, correct?
So we don't have a model. Anyone that ever tells you that we have a model, it's incorrect, because at this point we're consolidating facts, right? So we're not free enough to create a model. And the truth is, you don't have a model either. You don't have a scientific model. In fact, your model doesn't work either. So just to be clear, if you've seen concepts of a flat Earth, it's like a disk flying through space or turtles or something involved, we're not claiming that. Nobody claims a model. If you're claiming a model and you're a flat earther, you're obviously new and you don't know what you're talking about, because what people do is they put out these models that are straw man versions of what we're claiming that we live on, and then they debunk the model. And then they say, oh, this is fact checked. We debunked this. Well, you debunked a straw man. Classic. So there is no model. Now, I've seen the concept that you're referring to, right? That's not what I'm claiming. What I'm claiming is that you can measure water and it's missing curvature.
Isn't that a bit of a double standard, though? Because you're effectively trying to debunk other models while simultaneously not presenting any to be tested.
Okay, you want a model? I'll give you a model. The water has zero curvature. Go test that. If you don't mind.
Well, if the Earth is flat in any configuration, then I should not be able to fly around from any point to any other point without crossing over any sort of central place, wherever the center of that flat space is. It would, if it's round, it's wrapped around itself, and I can go without crossing over a path I've already been. Places would be connected two different ways, effectively, in either direction. And so the easiest way for an individual in their own life experience to then test things, would be either to charter a boat or a private series of private planes or so on and so forth to fly or sail from point to point and see what was actually closer to what, and if they could get something from multiple ways to see if, it was wrapped around. This is something you could do in your own individual life, correct?
Yeah, you're talking about making a map. Like, we're not trying to prove where the continents are as relationship to other continents, because all maps are incorrect slightly somewhere. There's no perfect map of the world, right? And what is going on is we have Cartesian coordinates maps. They're all in grids, right? Squares. If the Earth was a sphere, wouldn't the maps be wouldn't they be rectangular coordinates? Because rectangles fit on a sphere, right? But they're all flat Earth maps because they're Cartesian coordinates. So if you want to know the shape of the Earth, yeah, you can fly around and go to space or whatever you want to do, but I don't know. I just think that you should measure it directly. I don't know why that makes sense, but like if I wanted to prove to you that I had a 12-foot boot size, wouldn't I just give you my foot instead of, well, you can measure my fingernails, or, you know, you can take a train, right, and ask other people, right, how big my foot is. No, I would give you my foot and say, see, it's a size 12. Told you. Just measure it directly. I don't know why everybody comes up with, we could go to Antarctica and we could take flight and we could take rockets and we can go to space. You're not going to space, sorry, but you can go to the ocean. 95% of the population lives near an ocean.
Well, the thing that I am suggesting, it would involve simply chartering boats. You know, you could do this if you had an ocean-worthy vessel. Like I'm not giving saying to go become an astronaut. I'm simply putting out the thought process of being able to test if the surface of the Earth is wrapped in some way. Now, you could say that, you know, potentially you could have a cylinder, and that would also be wrapped. But the notion of whether it's wrapped, so you could come from either direction to a similar point in all spaces, that is a testable hypothesis. An individual with a boat could do. They wouldn't have to make any measurements. They would just have to say, can I get from here to here without crossing this? Do you understand what I don't know if I'm wondering if I'm communicating clearly is what I mean to say.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then you should be able to go to Argentina, South America, and take a short flight across the ocean to South Africa or Australia or New Zealand. But what you'll see is most of the flights, they go towards the north, and then they come back down towards the south. Now, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be like direct flights. And if there are, I would say that book it, see if you can go on it. So I'm not completely disagreeing with you. But what I'm trying to illustrate is that what's that going to prove? Okay, we don't know how fast they're going up there, right? Nobody has like a speedometer that they could take with them. And you're going to be a lot better off just by measuring it directly, because at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So when I was in North Beach, I mean, me and my wife at night saw the lights across the way. And it's like those light poles aren't 66 feet above the water, right? So anybody can do this. You don't have to take my word for anything. I'm just an egghead on the internet, right? Who knows, right? I may be lying. But all I'm asking people to do is just go measure it for themselves and find out. If it's curved, it should be easy to prove it, real easy, because you can't see past a certain point, and it's going to be like that every single time. And you're never going to be able to see further. But the problem is we keep seeing further than we're supposed to be able to see, and we've debunked horizon, and now everybody admits that it's a refracted horizon. That's what the flat earthers are saying.
Well, the comment you made earlier about refraction, you were talking about light coming down through the atmosphere, but the light coming across the atmosphere is different, because the light that comes, you know, conceivably from space, according to a globe model, passes through the atmosphere directly and comes down. Whereas light that is coming, you know, through the edge of the curve that you're looking at, be passing through larger amount of atmosphere, because it would actually be going across in that way, and so it would experience a greater amount of, you know, it would refract more so because it's going through a much larger amount of atmosphere, because it's coming through sideways at a much more a much higher angle.
Okay, so if you got a star right over your head, it's not passing through a bunch of different layers at an angle, right? But if you got a star that's, say, like between 30 and 60 degrees, right, that's going through a bunch of different density layers, and you would actually see more refraction and stellar objects than you would looking across the same medium, because if you're 1 foot above the water and you look across 10 miles away at 1 foot above the water, you're in the same exact medium, the same density. Now, if something is several stories high, the higher up you look at the building, yeah, it might get wonky up there, because now you're looking through different layers of atmosphere. The higher you look up at a building, you're not supposed to see it, and you see it, and you look up, it's kind of wonky and wavy up there up top. That's because you're looking through different layers now. But if you just look at the bottom of the image, that's going to be clear, except for, okay, this is this is really important to understand. What you know about light is very little. Me too, right? I'm in the same boat with you. Light is incredibly hard, difficult, not easy to understand. So when you're looking at Chicago from Michigan, right, at like 50, 60 miles away, you're not actually seeing the buildings. You're seeing the light reflect off the buildings. So as the light is reflecting off the buildings and headed toward your eye, it's expanding in all directions. It's diverging. The image is stretching like you're zooming in. And you can see this when you're at the bottom of the pool and you look across and you see a light on the other side at nighttime. And the light looks huge, right? But then you get close and you change the bulb and it's actually a very small, tiny little filament. But the way that light works, it expands in all directions. And if you look at the inverse square law, every time you double the distance, the light intensity drops 4 times. So the intensity is what changes. Light does travel forever, but not at the same intensity. So I guess it could never go down to 0 because it's always going to be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. So when you're looking at light from that far away, it's like, say you got a cowboy and you want to read his belt buckle to see which rodeo he won or whatever, right? As you zoom in, his feet are going to get cut off on the bottom. Well, the same thing's happening to the image of Chicago. The light is diverging in all directions and stretching, and one of those directions is down towards the water. And when the light bounces off the water, it never hits you in the eye. So this could cause false horizons. And anybody can look up Skunk Bay time lapse with grids and see what I'm talking about. You can see that as the day progresses, there's a GIF. I'm sure somebody's posting a GIF right now. And you can see how it looks like the other side of the bay is getting flooded out as the day progresses and the sun perturbs the atmosphere, but it's not. It's just the light, or the way it's interacting with the atmosphere, it's causing a false horizon in front of it when the actual real horizon is actually behind it. And you can see it. It's clear as day to see the false horizon come up, swallow the buildings, and at the end of the day spit it back out like it never really happened. But it's really difficult to see this sort of refraction happening where you can notice it, because when we're looking at refraction, it normally takes instruments, right? So in this case, we took a time lapse and we sped it up. Now you can see it, right? But what really happens is that the horizon changes places throughout the day based on interference of the conditions of the atmosphere and the sun interacting with it. Sorry if I went on a rabbit trail on that one, but it's very difficult to understand what light is doing.
I followed what you were saying. I disagree with a little bit of it, but one of the larger points is I don't understand how many of the points you're making actually relate to the differences between a globe or flat model of the Earth. Like, then, for example, you're pointing out many flaws in, institutional sciences and what they pretend to know, what they don't really know. I mean, they've changed what they think the speed of light is on occasion, things like that. And these are true. Fair enough. But there's a difference between, okay, they're wrong about some things, or they don't always admit when they're wrong about some things, and therefore flat Earth. I guess I'm just not following how a flat Earth. It seems like you are looking for things which can't be explained, and then therefore, if not everything can be explained, the Earth is flat. And I'm being critical, but I'm being bluntly honest.
Yeah, I just want to say that, that's not my argument. My argument is go measure the water yourself and falsify or verify it. That's my argument. That's my real argument is here today. Everything else about a model, we don't have a model. We don't live in a model. The Earth is the real Earth that's outside. When you go walk around and you get dirt between your toes. That's what the real Earth is. And it presents itself as a flat, stationary plane. And you can all go outside and verify this. So the whole model thing, we don't have that. We're not worried about models. We're not free enough as a population to go test this world and its boundaries and see what it is and what shape it is and what it's doing and where the boundaries are. As far as I know, we have these mandates from governments saying that we can't go to Antarctica and we can't tell what it is. So all we got is what's right here, right? And this is the real Earth, and you can actually go test it and see what it is. Now, as far as the other stuff that I've talked about, gravity is important, right? Because how are spaceballs made? In the heliocentric model, gravity pulls the matter together because mass attracts mass. So if I debunk mass attracting mass, which I don't need to do that, Professor Shankar has already done that for me, Professor of Physics of Yale. And, I can cite my sources for that and show you that mass attracting mass, that's 106 years out of date, pseudoscience. And then the whole bending and warping of space-time, you can't prove it. So I can just dismiss it because there's no hypothesis test or experiment that we can demonstrate the bending and warping of space-time. So, all I'm trying to do is let you know that the real shit, sorry for cursing, is the specific gravity. And you can test it with balloons. I mean, all children, like to play with balloons because, this is what the real world is, right? Not everything falls when you drop it. Yeah, you drop your cell phone, it's going to break. Did you expect the atmosphere to hold it up? No, there's not enough buoyant force in the atmosphere to hold up your cell phone. But there is enough buoyant force to hold up the balloon.
So I know you'll say, we don't know and we can't know, but is space travel just out of the picture? Should we not even be bothering? Is that a pipe dream? The whole concept of exploring beyond this realm, do you think?
Well, it's kind of funny because what do you mean by space, right? You're in Canada, I'm in Texas. So there's a great deal of space between us, right? Yeah, we can travel, right? You could come to Texas and I could show you the Gulf, right? But as far as us going to live on Mars one day, I mean, that just seems bizarre to me to think that you could go live on a light in the sky. I would think it would make a lot more sense that, we could go terraform Antarctica. Doesn't that make more sense?
Perhaps, yeah, quite possibly. Do you think that the nature of the Earth as we observe it is explicitly indicating an intelligent designer, like a creator? Like, does that go hand in hand with this understanding that this is some kind of a created realm?
Well, to me, it does, because when I think about what Native American life was like, and the man would just go out early in the morning and just get, fruits and berries and fish and deer from, everything we need is here. It's almost like an anthouse for humans, right? And then when you look at the information theory, right, and this is the part that you need to type in, functional sequence specified complexity. When you look into that, I mean, you'd have to have a great deal of faith to find a Rolex watch in the woods and think to yourself, my God, how long did it take for the woods to create this magnificent timekeeping device? That would require some faith that I do not possess. So when I see something with intricate design, specifically functional sequence, right? That's what the DNA pattern is, whatever you want to call it, the code. It's a functional sequence with specified complexity. So we know the difference between a sand dune and a sand castle. Everyone on Earth, every child on Earth knows that the sandcastle has to have had a crater. You're never going to get a letter from the mail from no one, right? If you trace it back, it's always going to go back to the three things that information exchange requires: an intelligent sender, an agreed upon medium, like English, and an intelligent receiver. So if you send an English letter to a man who only speaks Mandarin, no information was exchanged. All three requirements have to happen. And the only way that could happen is with an intelligent sender. So yes, I would agree that this place is special. You are special. You're not mold on bread. You don't need to die. We do need to take a better care of our sacred rivers, water, soil, air, right? I'm not, completely down for destroying the earth, but I think that the climate change thing has been hijacked by people who want to tax the West. I mean, why wouldn't they want to worry about China, right? They got companies over there that produce more pollution than entire countries. But yeah, let's tax the West because that's going to solve all the problems, right?
I see. And you mentioned Antarctica, and you may have mentioned this before, but do you believe, I've heard some people say that maybe our little ice wall enclosed part of this world is just one of many scattered throughout a wider ice plain, or that there could be other realms beyond the ice wall. but on the same plane. Do you subscribe to that concept?
No, those are called outer ponders. Although I have a few friends who are outer ponders, we don't all agree on all the speculative stuff. But these outer ponders, it does make sense that there could be, hypothetically, other people from other continents that we're unaware of. Whether they're in another container, I mean, that's all speculation. So I couldn't really, definitively say what's going on, but there are a sect of flat earthers that are called outer ponders, that they believe that there's maybe more land outside of this container that we're in. And maybe they don't even believe in a container, some of them. But yeah, most flat earthers, we all agree the water is measuring flat. Like, we all disagree on a great deal of many other things, but we're not really at each other's throat. We just say, okay, you and I, we're not going to agree on the subject. So we're going to agree to disagree, bury the conversation. We're never going to talk about this again because we're not going to change each other's minds. So let's stand on common ground. And that's what we're doing. That's why we all get along, is because we have common ground.
He just said the moon makes cold light. I know what you may be thinking. Haley, this isn't the kind of video you would post on your channel, your skate channel, right? Well, today I feel like I have to post this video because it has come to my attention that some people who watch this channel and comment on videos are skeptics of the natural world and how we look at it. I'm saying flat earthers. There's some flat earthers that have commented on my videos. We're gonna debunk this. It's kind of crazy that there are some people out there who deny an already undeniable scientific, not even scientific, okay, it's scientific, but it's just a fact that the Earth is a sphere.
It's a sphere.
It's not flat. It's not a flat plane. I think it's 2% of Americans believe that the Earth is flat. They just completely reject science.
But we'll try to use common sense and just think. We don't need to use scientific equations to explain why the Earth is round.
They think the ISS is made in Hollywood. They think it's all like a sham.
So it's just on the floor.
Yeah.
So if he wants to say that the moon landing was fake, you got to think about the technology they had back then. They weren't using green screens, 4K cameras, suspension systems that are this elaborate.
Yes, but they did have elaborate enough technology to go to the moon. And they put all that effort into going to the moon and not movies because that's way more impressive than China.
Exactly. So it's if we didn't have the chickenpox vaccine, the polio vaccine, there would be just distinction of the human race. There would be so much more deaths. And it's what I think is weird is that a lot of flat earthers, when they were kids, they were vaccinated by their parents and they had vaccines. So it's why do you think? Do you think you're just special and that it didn't affect you?
Right.
No.
So you gotta be okay, yeah, we all live on this plane, this flat plane, and the thing that's keeping us to the flat plane is that we're all accelerating upwards really quick. A lot of flat earthers will try to make you think that they're the spinning ball theory is so bogus, but it's is it really saying that, we live on a spinning ball, is that really more insane than saying, we live on this huge flat giant plane?
So when you're flying around it, you're really flying flat because you're not going up, you're so small, you're just falling with gravity, so you don't have to turn, you're flying on a flat plane.
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers okay, well yeah, if the Earth is curved, then why is the plane constantly dipping down all the time? Well, because I don't think people understand how massive the Earth is. It's pretty big. I don't think they understand how small a plane is compared to that. It's pretty small. He just said the moon makes cold light. I know what you may be thinking. Haley, this isn't the kind of video you would post on your channel, your skate channel, right? Well, today I feel like I have to post this video because it has come to my attention that some people who watch this channel and comment on videos are skeptics of the natural world and how we look at it. I'm saying flat earthers. There's some flat earthers that have commented on my videos. We're gonna debunk this. It's kind of crazy that there are some people out there who deny an already undeniable scientific, not even scientific, okay, it's scientific, but it's just a fact that the Earth is a sphere.
It's a sphere.
It's not flat. It's not a flat plane. I think it's 2% of Americans believe that the Earth is flat. They just completely reject science.
But we'll try to use common sense and just think. We don't need to use scientific equations to explain why the Earth is round.
They think the ISS is made in Hollywood. They think it's all like a sham.
So it's just on the floor.
Yeah.
So if he wants to say that the moon landing was fake,
you got to think about like the technology they had back then. They weren't using green screens, like 4K cameras, suspension systems that are like this elaborate.
Yes, but they did have elaborate enough technology to go to the moon. And they put all that effort into going to the moon and not movies because that's way more impressive than China.
Exactly. So it's like if we didn't have like the chickenpox vaccine, the polio vaccine, there would be just distinction of the human race. There would be so much more deaths. And it's what I think is weird is that a lot of flat earthers, like when they were kids, they were vaccinated by their parents and like they had vaccines. So it's like, why do you think? I'm like, do you think you're just special and that it didn't affect you?
Right.
Like, no.
So gravity, like, okay, yeah, we all live on this plane, this flat plane, and the thing that's keeping us to the flat plane is that we're all accelerating upwards really quick. A lot of flat earthers will try to make you think that they're like, oh, the spinning ball theory is so bogus. But it's like, is it really saying that, oh, we live on a spinning ball? Is that really more insane than saying, oh, we live on this huge flat giant plane?
So when you're flying around it, you're really flying flat because you're not going that, like you're so small, you're just falling like with your gravity. So you don't have to turn, like you're flying on a flat plane.
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers are like, okay, well, yeah, if the Earth is curved, then why is the plane constantly dipping down all the time? Like, well, because it's so, I don't think people understand how massive the Earth is. It's pretty big. I don't think they understand how small a plane is compared to that. It's pretty small.
So here we go. Your show, so you lead the way. But for me, this is a test if humanity is going to survive because you guys are the future of this world. And I'm going to show you stuff that you never even thought of. And I'm really curious if you guys are going to be able to see it. So
yeah. I don't have a completely closed mind going into this interview. Like, so far, I haven't seen any concrete evidence, though, of flat Earth. So if anyone could explain something like logical, I'm open for it. I'm open to hear.
And I'll give you one better than that. When I first heard about this, I had a closed mind. I went in. You're going in with an open mind, so kudos to you for that. But I had a closed mind. And it's not, luckily I did it in 2015 when YouTube and Google would serve you good information. If you Google flat Earth, you're going to just get disinformation there's teams of paid shills, trolls, whatever you want to call them out there, putting out crap information. Like if you try to search, let's say you say for the next week, 18 hours a day, I'm going to research flat Earth. You're going to find maybe 2 hours worth of good content. The rest is going to be propaganda nonsense to gatekeep your mind. So with that said, I'll just start real quick, and then you guys could ask questions. I'll just give you a quick little intro.
Okay.
Cool?
Yep.
So when you think of flat Earth, people think this. No flat earther believes this. If you Google flat Earth, you end up at the Flat Earth Society. That is a government-controlled disinformation site. Obama plugged it a half a dozen times in his speeches. Okay, that's a place that'll tell you, well, flat earthers believe that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second to create gravity. No flat earther believes that. That's only what globe believers believe flat Earth believers do. So, excuse me. The other thing is we're not a pancake. We're not a disc floating in space with a bunch of other round planets. Like if you Google flat Earth in space, this is what you see. This is Flat Earth Society nonsense. Nobody believes this. So if the Earth isn't a pancake floating in space, what is it? And the best way I describe it is it's like a pond or a puddle, right? A puddle is where water accumulates in the low spot in the land, and the edge of the puddle is where the land is higher than the water. Make sense? Right?
Right. Okay.
And a pond is a bigger puddle. A lake is a bigger pond. And the way I describe the world is it's a giant lake. A giant lake. Large bodies of water at rest lay flat. Scientifically testably, provably flat. We can prove that. All of the islands, continents are surrounded by water, but all of the water is surrounded by higher land. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. Antarctica is not a continent at the bottom of a spinning ball. Antarctica is all of the land that surrounds our known world, and nobody is allowed to explore this outer space. It's off limits to everybody until the year 2041, and by then they'll kick it down the road another 60 years. So with that said, hit me.
Okay, you're saying that the water just collects like in the earth like it would for a lake, but what forces make the water collect like that? Why does it stay down? Like, why does it stay down?
Very good question. So gravity for one, if you talk to the high priests of scientism like Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, and everyone else, gravity is a theory. And it's such a crappy theory. 96% of it is made up with dark matter and dark energy, which has never been seen, never been tested, but they theorize that it's real because gravity doesn't work without it. Well, it doesn't work with it either. So I'm with you. If I had a handful of ping pong balls and marbles and I held them in the air over a pool and I dropped them, they're both going to fall through the air because they're more dense than the air. The ping pong balls are going to sit on top of the water because they're less dense than the water, and the marbles are going to go to the bottom because they're more dense. So the question is, what makes things go down? We live in this free energy system. I don't know if you guys have looked into free energy, but it's a real thing. The sun and the moon are the cathode and anode of the Earth battery. The salt water, not the fresh water, carries the current. Salt water carries electricity. And the land is the salt bridge of the battery. So the land the Earth does not move at all. It has a negative charge to it. That's not a theory. It has a testable negative charge to it. And there's voltage in the air. When you leave the Earth, a meter off the ground, there's 100 volts. 2 meters off the ground, there's 200 volts. And it goes up from there. And we believe that there's a dome over us, which has the positive. Now, a lot of this is like, well, this is too much for me. This is how a battery works. So that negative charge, it's a incoherent electrical charge, and it attracts things. It's a very weak force, super weak force, just like they say gravity is a weak force, and it attracts things to it, right? So, so how can we prove that? Because first thing is, every test for mass attracting mass has failed. They have one called I don't know, I forget, it was these two giant lead balls in a barn. Globers don't even use that as an excuse anymore because it's just flawed on so many purposes. But here's the thing, a tinfoil triangle, when we put an electric charge into it, it goes up. As soon as that electrical charge is more than the Earth's electrical charge, it repels from the Earth. Okay, so it's electromagnetism that establishes the down, and the relative buoyancy and density sort everything else out.
Well, first off, to address that very long point you made, you start off by saying gravity is just a theory, and I feel like you're getting caught up on the semantics of the word theory. I know you probably understand that a theory is a very well-tested and supported hypothesis with thousands and thousands of experiments, but it's kind of hard to disregard gravity as a theory when it's like one of the highest things you can hold like a phenomenon to. Yeah.
Well, so that's one definition of a theory, and I heard you say that. But it's a theory that can't be tested. It actually is just a theory. Without it, the entire heliocentric model falls apart. So here we have the sun, which is this giant ball, right? So first, if you believe in the heliocentric model, nothing exploded, created everything, and then all of the rocks turned into rocky planets, and all of the gases turned into giant gas balls and left a vacuum in between. Well, that's scientifically impossible, but so these giant gas balls have so much gravity, they can hold on to the Earth and all of the other planets in a row for millions of miles farther. But the Earth somehow holds on to the moon. And when the moon's coming around the backside of the Earth towards the sun, how come it doesn't speed up or get ripped away? And when it's moving away from the sun, how come it doesn't slow down? It doesn't. The sun's gravity doesn't perturb any moons, but it only holds on to the ball. So here's a test that you can do. Take the world's best supercomputer. It's called the three-body problem. You put a sun in there and you say, okay, it's this big, it's got this much gravity, and you put another planet in there, you set them in orbit, it works perfectly. You can predict where it's going to be for any amount of time into the future. Add one more body, either a moon or another planet, and the entire thing goes into chaos mode and never repeats. If the Earth was a heliocentric if the solar system was what they say, when we have these planetary alignments, everything would move. Nothing would repeat, but everything repeats. Everything repeats. Go out tonight, look at the stars, and then next year, same night, same time, look at the stars. They're in the exact same position, even though we're corkscrewing through space, supposedly, traveling billions of miles every year, and somehow all of the stars line up again. That's impossible.
You don't think it's because... I know you don't believe in the vast outer space, but you don't think it's because stars are already so far away from us? And
so that's something, by the way, I said the same thing. This is indoctrinated into us from cosmos, from all of this stuff. We can scientifically prove that that's impossible. For example, if the sun, they tell us the sun is this giant ball, right? And we're this tiny little dot, and this is the size comparison or whatever it is. If the sun was a mile over your head, it would fill the entire sky, just for sizes. It would fill the entire sky. We move the sun 93 million miles away, which is another made up story, and it turns into the size of a coin at arm's length. You with me?
With you still.
Okay. If I made that 24 times farther, there's no way you can see it. Its angular size scientifically would be provably is smaller than your eye could resolve. Well, that's 3 light hours. If I made it 24 times as far away, that's 3 light hours. 3 light hours. We scientifically can prove that we couldn't see the sun. So let's look at Polaris, our North Star. They say Polaris is 46 times larger. So all we'd have to do is say, okay, 3 light hours times 46, we'll call that 2 days. So 6 light days away. We could not see Polaris, but they tell us it's 433 light years away. I know these are big numbers, but we can scientifically prove that we could not see Polaris for one, just by the angular size at 6 light hours, and they tell us it's 433 light years away. It's nonsense. Are you guys familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
No, but
all right,
so what you're saying, the reason you can see the starlight is because there's like nothing in between it. Like there's no way to like dilute the starlight in space.
It's in a vacuum. So
it's in a vacuum.
I'm with you. And so the thing called the inverse square law of light. Every time you double the distance to a light, even through empty space, it's 1/4 the brightness. So you have that to deal with. Okay. If the sun is its brightness, if we made it, just double the distance, it's 1/4 the brightness. So that's 186,000 miles. We'll call it 200 million miles. It's 1/4 of the brightness. 400 million miles, it's a 16th of the brightness. 800 million miles, we're not even to a friggin' light day yet. We're nowhere. And it would be so dim. Science proves that we can't see these things. Now we're just told light travels forever. The stars we're looking at were there 30 million years ago. Nonsense. It's all made up nonsense. And we can prove it. Have you guys ever looked up at Mars? Seen Mars in the sky?
Yeah. Sure.
It's bright, right? It's pretty darn bright. It's brighter than any star. It's got a little red hue to it, right? So NASA tells us that Mars is a dusty, dirty ball, right? Dusty, dirty ball. Here's a picture from the rover, supposedly on Mars. How is this thing reflecting light all the way back to Earth using the inverse square law of light? Or even not. Let's just say it's reflecting it at this brightness. How do we see it brighter than a star? And also, this is Greenland. This is from NASA's website. This is Greenland. This is from NASA's website. This is a picture from Greenland. Do you see the problem?
A lot of hills that look exactly like each
This
other.
is the exact same photo. They just turned it into a sepia tone and took out the clouds. Okay? NASA's lying. NASA lies about everything, and I could prove that.
Excluding the 2 different images, if we're just talking about how we can see Mars, right? So if we're just talking about why we can see Mars from here and it's so bright, if the surface of the planet is so dim, right? The light's not being reflected off the surface of the planet. It's being reflected off of Mars' thin atmosphere that is highly...
The 1% atmosphere. Is that what you're saying? It's being reflected off of that?
That's the same with any planet, though.
Okay, so we see how big and bright the sun is. Well, if you're on Mars, it's much smaller. The sun is tiny on Mars. So that little tiny sun can light up Mars and send that light back to Earth as bright as a star or the sun. That's a belief that if you believe that, I don't know how I can help you.
Nuclear fission, it's massive and extremely bright.
Wait, say that again?
The sun supports its own gravity by nuclear fission. The mass in the center is so dense and so hot that it's smashing molecules together in fission, so making new molecules, which produces nuclear energy, allowing it to support its own gravity. And in doing so, it releases light and heat energy. So
you got an A in physics, I'm sure, because you memorized and regurgitated that nonsense perfectly. There's absolutely no proof of that whatsoever. How is that heat sent to us through the emptiness of space, and then it's just the right temperature where we are?
That's the fluke. That's why there's not a lot of Earth we're just able
see.
So
Like,
if I went halfway to the sun, should it be warmer?
Halfway to the sun.
That's why Venus is like Venus would be like in a oh my gosh, inhabitable because that planet's so hot because they're closer to the sun.
Venus is another one. Venus's size and the distance that they tell us when it's at its closest to us is smaller than our eyes' ability to see. So we can't see it. And then there's other times when it's on the other side, when it's farther away, there's no way we can see it when it's at its closest. So you're repeating stuff that's unverifiable, told by the guys at NASA. I guess we should jump to NASA and just show you how they're faking everything. Because once you are dealing with liars, then you can't take anything they say as a fact unless you can verify it yourself. I'm showing you stuff you can verify, but we'll jump into that next. Go ahead. Next proof.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about the sun and the moon. Like, it's not how we perceive it, like in the flat earth model. Like I've never just what is it? What is the flat earth model?
What is the sun and the moon? So the sun, again, anything above our heads or anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, we don't know because we can't go there, but we can do experiments and tests and we can theorize stuff and do stuff that'll show us that, all right, that makes a lot of sense. This sun is clearly not going down. It's clearly just going away. It depends on where you are in the world, the humidity in the air, all sorts of things. And you can see that the sun is just moving away, right? It's not going down. You have to believe that when you're watching the sunset, that you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound because that's what's making the sun appear to go down. That's crazy. That's insanity.
Why is that
insanity?
Well, I'm a little lost on how like that would be crazier than thinking the Earth is like moving away.
The Earth is not moving away.
No, it's just that you're saying like the speed of sound is like some unfathomable speed where it's only like 1,000 or 700?
700 miles an hour. So the sun and the moon are within the Earth system. They circle around and they basically just go around within the Earth system underneath the firmament. Everything that we see is between us and the firmament.
So the moon and the sun are very small.
Very small. And they're not, the things that we see, they're not physical, okay? They're more of a reflection or a projection into our world system.
From where?
Well, that's a great question. I say within the firmament or above it. This is just a shot from a certain weather conditions where we have these sundogs and science will go, well, that's the crystals and everything. The sun manifests in a spot in the sky relative to each person viewing it, right? If we were outside, two of us were outside 50 yards apart looking at a giant mirror and the sun was setting behind us. And I sent Haley up to the mirror and I say, hey, draw a circle right there with a Sharpie. That's where I see the sun. And then they went over to where you were standing 50 yards away. She'd draw another circle and those circles would be 50 yards apart. But we're both looking at the sun in a different position. The more people you try to get to triangulate the position of the sun or the moon, the worse the calculations come out, the farther off they get because we're not looking at something in the same position. But again, we don't need to look up at the optics of the sky to see what shape the Earth is. Because when you're looking up at the optics of the sky, there's a lot going on. There's water. There's possibly a curved glass, glass-like dome. And when there's water and curved glass involved, you don't know what direction things are moving, what direction things are facing. None of it makes any sense. Watch when they move the glass here. Which way does the arrow go? Okay, so the directions of things in the sky and the way we see them, right? All bets are off the table when we're looking up at the sky.
So someone threw up a big glass dome, or was it just
a water
somehow?
It's not somebody. It's this world was intelligently designed. That's up to you to figure out who the heck did that, what the heck did that. Right? It's just intelligently designed. That's as far as I take it. It's intelligently designed, provably so. I mean, and we didn't evolve from pond scum. We are designed. By who? Can make up a million stories. I don't know. Here's
just go
ahead.
Oh.
No, if the sun is 93 million miles away, can you
backtrack.
explain this?
What about it?
He's saying the clouds going behind it.
I'm saying the sun
Are you
is
trying to say
within the clouds, and that's because we're not seeing a physical sun.
Where? Oh,
This is
wonder
in
who filmed
Florida.
That video and
That was in Florida.
setting.
That was in Florida.
I feel like an iPhone.
No,
I
this
don't
was done
think
with
you
a
can.
this was done with a P900 super zoom camera. One of the things that good. No, good. I'll let you ask questions.
Oh,
I can keep on going. I just want to make sure I answer your questions.
Okay.
I have a quick question. So we're saying the Earth is a pre-designed world, right?
Yes.
It is a intelligently designed world.
Yeah. By some higher power, higher intelligence, whatever.
Maybe a moron made it. I don't know.
Who knows?
I would say,
but,
a lot of people like to put the word God or the creator. I don't like to label things.
Okay.
All right.
But past the walls that you say we're not going to be able. They said 2041, but then you think they're going to push it back another 60 years.
Well, the Antarctic Treaty went into effect in 1959, and it says nobody is allowed to independently explore Antarctica under any circumstances until the year 2041. And if you look at what's that?
I was just following along.
So Admiral Byrd flew out beyond the South Pole, supposedly. He said there's land bigger than America. Well, that's a problem because Antarctica isn't bigger than America. And that's filled with resources that no human has ever stepped foot upon. And then all of a sudden we have the Antarctic Treaty that goes into effect and no one's allowed to go there, right? People say, well, where's the ice wall? Well, here's the ice wall. There's a million pictures and videos of it, more pictures. And some of the areas of Antarctica have like a rocky shoreline, but most of it is just where the sun hasn't been able to melt the accumulating ice. Antarctica used to not be covered in ice.
Right, because the sun and the moon, they are in the same orbital path over the Earth, right?
Let me show you a little. I'll show you a easy way to see that if I can. Here it is. So this is called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, and basically what it shows you is we're looking down. The sky is a perfect clock. The sun is the hour hand, but it's off the hour hand right now because we're in daylight savings time. So the real time is an hour earlier than they tell us. And it circles around within the tropics, which are those yellow lines. The inner line is the Tropic of Cancer. The outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn. And you can see that there's a little crescent moon coming out from the sun. The sun will lap the moon once every 28 days. Okay? So as the sun goes around, it gets farther and farther from the moon. So the phase of the moon, its position relative to the sun keep track of the weeks and the months. There used to be 13 months of 28 days. They called them months, but then they hijacked our calendar and changed it to 12 months of random days with a leap year in there. Okay. So and then also the stars do the same. The stars are spinning just slightly faster than the sun. So right now the sun is in, I guess this is Taurus, and next month, this zodiac will catch up and the sun will hang out in here. The following month it'll be here in Cancer, and the stars will lap the sun once a year. So tonight, as I said, you go check out the stars. They'll be exactly in the same position, the same night every year from here and forever. So let me explain how this works, how the seasons work. Okay. So we have the height of our summer is the summer solstice when the sun is over the Tropic of Cancer, which is this inner yellow line. Right now, the sun is approaching that line. It's getting there. The red line is the equator, and the outer yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn. So if I jump the sun forward to July, so are we in July here? In July, it's pretty much over the Tropic of Cancer. So that's when southern United States has the hottest summer. It's hot in Miami in June and July because the sun is directly overhead. It's freezing in Australia in July because the sun is far away. But if I jump the sun forward 6 months, it goes out to the Tropic of Capricorn, and Australia has their summer because the sun is over its head. It's directly overhead. The sun migrates in and out every 6 months. It goes out.
Just goes faster the more towards the outer.
When it goes on the outside, yeah, it is going faster. But again, it's not a physical object we're talking about. But one of the ways you can prove that it's going faster is in places in January, December and January, in places like South Africa and Central America, when the sun sets. Where are you guys located? What state?
California.
So in California, when the sun sets in June and July, when in the middle of our summer, how long is it still light out? Like an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours later, it's still light, right?
Yeah.
And that's because the sun is on its inner track, which is the slowest. Because it's the slowest circumference it makes. But in those places I just mentioned, in January and December, when the sun sets, 5 minutes later, it's pitch black. And that's because the sun is beaming away at a much faster speed.
I mean, okay, I guess you did explain seasons kind of, but you also explained seasons on the globe.
Well,
let's
talk about that. Go ahead.
Wait, I'm just looking at the model with the sun.
Okay.
It looked like, I know it's not the most accurate representation of it, but like,
go ahead.
It just, how does the sun like concentrate its light like that? Like,
yeah,
it looks like it's going so far wide and not like anywhere towards the moon. You'd think, I know the sun's different, but you think maybe the sun might outshine the moon's light if it's like, I don't know, level.
Also, it's like, so what I'm a little confused on is I'm confused, like, do the sun and moon exist? Are these like holograms you're saying they're projecting? Like, what is the sun made out of?
Again, anything above our heads, we can't know for sure. Nobody knows. And the only thing you could say about the things we see in the sky, stars, planes, comets, not planes, stars, sun, moon, stars, comets, is that they're lights. We don't know what they are. We don't know how big they are. The way they came up with the distance of the sun is the most ridiculous calculation ever. And it's based, with some false information in there. So no one knows. Just after this recent eclipse, some amateur astronomers were saying, hey, something was wrong in the calculations. I think the sun is farther. They think it's millions of miles farther than they say, but science can't do that because then they have to change the size of every other planet and everything. So when you actually apply science to the helio-nonsensical model, it completely falls apart. So the sunset is very interesting. So let me show you that. The sunset is all due to perspective. And so first, think about this. Let's imagine you're in like a big gymnasium and all the lights are out. It's pitch black in the gymnasium, and you light a candle and you put it on the floor on one side of the gym. That candle is going to light up an area, and there's going to be no light on the other side of the gym. So if you went over on the other side of the gym and laid down on the floor and looked across, yeah, you're going to see that. You're going to see the candle. It's going to look really close to the floor due to perspective. But if there was atmosphere in between over that distance, it would actually block the sun. And I'm going to show you how that actually happens. So here's an experiment I did. First, to show you how the sun sets. This is my flat Earth counter. This line is the path of the sun, and it's level to the counter, and I'm just bringing the sun across it. This is either mountaintops, something that's above your eye level, could be the cloud deck, whatever it is. I'm showing you that I'm not going below it. Now, on the far end of the counter, I have another camera that's looking up from the counter, from the Earth's point of view, just like when we look up. And so watch this, what this looks like. So here it is from the other side, and it looks like it's going down, but it's really going level. Like if I showed you this first and said, is this line level or is it sloped down? You'd say slope down. And it gets eclipsed by this thing in the distance. And whether this is clouds or mountain, in the distance, it looks like it's at eye level. Clouds touch the horizon at 30 miles away. Okay? So that's what you think. Now I'm zoomed in. Now here it is with a real sunset. You would think that the sun's going to set behind this horizon, but it's setting behind this horizon, which is the atmospheric deck of opacity. Okay, show it again. It's exactly what we witness. The one on the top right, that's real. That's an actual sunset. And I'm showing you, I'm modeling how it happens. Right? One more thing. This one will get you. I have a drone and I put it up on it has to be like 32 degrees outside, super clear, no humidity. And I'm watching the sunset over the land. I'm on the East Coast, so it's over the land for me. So there's no moisture in the air. And I watched the sun, and in 5 minutes time, the sun went from up here, it went down, 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 down. And if the earth was spinning, it would keep on going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 and it stopped. And it sat here for 10 minutes. I have this sped up super fast. And instead of dropping down, it just faded into the soup of the atmosphere. Here it is again. It just fades away. Okay. It sat there for 10 minutes. My friends at the beach saw it set from the bottom up 10 minutes earlier.
I've watched plenty of sunsets and that's never happened.
Well, no, because you didn't watch it from altitude with no humidity. You watch it and this is what you see. This cloud deck up here looks like it's at eye level to you, but when the sun goes away, it looks like it sets due to perspective.
In a plane.
What's that?
Have you seen a sunset from a plane?
Yeah, absolutely. And only when it gets far enough away from you will it set on an airplane. But there are flights sometimes where the flight is taken off at the right time during the right month and it's chasing the sun the whole way and it never sets. This sun should dip below that horizon if it was a ball, but it doesn't for the entire flight. We've had pilots on from KLM Airlines. We had one on, and she was explaining how there's no way this could happen. Telling us how the gyros in the planes work, that they never count for curvature. All the flight manuals talk about a flat, non-rotating plane for all of their models. And then the next day, she was fired.
Couldn't make a comment on that because I haven't heard of that, But
I'm showing you lots of stuff that you've never heard of. I'm pointing to some doors. When we're done, if you guys go, okay, the earth is flat, that's no better than believing the ball. You're going to be like, I didn't know all those doors were there. Now I got to go look, because belief is the enemy of knowing. If you believe something, it's easy. Like, where do I live?
East Coast.
Do you know that, or do you believe it?
I mean, I could probably check using your IP address.
You could, but that would take time and effort. It's just easier to believe. And especially when someone in a white lab coat or a teacher in the front of a classroom tells you something, you just believe it. You read it in a textbook, you believe it, but you don't verify. I do live on the East Coast. You can trust me. You can read my facial expressions because I'm not wearing a face diaper, and you can kind of tell, use your common sense versus nonsense. Good.
Talking about that really quick though, the plane chasing the sun, it wouldn't dip because the sun is setting because the Earth's rotating, but if you're flying with it, you're just chasing it. Like, it's just, you're going with it. Is that?
Yeah, but the sun is moving 1,000 miles an hour and the plane's only going 500 miles an hour. So
that's just perspective.
It's not moving.
Well, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. That's what I meant. So relative to the sun. So on the helio nonsensical model, so the sun would be gaining 500 miles an hour on them, and it should drop. It's already close to the horizon, but it's not.
You're higher up now.
It's right there. I mean, if you look at high altitude balloon footage, which we have plenty of, you'll see that the sun is right there above the Earth.
Okay.
It's right there, lighting it up locally.
Where's the ice
Perfect.
wall?
Where's the moon?
Oh, it's probably on the other side. I don't know. It's just the moon moves around, and when you're in space, not in space, when you're up at this high altitude, 100,000 feet or so, the moon is a tiny little speck. Okay, a tiny little speck, and that's because it's not being projected and magnified into our atmosphere. Here's if you watch any NASA rockets go up, they all curve over and go down. Within 10 seconds of launch, there's 5 edits already from different camera angles because it's just a movie production. But here's some amateur rocket that went up, uninterrupted feed. I've got this little sped up, looking down, and it went up 73 miles, and all of a sudden it went kerplunk, and it made this like sounded like dropping a stone into a pond noise. Not saying what that is. It seems to have gone into a thicker medium. But the interesting that happened here, this was in Arizona. Okay, it's up 73 miles. And when it turned on its side, it could see the moon, which came up over here. Here it comes. A little farther. Boom. And this dot right here, that's the moon. That is the moon.
Okay.
Okay. Well, the moon was over New Zealand at that time. So if the Earth is a basketball and Arizona is on the top of the basketball, this rocket was 1/4 of a millimeter over that basketball. And it could see the moon underneath the basketball. Makes zero sense.
But
I mean, we don't really know. Like, I couldn't tell you for sure. Like, you just said the moon was there.
Right. You have to go you have to go verify this for yourself. It's called the Go Fast Rocket. Here's another thing. Skateboarding would be impossible on a spinning Earth. Impossible. You can never do any of those tricks if the Earth was spinning.
Why not?
Well, maybe it is spinning watching you do some of those tricks recently. Maybe it is spinning a little bit.
Why wouldn't you be able to skateboard?
Oh, because can you skateboard on top of a car racing around a track going in a circle? I mean, it's insanity.
A skateboard on a car is a lot smaller, like a lot bigger.
Well, they tell us the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and Neil deGrasse Tyson says that the water, the equator bulges 14 miles high. That's half the height of Everest. Okay, 14 miles high. 14 miles high. Well, you only fly about 5 miles high. If you're flying from the United States to South America, when do you climb triple your distance just to skim over that hump? Okay? It's all nonsense. It's all complete and total nonsense.
Well, it's not like the Earth is like this, and then right at the equator it shoots straight up like a.
The plane's flying parallel with the land.
Yeah, so if it's
so that hump, it climbs over that hump and goes down, and gravity mirrors that hump. Is that what you're thinking? Because that's not what science says. Science says gravity goes all towards the center. Yeah. If there's a hump, then a plumb line near the equator, halfway up that hump, would go sideways a little bit, right? Again, it's insanity when you look at this. Let's look at some southern plane flights, because this one might get you thinking, right? So there's issues with the way planes go. If I could find where did it go? Where'd it go? So here's one. China, Taiwan to Los Angeles. Hawaii is right here. NASA is in charge of all plane routes, by the way, all in charge of all GPS. It's all a deception. Right about here, there was a medical emergency and they needed to land the plane. If you were the pilot, where would you land? Why? What about next choice? Where would you land?
Probably LA.
LA. Good choice. Two good choices. Would you go to Alaska?
What do you mean by medical emergency?
Well, a heart attack, a baby. I forget the story. But this has happened a whole bunch of times. But if you look at this is the actual route. Taiwan, medical emergency, Alaska. It's a straight line. Okay. That's the actual route. There's a book called 16 Emergency Landings Prove Flat Earth. Okay. And every single time, the place that they chose to land is in a straight line according to the flat Earth map, or thousands of miles out of the way according to the globe map. It's crazy when you actually look at it.
I've flown on a plane to Hawaii from LA.
Yeah, that's a straight line. And by the way, when you are 100 miles offshore, you're no longer on GPS. You're in estimated mode.
If Alaska's under that straight line like you just showed, what happens when you I've looked out the window for the majority of the flight and it's just water.
You are just flying over water. Hold on, let me pull up the map again.
I thought it was just over Alaska on that straight line.
No.
Go around.
So here, how about this? So right out here, and Hawaii is right out here.
But I thought,
if you go back here, if you went back like 2 more slides, I think it was LA.
I see what you're saying. I thought you know how you had the straight line from Taiwan to LA?
Yeah.
I thought Alaska was under that straight line as well. Or I thought
Alaska was under that straight line. Hawaii was nowhere near it. That's why That's why they didn't land in Hawaii.
Hawaii was under it as well.
Yeah.
Like,
So this was
I
the
didn't know.
actual route, but on a globe, this is what they told everybody they were doing. But in fact, they're going all the way up here, all the way over. And that's a straight line on the flat earth map. The globe is just a flat earth map wrapped around a sphere. Okay. It's complete nonsense. You know, here's another one. This one might help you.
I mean, I do disagree with you. The globe is a poor representation of our actual world, but that's just because areas of interest like North America and Europe are expanded more. If you
like on a map,
if you
That's
look
what
at
they tell us, yes.
true sizes of continents are different in reality versus the globe.
Here's another one. Buenos Aires, a major city, and Perth, Australia, a major city. And this is the path that Flight Aware will tell you that the planes take. Well, no one's allowed to fly over Antarctica, and nobody ever does fly over Antarctica, and that's because Antarctica doesn't exist as a ball on the bottom of a plane. But when you look at it, here's the real flight path. It goes from Buenos Aires to either Miami or Texas, what is that, Houston, and then it stops in California, then it stops in Sydney, and then it flies over to Perth, or it goes this way, Europe, Singapore, Perth. And this is the route that they actually go. Nobody goes zip over and pops up over here. It's never, ever, ever been done. Right?
Do you think that's because they need like gas, or maybe that flying over Antarctica where there's no place emergency land might not be a good idea?
Well, that's the excuse that they use. But there are direct flights from Santiago to Australia, and the flights that they take actually do the same thing, and it makes perfect sense. Buenos Aires to Cape Town, major hubs. People want to go there. 4,276 miles. Let's say a plane only travels 500 miles an hour. We know they go faster than that. Okay. It should take 8.5 hours, maybe, right? Right. It takes 29 hours. The shortest flight to Cape Town goes all the way up to the northern hemisphere and then all the way back down. Makes 0 sense. It makes 0 sense.
So there's not a single direct flight, is what you're saying?
There might be there. I don't know if there's any direct flights from there, but there is a direct flight from Santiago to Australia. But they're very, very expensive. They're only run by one airline. There's only a certain type of plane that can do it. And we researched the planes, and they have 7 layers of heat-resistant paint on them. What is that about? Sounds like they're going a little faster than they're telling us. And when you go from Santiago to Eastern Australia, this is the route that they take. What's that?
The heat-resistant part, like that's why they would paint planes white instead of black. White absorb.
No. This is different paint. But forget about that. Here's the thing. When you go from here, they don't just zip across Antarctica or around Antarctica. That would be the shortest route. They go all the way up here. And if you want to go to Western Australia, you know what the route is? Check this out. It goes all the way up, all the way over to Europe and Dubai, and then down. That makes no sense. But if you look at it on a flat earth map, US, Europe, Dubai, Western Australia, a straight line. Airplanes fly straight and level over the earth plane. They don't nose down. If you're flying 500 miles an hour for an hour, if you don't nose down about a mile every 2 minutes, you're going to end up at 80,000 feet in an hour. But planes don't nose down ever. They don't nose down. They don't fly around a ball nosing down. They just fly straight and level in a straight line to wherever they're going.
They're not.
Yeah, relatively you don't feel it because the Earth is so big, and it's just.
That's Bill Nye programmed you to say that in 1 minute, right? In 1 hour, the Earth is going to drop away 30 miles. So average that out over an hour. You have to nose down a mile every 2 minutes. Okay. So you notice when the pilot just starts the approach towards an airport, you wake up from your nap. You're like, oh my God, we're going down, right? This would be the most insane ride ever. Okay. And it doesn't happen. Gyros hold stationary, ignoring gravity. And that's how a plane knows its level. When it goes up, the gyro tells it it's going up. When it's going down, when it's turning, the plane turns, the gyro stays level.
Right.
And that's how they level out. The gyro would take you right off into space, which it doesn't.
Well, I mean gravity.
Gyros hold rigidity in space.
It's. I think the Earth is just like in our globe model. It's a lot bigger than a plane. It's a lot. It's not like my fist is the size of the globe and like my hand would be a plane. It's not like you're going and turning all. It's so massive and the plane's so small. You're just flying with it.
I hear what you're saying, but that's insanity. How come a helicopter can't go up and just wait for the Earth to rotate underneath it? And the answer is gravity is bringing you all the way around. All right. Yes. So with that said, if you look at the Earth at the equator, the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour. So this is the equator right here, 1,000 miles an hour.
Again, not an insane speed relative to everything.
Yeah, it just like 1,000.
It would be fast if you're in a car, but not if you're the Earth rotating.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If that's like making.
Hear me out. I'm with you. I don't disagree with what you're saying. So if you're sitting on the equator, relative to a point in space, 24 hours later, you're going to be right back to where you started from because you're moving 1,000 miles an hour. The Earth is roughly 24,000 miles around, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Now, if you were sitting in let's say you were sitting a mile from the North Pole. As a point of space, 24 hours later, you're going to be right back to where you started from, but you didn't go 24,000 miles. You just made a little circle 1 mile from the center of your point of access. If you remember your general math, 3.14 is pi. So 3.14 miles is your entire trip around. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
So if you're sitting on a runway in an airplane in a mile from the North Pole, you're moving at 3.14 miles per day, which is like an eighth of a mile an hour, or even less. It's like moving less than a mile an hour. We'll call it 1 mile an hour, but it's way less than that. Okay. The plane takes off and flies down to Ecuador, right on the equator. And it wants to land on a north-south runway that's moving sideways to the east at 1,000 miles an hour. How the fuck does it land on that runway?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you're not teleporting from one point to another, right? As you travel with the Earth, you're like the centripetal speed is what you're talking about. The speed on the equator is faster. So as you're traveling towards it, wouldn't you accelerate with the Earth due to gravity?
If you were driving on it, I'll give you that. But we're not driving. We're in the air. We're separated from the Earth.
Yeah, but gravity doesn't matter if it's air or ground. It's affecting you all the same, regardless of
there's air. So check this out. At 40,000 feet above the Earth,
the Earth is
spinning. The Earth is spinning to the east. Okay, the Earth is spinning to the east. At 40,000 feet, the air is outrunning the spin of the Earth.
You mean wind?
The wind is outrunning the spin of the Earth by a couple hundred miles an hour. That's impossible.
But if you look at it as speed being relative, if you're in a car, your AC vent is blowing air, right? So is the AC vent blowing air at 85 miles per hour if you're driving?
No. Are you claiming that the Earth is inside a closed system? Because if it was, then I agree with everything you're saying.
Inside the closed system of its atmosphere.
So show me where you can have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier.
Without a physical barrier?
Yeah, you can't. You can't. Imagine if the second floor of your house was a vacuum. There's just no air in there, and there was a valve sticking down into your room, and you open that valve, whoosh, all the air is gonna equalize instantly, right? Yeah. That's okay. So how come space, which is the ultimate low pressure, doesn't suck all of the air off of Earth? And if you say gravity, okay, I can disprove gravity with a straw. Point a straw downwards, and with the weak low pressure of your lungs and mouth, you can suck air and water up and away from gravity at any altitude. So at what point does this vacuum of space agree not to suck all the air off of Earth?
I mean, probably at whatever distance our atmosphere ends, because that's where the hold of gravity is too weak to hold on to air, right? So our atmosphere.
No, that's nonsense. That is a made up story to defend your position. You have zero proof of that. They tell us that the space station, which is not in air at 250 miles up, is still in gravity. It's just falling around the Earth at the same rate as the Earth is dropping. That is nonsensical.
Mathematically, with physics and math, it makes sense.
It's really complex. It's
Maybe
not like
it's hard to understand.
Yeah, I mean, like I definitely like if you were to look at the mathematical equation, like it'd be pretty complex, but it's not like they just started
All right, so let's go to another.
Yeah.
Let's use some math here. So, are you
All
guys familiar with the Aristophanes, the Greek mathematician that figured out the size of the Earth with his sticks and shadows experiment?
Yeah, he got pretty close.
Yeah, he got within 2%. Carl Sagan brainwashed that into us, and all the cosmos and all of that stuff. They've been teaching that in schools since the mid 1900s. Funny thing is, the guy that figured out the size and shape of the Earth wasn't mentioned in a single book until the mid 1900s, and when he showed up in some Rockefeller textbooks. Okay, but let's look at his experiment. He says he's here in Said. The sun is directly overhead on a certain day of the year, so he has no shadow. His buddy 500 miles away, he's got a shadow going up and down, and there's an angle, and he could do perfectly good math and figure out the sphericity of this, and he got it within 2%. But meanwhile, on a flat Earth with a small local sun, he's here. His buddy's here. He gets the same angles. He does the same math, and you could figure out the sphericity of this flat plane. Okay, it works on both.
I guess if the sun isn't, yeah.
It's a made-up experiment. And the other thing is, he assumed that the sun rays come in parallel.
Yeah.
Well, why would you assume that when nobody has ever seen parallel rays? They're just telling you, well, the sun's so far away. In a cartoon, I could show you that the sun rays come in parallel. Nobody has ever seen parallel rays, but they'll use that as their excuse. What's that?
I like all those pictures. Like sun's all reflecting through water droplets in the sky, and
it doesn't matter whether you're calling it refraction or whether it's a small local sun. The sun rays do not come in parallel. Period.
It's not because like it's getting like the direction of the light's getting changed a little bit.
Even if it did, his experiment wouldn't work. He's assuming that the light is coming in straight, whether it's refracted, whether it's coming, whatever you want to say, there's not coming in straight. His experiment doesn't make any sense. And how did he even talk to his buddy 500 miles away? I mean,
as we have time, I think it'd be like really interesting. Like, I want to know like how this all, like, why would anybody,
why
like,
the lie?
Earth was
why the lie?
A square.
That's a good
yeah.
point. Why the lie?
Like what's the benefit?
The shape of the Earth
when
doesn't
did it
matter.
Start?
The shape of the Earth doesn't matter whatsoever. All right. So the reason is right now the world's a little bit under tyranny. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but there's a total control happening. Communism is coming to all the countries in the world, and they're trying to control everything we do, think, say, spend, everything. This is all about control. So if you guys are you're in California. If I said there's a fence around California, you're no longer allowed to leave California ever, you might not be happy about that. Okay? It doesn't matter how big the fence is, how big the jail is, humans always want to go to the other side of that wall. Well, they put us on a ball, and that ball is a prison for our minds. Okay? It's to make us think that there's nothing else out there. Just like the Truman in the Truman Show. Right? He believed that was his whole world. So as long as we believe that we're insignificant pond scum flying through an infinite universe, spinning out of control, where an asteroid could take us out, can't happen, doesn't exist. Where nuclear bombs could take us out, can't happen, don't exist. Where we're running out of water, running out of food, none of that is real. It's all about control. The only control that governments have over us is in your mind. Because imagine if everyone woke up tomorrow and said, well, I don't believe anything the government says. I'm not going to listen. The government's nothing. The government's a flea. It doesn't even matter because they can't do anything. It's all about control, and it's all about making you think that you are not important. They don't want you to know that you are at the center of creation, that you're not a spinning ball flying through space, and nobody can break your free will. They don't want you to know that you don't have to give up your rights. They don't want you to know that you don't have to pay them anything. You don't have to do anything they say. They don't want you to know that. And the way they do that is they divided us. They divided us by countries, by races, by religions, by color, by sex, by political parties, by vaccinated, unvaccinated. They've just divided, so we don't work together. They need us to manifest the world that they have. Everything you guys have in your life is because of the way that you think. Your thoughts create your own prison. Okay? And that's true for everybody. But they don't want us to know that there's more, that that we have options, that we don't have to obey and be slaves. They have us in a slave system.
All right. And then real quick, what do you hypothetically, if you went beyond that that wall that is Antarctica, do you think there's a bigger planet or a bigger flat plane? Would it be like what's beyond that? Do you have any guesses?
Yeah, so there's a story called that I highly recommend. There's someone read it. There's a book you get on Amazon, or you can get the reading on YouTube. It's called The Iron Republic, and it's a story about people in the 1600s didn't like the tyranny that was going on, and they left and they moved to the outer land, the outer space. Maybe they're living out here, right? They went through an opening and they're out here in the Iron Republic. So this is the outer space where there's extra territory, extra land.
There's a whole new sun and moon system too. Right?
There's a whole new sun and moon system out there, right? And perhaps they start, one of the theories is that the puddle started, the sun was born in the center under a star, sounds a little biblical, and everyone lived here, and then the sun moved outwards and everybody migrated outwards. The Mayans, the Incas, they all disappeared because they followed the sun out into the outer lands. And then a new sun was born here. Okay? So there's a lot to it. There's a lot of evidence that this might be the case. But again, nobody is allowed to go to Antarctica into the outer lands. You can spend $10, $20, $30, $50,000 for a couple days. You're barely allowed off the boat. They show you some snow. They show you some icebergs and some penguins, and that's it. And then you're out. No one's allowed to explore.
No one's taken like a plane and flown somewhat near it, or like a drone or anything.
So a drone, they don't have drones that go thousands and thousands of miles. And here's the closest spot. So you fly out here to Antarctica. So this is, 3,000, 4,000 miles. Where are you going? How are you navigating? One, they won't let you. Two, there's no GPS there. You can't navigate by the stars. The compasses don't work, and there's no place to fuel up or anything. Okay. There's just a base. There's a base here, and there's a base here, and there might be another one somewhere, but no one's allowed to go there. One guy, I forget how long ago, but he got permission from his small country to go. He had a ship, tons of money. And he was stopped before he got to Antarctica by warships, and that threatened to sink him, turned him around, sent him home, and when he got home, he was jailed. Okay? Nobody is allowed to explore the outer lands of Antarctica.
Interesting.
And then does this just keep going like rings and rings?
Maybe so. Again, maybe there's a dome. Maybe there's domes on, where is it? I have another image.
Domes on domes on domes.
Maybe just like those Russian dolls. Maybe there's a dome on top of a dome. Maybe another 10,000 miles away, there's another puddle. Maybe there's a million other puddles, right? With a million other worlds all across the Earth plane. That makes more sense than the ridiculousness of them coming from, like, if they came from the closest star 4.5 light years away, then they crash in Roswell, New Mexico, that is insanity. Maybe if they're just coming from here, they fly in, do their little abduction, and then they fly back and make it home for dinner. Okay. Who knows what it is, but the idea of the heliocentric world is literally insane. If you look at images, this was on everyone's iPhone, brainwashing you. They admit that this was made in Photoshop. They admit it, okay? If you look at the clouds, they're stepped and repeated, right? The guy that made it for NASA says he made it in Photoshop, and he made it from data, not from images. And he painted it, and he hit Command-Z a lot. But if you look at this compared to the one that came out afterwards, look at the United States. I know we're getting fat, but Jesus, this is ridiculous, okay? And then you say, okay, let's do something that we can look at. So if we look at where'd it go? Oh, I just lost my picture. Well, whatever. If we look at this, all of this other land has to be on the other side of this ball. That's impossible. That's ridiculous. It's insane. Right? And if we measured across Baja and Mexico, I should be able to fit 8.5 of these distances in between the diameter of the Earth. And it would literally go out to here if I did that.
I don't think that's necessarily a good argument, just because you're like taking like specific pictures of the Earth. So like, I don't know.
What? They admit these are paintings. They admit that they're not right. This is Jupiter. 2 different pictures of Jupiter, 2.5 years apart. And every single cloud is the same. Every single dot is the same. Right?
If you look at the supermassive size of Jupiter, if you go down to a size of Earth, I'm sure it probably changed a lot.
If you like look at it.
So that is again, that is you struggling to do. So here, hold on. This is NASA giving us just a couple of days time lapse. This is a couple of days time lapse as they were sending a probe to Jupiter. Okay, so saying that these clouds don't change over 2.5 years is just nonsense.
Maybe they use the same picture. They're just too
Maybe,
lazy.
yeah, who knows?
They take another picture.
Exactly. They're
Yeah.
faking everything. Here's one for you. This is from the space station. How come we don't see any land?
Because they're looking at the ocean.
Well, that's a good answer, but the truth is, this isn't from the space station. They get $65 million a day budget. I get zero. We did this from our front yard and just turned it upside down. So that's how easy it is to fool people. And the stuff that NASA shows us isn't even that good, right? Check this out. They got some fresh fruit that came up in the Soyuz, right? Look at this lemon. It's not real. It's augmented reality. They're manipulating CGI objects. Look at his hand. If you think that's a real lemon, you're just making excuses. So they're faking things floating in space. You can unwind that all the way to we didn't go to the moon. Okay? NASA fakes everything. Everything. Right? You guys believe this is going on in Australia?
What?
I mean, no, because gravity makes it feel the other
Yeah, so
way.
you believe that gravity is holding all of this down, but I'm able to jump, right?
Yes,
I mean,
There's no upside down in space.
well,
Not
I
like
mean, from our point of view, you believe that there's people upside down. Up is up for everybody, down is down for everybody, and that's it. There is no up is down nonsense, right? It's just so easy to, if you watch any of NASA stuff, I mean, if you watch like these guys are supposedly floating on the space station. Why do they have these bulky pants on? Why do they look like they're hanging from waist harnesses? Okay. Why do they always have their shirts buttoned up too high? They get times when they do their silly little flips, they get tangled in their wires. We catch them all the time. This guy's hanging from a waist harness, right? This is nonsense. And people just buy it up. People just believe it, right? Here's something. Watch that ball. He dropped it. It's a helium ball, but it lost some of its helium and it fell. Why did it fall on the space station? There is no gravity. Well, because there is gravity, but it's falling at the same rate. It's utter nonsense. Why do they fade this guy's head in? Why is his head transparent? It's not real. He's on a 0G plane, and it's all edited nonsense. Nonsense.
Wait. Why would they edit him in if he's already?
Because on a 0G plane, you know what a 0G plane is?
Yeah, you're falling.
You mimic
right?
the effects of zero
Yeah, yeah. So on a 0G plane, they only have a certain amount of time, and there's no right hand turn. It's only a long thing. So they wanted to make him look like he's coming out from behind another thing, and they basically just faded him in. Here's one where they're not on a 0G plane. They're in different rooms, in green screen rooms, and the guy holding the microphone mistakes where Chris is, and he sticks the microphone right into his neck. Okay? NASA took this down right after it went up, but we already downloaded it, right? So it's so easy to fake this stuff. It's unreal, and people just want to believe it because they don't like admitting that they've been lied to.
Okay, well, you've definitely given us things to think about.
Plenty.
Okay.
Plenty.
Sure.
But yeah, it's been a little over an hour, and we're gonna have to cut it there. We
All
gotta.
right, so one quick thing. Here's the challenge I have for anyone that thinks this is ridiculous, right? Anyone thinks this is ridiculous, get the Flat Earth app watch the daily video every day for 2 weeks. Okay, it's called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. And if you still think the Earth is a globe, send me the proof, and I'll give you a full Bitcoin. But you have to hit the question mark first, and up come all of the questions you're going to ask. Like if you said, "What about eclipses?" You click that, and up comes a playlist that Google will hide from you. These are videos that will teach you about eclipses. Okay, these are videos that will teach you about eclipses. All of the stuff is answered there. Tons of information. And that's how you learn about flat Earth, or don't, and remain in your prison for the rest of your life.
All right.
Sounds good. Well,
thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for
all right, now you got something to think about, and it's up to you whether you do what you do with it. This is I like to say this is your red pill moment, and it's up to you what you do with it.
All right.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right, guys. You can find me at theflatearthpodcast.com. All my links are there. The link to the app, everything else is there. The Flat Earth Podcast, and I am not on the space station. Okay.
I like to move around with green screens too. Yes.
All right.
All right. Sounds good.
Thanks, Haley. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
The Flat Earth Sun and Moon Clock App. A dynamic new app to teach family and friends about where they actually live. The sky is a perfect clock. The sun measures the hours and days. The moon measures the weeks and months. The star constellations measure the seasons and years. 12/12 or 24-hour clock face, or go hands-free. The Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock App with new added features. World Time. See what time it is all around the flat Earth. A true Earth compass that shows true navigation across and around the flat Earth plane. Weather. Tap for detailed local weather information. Know what phase and where the moon is at all times. Watch the sun travel between the tropics for the seasons. Select an amazing background. Add your own or have the app change it to a new one automatically every time you use the app. Add a countdown to your next big date. Learn the truth about our world with the featured video of the day. Web button for additional flat Earth related features, from the mythical curve calculator all the way to Tartaria. While talking to friends, easily pull up pictures that expose the globe lie and shine light on the flat Earth truth. Video playlists in different languages. See the real trade winds circling the flat Earth, and clean screen features. Simply click off the items you don't wish to see. The Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app is the best tool to show your friends and strangers how our flat Earth actually works.
Massive shout out to Quantum Eraser YouTube channel and Quantum Eraser himself for this concise explanation of the Black Swan argument. I'll put a link to the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel down below. Subscribe today.
The death of the ball-tard spinning space monkey religion again. Now, here's the argument. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. There's the kill shot. There's what they call CGI. And they think this thing's a boat. Unbelievable. Observer's height is 1 foot. The distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Why? Because we can see the horizon behind the second platform. The argument isn't in regards to the oil platforms. This one, or their boat. Right? The argument is solely the horizon behind the second platform, which everyone can see. I don't care if there's a Chinese Superman on a hobbled refracted unicorn wearing a tutu on these platforms. Don't care. That's not the argument. If you bring it up, it's a red herring fallacy. That is a diversion or irrelevant. My argument is purely on the horizon behind the second platform. I hope that's clear to everyone. In about 9 months, it should be. They should be able to restate the actual argument. Like I said, the observer's height's 1 foot. I gave him 5 feet, and I'm going to show you that here in a minute. Distance to the horizon is greater than 9.41 miles. Like I said, it's behind the second platform. The distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles is 1.22 miles. Based on geometry, that's it. It's hardcore. That's it. Even if he was at 5 feet observation height, which he's clearly not, but I gave it to him, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon is 2.73 miles. So way up in here. Even if he was at 35 feet observation height with his camera next to the water, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it should be between the first and second platforms. So they have no argument here. None. Here is the actual argument. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. Listen closely to the argument, Globies. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's Q. That's the geometric horizon. Not Q, because the horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you your black plague, the black swan. There it is. Bye-bye, ball.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you you get involved with all of this wickedness? They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the like city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
One more.
Then you have a leak. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
When you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
2 little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo.
You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well, for instance, with the horizon. As you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras. The horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up. Totally flat and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they called the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchong Grand Bridge in China. 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you are on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience.
And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore.
Watch as ships sail away. They don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did.
And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Because Earth, we know it spins once a day, yes?
Off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. Gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah. Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire... I want to call it a lie. We've been fed...
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by...
Science!
Pear-shaped.
Science!
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you We don't know shit. We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that light and that light that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out?
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just, everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
Well, you should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing. We're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit they say.
They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
The heliocentric model is in trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across. And it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, you know, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, you know, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. Took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe, Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
I found this photo, Randmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plain.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night, and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like, you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff. Like, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago, in one of the clouds.
But, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same platform. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out, and you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. And then all of a sudden now, people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you're the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating school book bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught school book bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is, they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. It's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle. It's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that $10 billion however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down. And literally, we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. What did it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. You could make a wildlife preserve 1,000 miles square. All people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, 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 yep, 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 Earth, Earth, yep, 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 yep.
Earth!
If you start here, and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas?
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient. But now your words have revealed you.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. Okay. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question, or why is there gravity. That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
And? Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong!
Oh, this is insane, you fool!
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no. No.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met, and you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at, and so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told, and it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system, and that is the moon. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, you know, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is lighting up the moon.
everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, you know, about the same size, which is, you know, again, coincidentally, you know, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, you know, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. No, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's you know, all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. You know, what treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. You know, they have some scientific bases there, yeah, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. There's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything in. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. It was beginning of the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had an instrument of flight. Actually go high enough to actually fucking check out if what we agreed to 500 years ago was real. So if they were wrong, after 500 years, question is, what they tell you? Newtonian physics, why objects move on a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. Basically the model we accepted right now.
The sailor thinks that he's traveling around the Earth this way, when in effect he's traveling around the Earth this way.
They began flying it around the world, from Abu Dhabi last year, with stops in India and China, then across the vast Pacific.
Does running around your neighborhood prove that the neighborhood is round?
I was an airline pilot for Delta for 26 years. A pilot's primary flight instrument is his artificial horizon, which he has to be maintained level to keep from climbing and descending. From a cockpit, weather permitting, I could see hundreds of miles in all directions, viewing cities connected by roads across the flat plain as far as the eye could see. Nothing ever leaned.
If a pilot is flying around the curve of the Earth, then he should be dipping the nose down every 5 minutes. He should be dipping the nose down to stay around the curve. That's absolute proof that a plane flies over a flat surface rather than a curved one. But I went to the manufacturer of the artificial horizon, and they confirmed to me that it's completely mechanical, nothing electronic in it whatsoever. So it's literally just a gyroscope that can freely move. That right there is proof to me that planes fly over a plane.
Flat Earthers, it's time. We are going to destroy the Globeheads' arguments concerning flight routes.
When you go onto the plane tracking software, you'll see hundreds and hundreds of flights over the northern hemisphere, and you can track those flights from beginning to end. When you look at any flight in the southern hemisphere, what you'll find is the flight takes off and disappears off the tracking.
And that only leaves why. Why have they done this? What's the point of this grand deception? I think Eric Dubay explains it best.
People are always asking, why do they do this? Other than the obvious profit margin motive, NASA being the biggest black budget black hole in existence, sucking in over $30 billion taxpayer money for the fake moon landings alone. Nowadays, hundreds of billions of dollars, and not just NASA, but RASA and all the other fake space organizations around the world giving CGI images for hundreds of billions of dollars.
You want to put something in context. If you want to do something with $3.5 trillion, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you judge to be important to the profile of the nation that you are trying to build and to sustain.
So by surreptitiously indoctrinating us into their scientific materialist sun worship, not only do we lose faith in anything beyond the material, we gain absolute faith in materiality, superficiality, status, selfishness, hedonism, and consumerism. If there's no God and everyone's just an accident, then all that really matters is me, me, me. So they've turned Madonna, the mother of God, into the material girl living in a material world.
It's all about making us feel nothing so that we can be used. If everybody realized how special we all are, how unique every single life is, then this whole world would change overnight. We wouldn't allow ourselves to be used by this cabal.
I start from the supposition that the world is topsy-turvy, that things are all wrong, that the wrong people are in jail and the wrong people are out of jail. that the wrong people are in power, that the wealth is distributed in this country and the world in such a way as not simply to require small reform, but to require a drastic reallocation of wealth. All we have to do is think about the state of the world today and realize that things are all upside down. Now, if you don't think, if you just listen to TV and read scholarly things, you actually begin to think that things are not so bad, or that just little things are wrong. But you have to get a little detached and then come back and look at the world, and you are horrified. Now, as soon as you say the topic is civil disobedience, you're saying our problem is civil disobedience. That is not our problem. Our problem is civil obedience.
I think all our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane, you know, but I'm liable to be put away as insane for expressing that. You know, that's what's insane about it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Good morning, everyone. This is a follow-up video for the video that I released yesterday afternoon called Where Do Rockets Really Go? And in that video, I showed you how rockets always curve off into the ocean, into the Bermuda. So at the beginning of that video, I showed you a real short clip from a movie called Sword in the Stone, which is from 1963. Now, real quickly, pay attention to what the wizard says.
Blow me to Bermuda!
Where did he go? To Bermuda, I suppose.
Where's that?
Oh, an island way off somewhere that hasn't been discovered yet.
Now, remembering that that movie is from 1963, check this out. During the early 1960s, Bermuda played a crucial role in the United States lunar programs and other space flight missions. Cooper's Island, Bermuda. Cooper's Island is part of the chain which makes up Bermuda. It is located in St. George's Parish in the northeast of the territory. The island has been used by many United States government agencies, having been the property of the U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force, and U.S. Navy from 1942 during World War II to 1995. It also is home to a NASA space tracking station recently renovated in 2018. Now you'll notice in 2018, around 2018 is when they started this rocket stuff up again. Now let's take a look at how close the relationship is between NASA and Bermuda.
As an integral part of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration's manned spaceflight network, the Bermuda Station played a vital role in the United States Apollo lunar program and other flight missions. The Cooper's Island Station was located on the southeastern tip of Bermuda, 600 miles in the Atlantic from the U.S. East Coast. Radar dishes and helical antennae were used to track anything from spacecraft to sparrows. Because of its location in relation to Cape Kennedy, Florida, the Bermuda Station had a dual-purpose role for the manned spaceflight network. At the time of the launch, the primary mission of the station was to provide trajectory data to the computing facilities at the Goddard Space Flight Center. Computations based on data obtained during the final portion of powered flight were used to confirm the orbital go, no-go decision. Bermuda normally acquired the spacecraft at approximately 3 minutes after launch. Bermuda also played a role in shuttle launches.
On the right-hand side,
Dragon SpaceX trajectory nominal.
you can hear the call out. Trajectory is nominal.
Nominal trajectory.
And we've heard the call out Bermuda. That means Bermuda Ground Station has the signals from the second stage of the Dragon and Falcon 9.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's ceremony at NASA's Bermuda Tracking Station. My name is Jeremy Eggers. I'm with NASA's Office of Communications. And without further ado, it's a great honor for me to introduce our U.S. Consul General here in Bermuda, Constance Dearman.
Thank you, Jeremy. Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful day to be able to share with you. I'd like to especially welcome Deputy Premier Robin. Thank you for being here. Sir John Swan, thank you for being here. Director Sam Shamimi, we're delighted that you're able to visit us from NASA headquarters.
Dr. Grace Shelton, Ms. Lori Garver, Deputy Administrator of NASA, Mr. Al Cundies, Deputy Associate Administrator, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and thank you for being here on this day in the most beautiful part of Bermuda, the Cooper's Island Nature Reserve. Today marks a culmination of 2 years of negotiating between NASA and the Department of Airport Operations. However, the NASA and Bermuda government are certainly no strangers. During the 1960s, NASA developed a tracking station at Cooper's Island to support its national space program.
Now, as you can see, Bermuda and NASA has been affiliates since the early 60s when they first started sending rockets up. because they planned us out from the beginning. As you can see right here, you see the Bermuda Triangle, and then you see the island of Bermuda. Now, 600 miles away, right over here, you have Cape Canaveral, Florida, where they do all the space launches from. Ain't that awful convenient? 600 miles away, and the only thing out in that ocean is a little island called Bermuda. Am I painting the picture clear enough for you now? You can go watch all the space launches you want to in Florida, but you can't see 600 miles away to where that rocket or shuttle is curving off to. NASA has been deceiving you with this trickery since the 1960s, people. It's time to wake up. They even show you in your little programs you watch, they show you the truth.
Blow me to Bermuda!
Where did he go? To Bermuda, I suppose.
Where's that?
Oh, an island way off somewhere that hasn't been discovered yet.
A group of social criminals, these people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I wanted to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means Global Positioning System. It does not mean Reality Positioning System. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow in 1935 said, "Create a belief in the theory and the facts will create themselves." So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations. They're all over the place and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the TPW. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, "The good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it." So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984. If you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death." O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us. And if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1,000,000 light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claimed that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there, to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there, so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with 1,000,000 planets and 1,000,000 stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
We're living in the These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting a citizenship. What do you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically as entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters. And you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own. You better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the echo. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the
Twilight Zone.
They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
the same program. That's why it's called a television program, to program you.
The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it. It's not possible.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Stop. Let me out. Let me out!
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, right? Especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on their birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially when it comes to their birthday.
Absolutely.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
Well, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's smile is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
You know, a child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday.
A child's happiness is priceless, especially on a birthday. You like that?
In consumer news, economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year. Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year. Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year. Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take some of the spring out of the Easter Bunny step this year.
Economic factors may take the spring out of the step of the Easter Bunny.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
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 Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Mike Myers says, yeah, baby.
Mike Myers says, yeah, baby. Did I say that right?
Yeah, say it right. Yeah,
baby.
Talk show host Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Well, Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope once again on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien is looking to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be preparing to push the late-night envelope.
And welcome back to the show. I scream, you scream. You know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
Got it.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, we all know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all know the rest of it, right?
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
Well, I scream, you scream, well, I think you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, and everybody knows the rest. I scream, you scream, oh, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
Who are you really shopping for this holiday season? It's okay, you can admit it, if you've bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
Well, it's okay, you can admit it if you have bought an item.
And for yourself,
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or maybe 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought maybe an item or 2 or 10 for yourself. Then okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 3 or 10 for yourself, it's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself,
It's okay, you can admit it. If you brought an item or 2 or 10 for you.
it's okay, you can admit it.
If you bought an item or 2 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself, it's okay, you can admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10, say for yourself. It's okay, admit it. If you bought an item or 2 or 10 for yourself.
It's okay, you can admit it if you bought yourself 1 or 2 or 10 things for yourself, because a lot of people do it.
Sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda.
Let me out. Let me out.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this Neutral Buoyancy Lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, you know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window. Nope. At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry.
I can see that how that would affect your Christmas.
I made that whole thing up.
What?
I'm sorry. I guess I just wanted to seem interesting. I guess there's a real danger of that on this show.
There's a pressure.
Well, yeah, people come out and they've run out of anecdotes, you know, and they just start making stuff up.
Yeah.
Like that Neil Armstrong guy. Have you seen him on the talk shows?
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story. Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong, Bart Sibrel, ABC Digital. Wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the end to the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Sibrel, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Really? Well, no, it's a real Bible. You have the opportunity to have $5,000.
The meeting is not open.
Well, you have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. So why don't you put your hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Mr. Sibrel, you do not deserve answers.
Neil Armstrong, you mean the first man to walk on the moon?
Talk about a fish story. Man, and they're buying it.
Oh, yeah.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What is going on? Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, let me start. So that's pretty much the I guess our starting point would be, I mean, of course, everyone knows, yeah, we're raised to think that we live on a globe Earth in the heliocentric system, the solar system, and it's such a common belief that it feels so real to many people until you start to actually question it and test it for yourself. So to start off, we want anyone who thinks that there's even a possibility that they live on a globe, Earth in the solar system, on a planet, all these things. Maybe like, what is the reason? Like, what is something that you experience with your senses in your life that would lead you to actually think that that's like a possibility? And we'll start there, and then later on, I'm hoping we could get into some more specifics as to why we think the Earth is flat. So let's just start there. Why would it be a globe? Like, what do we think? What do we experience? Because some people just say it's common sense. It makes sense. Well, which senses are we referring to when we say this? And that's the typical response, I mean,
right.
hopefully
So
people are
are we
thinking.
talking about senses? So do I have like a globe receptor?
Well, what else do we have? We only really have our senses. We have our intuition.
We have our senses. We also have science, and we have hypotheses and we have predictions.
Right, but ultimately, who's doing the science? It's going to be human beings, right?
Yeah.
So we're limited to our senses. Of course, science gives us a way of kind of cross-checking with, our hypotheses. And I think that's what's so great about the scientific method. It's an ongoing process, and you're constantly, testing new things, and you're trying, it's all built around falsification. So I think science is a useful tool. A common misconception is that flat earthers, they don't understand science, or they don't believe in science. They deny science deniers, so we're not coming from that perspective at all. So I agree. But at the end of the day, we only have 5 senses. And, even if we're using scientific equipment, we're still perceiving everything through our senses. So what else? How do we perceive globe if not through our senses? Is there another way, maybe?
I don't know what to tell you. You're bringing up something that's, I've never had this conversation that if we have a globe sense.
Right.
Hey, Truth Seeker here. I don't know if I can jump in here because I'm relatively new to the whole concept and.
Okay, so.
But I think that I think that we're trained out of our actual senses at a very early age, and we're told that to conceive with our imagination, to envision, and also with all of the TV, Star Wars, and that's exciting, that's great, and Star Trek, it's on constantly, all the space programs. So we're inundated with the model of a heliocentric universe and a global Earth, and you don't rely then on your common sense or your senses that when I'm spinning around, I get that, I feel the sense of spinning. So we're kind of divorced from what actually feels and looks like from a natural sense, and what people had felt for thousands and thousands of years. That's basically taught out of us. So we disregard any of our senses that would say, well, nothing appears to be moving. I don't have a sensation of movement, and so on.
Yeah, I agree. just so you know, Truth Seeker, that was a recording playing on the music bot. Just so there wasn't anyone in here at the moment talking about that kind of thing. Whether you realise that, I'm not sure.
No, that's fine. I muted myself for a second. My doggy's been barking. Kind of curious, has anyone done any kind of legal anti-fraud suit against the government? I mean, because at this point, there is so much scientific research and testing that's been done in terms of, vacuums, and I just don't think that there's, and I don't know if anyone's experienced it with embracing a flat Earth model, whether or not it's been detrimental to them. I'm just wondering if there's any legal action you can actually bring the whole issue to a court. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I think there is. I can't remember which. Someone from here has actually filed a lawsuit against the government and NASA for. I think they were based on the International Space Station stuff. Just saying that they've been lying to us because we can prove it's not in outer space, and it's filmed in a swimming pool in NASA studios. And I think quite coincidentally, when that was filed, the ISS then was they came out in the news that they were going to stop funding it and were going to crash land it in the middle of the sea, like literally hours after that being like sent to.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who it was. Oh, Quetsu here. Quetzal. He might know. And I know another court kind of thing that's happening is Whitsit, who's a member here, actually got into some legal trouble for publicly speaking in a public park in the US. So he's fighting against that state or whatever, regarding that. I think he was talking about flat Earth, and police came and tried to. Well, actually, I think they may have arrested him.
What was the charge?
I'm not sure. He did send us all the legalese documents, but it wasn't too long ago either. My memory is terrible. I'm gonna have to. I'll have a little dig through and see if I can work out what it was.
Yeah, I'd be interested. It just seems like you can't get anyone from NASA or the apologists for the globe model to actually debate anyone from the flat Earth community that I can see. No one of like what's considered an authority. Certainly, there's been debates between different YouTubers that I've watched, but there's no one where someone who would be held, liable or culpable. They don't even want to touch it. They don't even want to have the discussion.
Yeah, they won't go near it. I find that telling, to be honest. A subject that's been so put down in the media and ridiculed and stuff, and but experts won't kind of discuss it. I find it very telling that there's got to be more to it, really. It kind of not proves that side, but gives a good argument for us against it.
I just wonder if there's enough people now, at least in the States, to do a class action suit for fraud. Because we've all been, tax dollars stolen from us. It's just
yeah, because you guys got NASA, which is taking your tax dollars, whereas in the UK
exactly.
here, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, we don't have the same thing. So
I wonder with other I'm just interested to see whether or not there's other space programs in other countries that where people would also have a claim. It'd be, because Japan has their own, obviously Russia, India. Who else was going up in space supposedly?
Europe has the ESA, doesn't it? European Space Agency is one. I'm not sure if European Space Agency is connected to the UK. I'm gonna have a look now.
Mm.
So how are you finding it here, Truth Seeker? I know you're pretty new.
Yeah, it's nice to have conversations because it's not that easy to. I was at a dinner party the other night, and I was like, oh, looking for some way. Conversation never presented itself as an opportunity to talk about the subject. So it's nice to be able to talk about these things with other people. So I like that. I still think there's some problems with the flat Earth model that I would like to investigate
Yeah,
further.
like-minded people. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think there's things that I understand, and the research that I've done that seem pretty conclusive that. So let's say flat Earth aside, but whether it's a globe or it's heliocentric or geocentric. So let's say that it is a globe and it's geocentric, not heliocentric, or that it's a globe but there is no space. Maybe there's a globe but there's a firmament. What I find fascinating is, and it seems really incontrovertible, is that you cannot have you cannot have air next to a vacuum. That we can prove on Earth, which supposedly has gravity, that a vacuum can easily overcome gravity, and collapse oil tankers. Just seems incredible, and that they're trying to say that, oh, this little thin layer of aluminum, and whatever they've made the ISS out of, and whatever they've made the spacesuits out of, can withstand the vacuum of space. That just is like, once you look into that, it's like, wow, there's no possible way that could happen.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's basically lies on top of lies and pseudoscience. Pseudoscience pushed as real science is what gets to me. Like when you realize that nothing is done like with any real testing or any real scientific method, it all falls apart, and people just won't accept that. All the anti-flat earthers, they can't accept that. It's weird.
Well, yeah, in terms of the the why, the motive. I know that it's been expressed that I've heard on this in this Discord that that's not necessarily important if you can empirically test the fact that there's no globe and that people can see too far and whatnot. But I think for most people, it is really important to know why. And I think you could think of it as, I think the argument that I've heard that makes the most sense is, number one, is control how people think. And certainly now we're seeing that there's more authoritarianism on a global level, and that one of the things that competes with any kind of authoritarian government is religion. So an atheistic bent is another reason to, because if it is a flat Earth, if there is a firmament, that's obviously it has a lot of theological implications, and would change a lot of people's worldviews. So that's one. But then there's the money, money that they're using for God knows what. I think I figured it out. It was at least like $200 to $300 per year per person in the U.S. that they stealing for just the NASA budget. That's not including whatever SpaceX. Oh, well, I guess SpaceX is. I guess that's private, but maybe Space Force. I don't know. I don't know what the total amount is per year, but if you do that over decades, it's everyone's owed a substantial amount.
Yeah, I got caught up on the why reason, but someone mentioned that if you got to think of it as these kind of elites or whatever term you want to use for these kind of predator class or these controllers, is they're psychopaths, and it's impossible to know the why, the reason why a psychopath does what they do. So that's another thing. So if you can't ever answer the question why, it's because we don't know. We will never know why because we can't get into that mindset.
Well, I think though that people have studied psychopaths, sociopaths, and they are attracted to positions of power. So, and I don't know what they would want with the money per se, because certainly if they're not really going into space and these things are all an illusion, who knows where the money is actually going? So the money aspect would be another thing, is that we'd have to have a real audit of the money trace. Figure out, is it just going to some elites at the very top and they're just pocketing the money? Or is it funding wars and spy operations that we don't know? That's the big unknown, because if we're not actually in space, going to space, and these things aren't legitimate, then where is all the money going?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's there has been, look into psychopathic things, and what I always think is I picture like a pecking order of these psychos, and they're just kind of trying to outdo each other behind the scenes on who's got the most power, and it's more about that kind of thing. But that's just based on speculation, really.
Yeah, I think that's might be a non-starter for people to say that it's psychopaths. I mean, I think that I don't know. Maybe to me, it's the money aspect that I can really see being more of a unifier of people wanting to get to the bottom of things, because you've got, I think all people from all sorts of spectrum, are against government waste and, certainly fraud. So that's what I'd like to have, is I'd like to see a class action suit for fraud. And, everybody.
And a huge investigation. Yeah, huge investigation into it, and people being held responsible for decisions or things they've done. Yeah, I agree with you. I think yeah, psychopath thing's a bit silly because it's almost like a hand wave saying, well, we'll never know because we'll never understand them. It's a bit, yeah, you need to know, don't you? You need to, or you need to know.
Yeah, I think the strongest arguments are the most concrete, testable arguments. So stay away from something that's not actually observable. So you can't really observe a firmament, but yet you could test the vacuum versus air pressure. So that's testable. That's on Earth. That is where you can, where you can see that gravity isn't a factor. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about how gravity, the atmosphere just kind of thins out, and all of a sudden there's no, it's somehow there's a stasis between air and no air in the vacuum of space, which is ridiculous. I mean, obviously, you can have a chamber you can control for temperature, you can control for, where gravity is part of the equation. And no matter if you're at the, at the lowest, you're at sea level where the gravity is the supposedly the strongest, and have an air chamber next to a vacuum, and gravity's not going to hold that air into that chamber. It's still going to immediately fill up the vacuum. So it's so testable, concrete things, and money is tangible. So that would be an argument. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
I agree with you there.
have an audit, an actual paper trail.
Yeah, and it's also just applying that psychopath thing to people.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's and you picture these kind of elite families, and they're all come from the same place. But anyone could have like a greed of money, be born in a normal family, and work their way up, and then have a taste of the money, and then just turn that way. It's not. Yeah, it's not maybe not an inbred
I mean,
thing.
you can even give people the benefit of the doubt and say, listen, in the 1960s, maybe they really thought they would be able to get to the moon, and they're in this space race, and they obviously wanted to win it. It was the Cold War, and so they perpetuated this lie that we could go to the moon. So not even with the so if there's you don't even have to talk about whether there's a flat Earth or not. Just talk about the space program being fake, and NASA's lies, and that kind of thing. And people are like, well, why would they fake it? Well, they got themselves to buy these bold claims, and they never anticipated the internet, never anticipated people having Photoshop and being able to investigate all these different things. They had such a control on education at that time. They didn't feel that they needed to, that they would ever get caught, basically. But once they were in that lie, then they just perpetuated. They realized it was a moneymaker, and they could just keep it going on long and long and long enough. Then they were, taking the money. So that's one. Even if their motives at the first, you could even give them benefit of the doubt and say it was, for national pride, or it was Cold War supremacy, or yada yada yada. That type of thing. But beyond that, why they would hide the fact that we're on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth, the only real reason I can see for that would be a theological reason, an atheistic reason, which has, in the quotes with all of the physicists from Hubble and Einstein, and a lot of the people in the early part of the 1900s saying that, oh my gosh, it's just, we abhor the idea that it's horrible, it's horrendous to think that the Earth could be the center of the universe, because that would imply that there's a creator. So, but on the other hand, that seems to be a very weak argument for people to come to the flat Earth side, because they think it's all about religion. So it's hard to talk motive about the flat Earth, I think, without getting into theology. And I think that's inherently problematic, because a lot of people have a knee-jerk reaction against an idea of any kind of creator. I mean, we've got the religion of science versus the religion of an actual creator. I think that's hard for a lot of people to get their minds around, unless you've been brought up with some sort of faith. Like, I never go to church. I never been a big Bible thumper or anything like that, but I'm open to it. I think that there's other religions that would be open to it as well. But if you're a-religious, you're atheistic, or and then science is your religion, that's, I think, really hard to give up.
Yeah, I was brought up in a very atheist, very anti-religious household, I'd say, and it seemed to be a lot of my friends. It was the same situation, and it's easy to believe the globe, the scientism kind of lies when you've been brought up in that anti-religion thing kind of atmosphere is atmos. um, yeah, so now I'm actually looking into religion and getting good information from it now. So, but yeah, I could see why how it's connected. I think you're onto something there.
It might even be easier to persuade atheistic people that it's a flat earth and it's more of maybe we are in a simulation, or maybe it's run by aliens. I mean, you can say creator with not meaning God per se. It could be, some other types of beings that created this world. I mean, it could be a lot of different possibilities. It doesn't have to be a Christian type of God or any kind of God per se, but someone did, or it could, maybe there's an atheistic natural explanation for a flat earth that, that just hasn't, no one's thought of. So it seems like extremely unlikely, though, to have. I mean, I just mentioned to someone in passing that, what are the odds in the universe? I'd really like to get statistics behind it, that the sun and the moon could have a perfect eclipse. That the sun's X amount, whatever size you think it is, but it's at the specific distance so that there is a perfect eclipse that could happen on a regular basis. And that blew their minds because they never thought about that before. With all the, billions, we're told billions of stars and billions of planets and moons. And what are the odds that we're sentient beings on this planet with a sun and a moon that actually appear to be the same size in the sky to do an eclipse?
It's a hell of a coincidence.
Yeah. I mean, I think the odds are infinitesimal, really.
Yeah, for what you were saying about like the atheists, they'll go to simulation theory or aliens before they even consider like God. Even the word creator, they don't like to go near. I mean, like friends of mine or people I talk to about things. Yeah, they're very scared of that.
Well, I can hear when people are arguing, they're hiding God, they're hiding the creator. I'm like, ugh, that is going to just turn off so many people. Not that it's not, it may be the truth, or, maybe that's how people see it. But I think in terms of argument and persuasion, it's not even to get into that and just say, that if it's a flat earth, that would have theological implications, and that isn't maybe enough of a reason for people to want to falsify a global sphere, because they don't want people to reinforce people's theological worldviews. Whether or not a flat earth really means that there is a God, or, like I said, some sort of artificial simulation. Who knows? I mean, we really don't know. You can still be agnostic, I think, on that point and still say it's flat, just based on observable, testable experimentation. And I brought up in another conversation of how I think it was on another bulletin board, and someone was like, oh, just I'm open to all these now that we've been through the COVID and we've seen a lot of the lies, the Hunter Biden laptop, and how the media lies and the government lies, and they're in collusion together with the big corporations. So we've been lied to a lot. So a lot of people are now open to the fact that they've been lied to, which I think is interesting. So I was in this bulletin board, and they're like, but just don't talk about flat Earth. And I was like, well. I said, well, look up abyssal plains. Abyssal plains cover 40 to 50% of the Earth, and they're flat. So, yes, they're under the ocean, but it's part of the ocean's crust. So you really can't have a global Earth with 50% of the Earth's crust being demonstrably flat, measured by sonic precision sonar. Unless the globe is just so much bigger that being lied to the size of the Earth, and it is a globe. But then the second law of thermodynamics again, we can't have an atmosphere next to space. It just doesn't make any sense. So I guess those are I think those are the three testable and real world examples that convinced me the most that it's a flat Earth. Is that one that people have demonstrated over and over and over again that they cannot detect the curvature, and no one can measure the curve of the Earth. The abyssal plains, 50% of the Earth's crust is actually flat. You can find that out on Wikipedia. So they're not even trying to hide that. It's just not, people don't see it in their everyday lives, so they don't think about it. But that's a big one for me. And then the second law of thermodynamics. So I guess I don't know if there's any other real testable experimentation that people have done that are more convincing than that.
Yeah, nothing I've seen so far. But the abyssal plane thing that I've been looking into, I think is because of you hearing you the other night. You've got me down that rabbit hole, which I think is a good one. So thank you for that. That's been a good thing to bring up.
Yeah. I think that it has been brought up in other circles, and someone shot me over a YouTube video where it was brought up. But what I'd really like to do is to contact. Is it FE Corps? Or do they call themselves FE Corps? I'm not sure if it's just an acronym. But I'm going to say FE Corps.
I think it's FE Corps. Most people say, yeah. I heard you were someone suggested them to you, or you said you were going to kind of, because they seem like people who they're the testers, like they'd be maybe prepared to do some testing on that or something.
Yeah, well, the woman the guy who sent me the person, I'm not sure if it was a guy or girl, person who sent me the YouTube link, the woman who was talking about the abyssal plains was from FE Corps. So she's definitely someone that contact. I know it's very expensive to do your own type of sonar to measure that. I'm just wondering if maybe there's some other way of doing kind of sonar measurement on the planes themselves. If you had if you had a transmitter and you had a receptor and it was a certain space apart, you could have it at that depth. So the depth is a problem because it's 4,000 feet. But if you could have in the middle of the largest plane, the Somme abyssal plane, and you have a sonar transmitter, and then you have at 4 different points of the ends of the plane.
Some kind of receivers. Receivers kind of spread out and just
spread out where it has to be. Yeah, it has to be linear.
Yeah. And see what gets picked up. Yeah.
Because that would be the largest area of measure. That's 350,000 square miles. The size of a country like Nigeria.
So that would be pretty huge if that could be done.
Yeah, that wouldn't it? It's worth doing though if someone can get that together to do that. That would be really good.
Sorry, should I be muting in between the times that I speak? I'm hearing an echo.
Oh, okay, it's my connection. I might jump off for 5 and reset everything. My connections, I can see it bouncing up and down. So nice talking to you, Truth Seeker. If I don't speak to you later, if you can hear me now, but yeah, I'll jump back on a bit later. Thanks.
Yeah, same here. Batman. Was Batman listening? What happened to your TikTok, man? I was just looking for it. Oh, if you're here. Who else is here? Who's this with the creepy baby picture? That thing is weirding me out. Morvis. Why do you pick that picture, man? Person? I don't know if you're a guy or girl. Anybody in here?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let me start. So that's pretty much the I guess our starting point would be, I mean, of course, everyone knows, yeah, we're raised to think that we live on a globe Earth in the heliocentric system, the solar system, and it's such a common belief that it feels so real to many people until you start to actually question it and test it for yourself. So to start off, we want anyone who thinks that there's even a possibility that they live on a globe Earth in the solar system, on a planet, all these things. Maybe like, what is the reason? Like, what is something that you experience with your senses in your life that would lead you to actually think that that's like a possibility? And we'll start there, and then later on, I'm hoping we could get into some more specifics as to why we think the Earth is flat. So let's just start there. Why would it be a globe? Like, what do we think? What do we experience? Because some people just say it's common sense. It makes sense. Well, which senses are we referring to when we say this? And that's the typical response, I mean,
right.
hopefully
So
people are thinking.
Are we talking about senses? So do I have like a globe receptor?
Well, what else do we have? We only really have our senses. We have our intuition.
We have our senses. We also have science, and we have hypotheses and we have predictions.
Right, but ultimately, who's doing the science? It's going to be human beings, right?
Yeah.
So we're limited to our senses. Of course, science gives us a way of kind of cross-checking with our hypotheses, and I think that's what's so great about the scientific method. It's an ongoing process, and you're constantly testing new things, and you're trying. It's all built around falsification. So I think science is a useful tool. A common misconception is that flat earthers, they don't understand science, or they don't believe in science. They deny science deniers. So we're not coming from that perspective at all. So I agree. But at the end of the day, we only have 5 senses. And, even if we're using scientific equipment, we're still perceiving everything through our senses. So what else? How do we perceive globe if not through our senses? Is there another way, maybe?
I don't know what to tell you. You're bringing up something that's, I've never had this conversation that if we have a globe sense.
Right.
Okay,
right.
So
right, and a flat horizon. When you look at the horizon, the word horizon, horizontal, you see a horizontal line, and it's flat, from our perspective. Now, people want to say, oh, well, the Earth is so big and we're so small, and that's great. But why would we think that it's anything other than what we see? And that's kind of the question that I'm putting out there to any, globe believers.
Just a second, I'm getting an image.
Yeah, I mean, because it's interesting because we're in a server that talks about beliefs, and the globe, it feels so real to many people, but what more so than convincing people that the earth is flat, we just want to show people that even if you do believe in the globe, it is a belief. And what do we have other than belief, to justify it as anything other than just a belief? Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah.
All right, so here, let me give a little bit of evidence for the globe. So here's a picture of Santiago, Chile.
Okay, where are we looking?
In the chat.
Oh, because we're using Helioskeptics chat.
Helioskeptics chat. I'm getting the image. Just give me a second.
Okay, sure.
I can't see the channel.
Yeah, so for anyone listening, like, we're trying to figure out how we know the Earth is a globe using our personal experiences. And so, was it Lil Juicy's gonna post an image?
Let me try to get a better file. I don't know why it's being so glitchy on my laptop.
My brother went to Chile. I don't know if he went to Santiago, but he had a great time out there.
Can't say I've been.
Yeah, I'd love to go to South America someday. Take some ayahuasca or something. No, I'm just kidding. Isn't that what you do out there?
Give me a minute. My laptop's being buggy with downloads, so I'll get this image in a second.
Skeptic. Hello. But you got a killer ass voice, man. You feel like a cinema voice. Can you say coming to a town near you in your voice?
Spoiler alert. In a world that's flat.
All right, so here's a good piece of first evidence for some globe.
That's a cool
picture of Santiago, Chile. The mountain ranges you see in the back is the Tupungato Mountains, which are about 6,500 meters tall, or 21,000 feet. The tower you see at the front that seems to be as tall as the mountain is the Grand Torre of Santiago, which is about 300 meters tall, which this image right here shows a little bit of drop, because if the mountain range, if it was on a flat plane, easily you would have seen the tower below the mountains, right?
Hey, Jet Budget.
It's a first piece of evidence. Can you dispute it?
Yeah. Okay, so my question would be, wait, are you saying on a flat Earth perspective doesn't exist? I'm confused.
Right.
How have you accounted for perspective? Like, are you taking that into account? I didn't really hear you mention it.
Okay. So what does perspective have to do with this?
Well, do you know what perspective is?
Yes, I know.
So when you're viewing things through any type of optical device, including your eyes, which are essentially just lenses, you're viewing in perspective. So things that are further are going to get smaller. So I don't.
Mic check.
I mean,
Jet budget, are you there?
I don't see what you would expect on a globe. That what I don't get how this would prove a globe. I mean, it just looks flat.
This looks flat.
It just looks, you know. Yeah. Right. Another thing is usually when we do these types of site observations, we need a little bit more information about the altitude of the observer. We don't really have any of that kind of information. So we don't know the distance to the mountains, the distance to the tower. You know what I mean? So you'd be able to calculate, if you want using the basic perspective, and you'd be able to figure out if that's, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to do a little bit of work to make that into a proof for something.
Can I ask why you would need this? What calculations you're going to make with this?
Oh no, I wouldn't do it. I'm just saying if you want to develop this into a evidence for something, you'd need a little bit more data about the actual image. I don't really think this is a definitive proof for anything, really.
It's supposed to be definitive proof. It's just supposed to be some form of evidence because I'm kind of low on time and I gotta go soon.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, it's a dope photo. I'm not going to deny that. It's a really cool looking thing.
Okay. Well, I have made my claim with it, and you haven't really disputed it other than saying,
Well, he was going to say what we said. Yeah, we did say a few things. One, I think it's not really a complete piece of evidence because you don't really know where it was taken from, how it was taken, the camera, the zoom. Yeah.
But then you said that the perspective changes how it looks, so...
Yeah, well, I was asking you how you took perspective into account, and you didn't really seem to think it was relevant. So that also being said, that it doesn't really feel like this is a convincing or complete piece of evidence. So I'm just trying to help you maybe get more, if you want to develop it, that's what you would have to do.
Honest, I don't really. I gotta go soon.
Well, that's fine. I mean, it's not going to convince us either way. I mean, we're going to get into hardcore.
I've been around these servers for long enough to know.
Right. Okay.
No matter what anyone says, you guys aren't going to get convinced.
Yeah, but if you're interested, we are going to discuss reasons why we are convinced in the flat Earth. So,
Did he put his photo in live stream? I don't see it.
Something like 12,000 kilometers, I think. 6,300 is the radius I had. I was thinking diameter.
Can you repost your picture before you go? I don't see it.
The only thing that we would like for people to do is just question what they're told and question what they're taught. If you go out and look for yourself, try to falsify flat Earth. Try to go find the curvature. Try to prove that it's a globe. Because honestly, I don't know if you're aware, but the majority, I would say probably 80% of all flat earthers, that's how they became flat earthers, thinking it was a joke and coming into it to disprove it.
I can confirm that personally, because like I was only 15 and I thought it was the dumbest thing.
Yeah, I kind of put it in a category with like aliens. I thought people that just believed in that stuff, it was crazy. And I knew about flat Earth for a few months, probably even like about 6 months before I actually looked into it for real. I just thought it was like one of those crazy things that crazy people believe in.
Mitty,
yeah.
First of all, hi.
Hey, what up, T?
It's been a while since we've actually like voiced like simultaneously, but what like actually convinced you? Like, what was like the very first thing that made you be like, oh, this is it? Type of thing.
See, before you do that, because little Juicy Vert said that he was getting ready to go, and he was the one posted the photo, right? I was just because I missed it. I was away, and I'm trying to figure out what that photo is supposed to validate.
Right, so the mountain range in the background is 6,500 meters tall. In the building, you see the one that's kind of going over the camera's view is the Grand Torre, which is 300 meters tall. From the view, if we were on a flat, what I'm trying to say is if we were on a flat Earth, the mountains would be way higher than the building, because that just makes sense.
Well, first of all, did you take this photo? Is this an actual real life photo?
No, I took it off the internet. I have not been to Chile.
Yeah, because I mean, it doesn't even look like an actual photo. First, I would need, like, even you, like, if you're gonna use it for that, you would probably need to validate that it is an actual photo, because it kind of doesn't look like one. But I mean, aside from that, still, it looks to me, it looks like those whatever they're supposed to be, those carts are coming from a really, really high position and then going down to a lower position, which would put you at at a different angle. So it would be the angle of the view or whatever that would make a big difference in it. But there's no way to even test it. It's like it doesn't even really look like a photo. I just wanted to ask just to make sure what you were trying to claim with this photo. So thanks for
I gotta go. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, but go ahead, C. I'm sorry. I just wanted to get that from him before he left.
Oh yeah, no, that was fine. C asked me a question about like what really sealed the deal for me, and for me, really, it did take a few months of like really thinking about it hard and debating with myself, but also watching a lot of the debates, like the Nathan Oakley channel. I was really watching frequently a lot in the beginning because I wanted to hear both sides. I didn't just want to watch flat Earth videos all day and get like re-indoctrinated into another belief. I wanted to know like the truth. And I think it was, I have to say, the moment that stands out in my mind was D Marble did a laser test. It was only about 10 miles, but it just doing the math and knowing how you shouldn't have seen that laser. And it was just clear. I mean, and the way he reacted to it, like he just knew. He was like, this is it, guys. This is, we're like, it's game over. They got nothing for this. And of course they came up with, there were a whole bunch of rebuttals to all those things. But I think that was the moment where I was like, nah, this is not adding up. When I did the math and I saw that 10-mile laser test from D Marble. And then after that, I've seen, 20-mile, 25-mile laser tests. So, I mean, I've seen even better laser tests since then, the FE Core and the Dr. John D and a bunch of others. So, but just, the laser test, I think, really is just it's hard to mess with that. So there you go.
He doesn't talk at all. Yeah, he's just been listening for a year.
Hey, what am I talking about? No, I don't believe in flat Earth. I'm just listening. No, I'm just listening. I'm listening.
Media, I'm posting the things that you mentioned.
Oh, wrong.
Oh, thank you, Truth.
Other people can grab them if they want.
Wait, so you believe in the flat Earth, right?
Not really
skeptic. Skeptic. Yeah. So.
You're wrong.
You believe that it's flat, right? So okay. So what are those? Okay. So
you are wrong.
So you know that those other planets are angels, right?
Could be.
No, I know, but what the people? Yeah, but what people describe as Saturn, right? You know, those are angels. Also, you're not Christian. You don't believe in God or Jesus. You're just a flat earth. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, the flat Earth. I mean, the flat Earth comes from the Bible, right? So it's all connected. I mean, it's in the verse. I'd rather be a round earther than be a flat earther that doesn't even believe in God. Because what's the point?
Both of your standpoints on
Like you don't even believe that. Like, okay, so what's the universe then?
Both of your standpoints
you don't even believe in heaven.
are wrong.
All right, let me step in with it. Yeah.
Wait, what did you say, Cameron? You said something about Ron being wrong about flat Earth.
So, both of their standpoints on the Earth are wrong.
And how do you know this?
Well, I'm an inverse earther. If you know what that means.
Yeah. Let me say that because I was going to say this anyway, and this kind of ties into the inverse Earth. So, like, there's a difference between the things that we can prove, we can demonstrate. You know, we have, like I said, laser tests. You know, there's physical measurements that show that the Earth doesn't have any curvature. So we try to differentiate those things from some of our beliefs, like the planets are angels. Like that sounds actually somewhat plausible. It makes when you start getting into the luminaries, and it makes sense for sure, but I can't prove that. I might subscribe to it. You see the difference?
Can I?
You good, man.
I have some proof of my ideology if I can get access to the channel, because I think I'm locked from it. I don't know. Is the channel?
You're not locked from anything. You can go to the Helioskeptic chat, but to post images, you have to upvote the server on top.gg. Yeah, you did say that right.
Helio, Paula said that someone in the YouTube chat says that they can't hear.
Hey, trying to. Yeah, so I can't view the heliosceptics chat.
I bet they can hear me now, dude. I can't believe I've been talking this freaking long and nobody could hear me. No, I bet they can hear me now. Anyway, I got it.
Check the heliosceptics chat.
Sorry, you guys could hear me in here, and I had myself muted on OBS. Anyway, I fixed it. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I've been talking and nobody could freaking hear me. That's freaking mess. Anyway.
Well, I mean, Cameron, I mean, you should be able to see it, so I don't know. It must be on your end.
No, how can it be on my end? It's Discord, man.
Well, yeah, it'd probably be a problem with your Discord because, I mean, you have all the roles.
Okay, that's
nice.
It's probably why nobody was watching. You know, like when I started the stream, they couldn't even freaking hear me on YouTube. Holy shit! I'm so sorry, guys. That was a thing. You should be able to hear me now. Continue, everyone.
So, I mean, I guess if nobody's really going to present any other like kind of evidence to the contrary, I guess we could get into like, you know, we could extend like what we were just talking about, why we think the Earth is flat, how we know the Earth is flat, how we've checked it, double checked it, triple checked it over the last few years. So, I mean, I brought up laser tests, but that's only one facet of, you know, their site tests, you know, some of which I've been doing personally over like the last year or two. So does anyone else want to bring up, like, you know, since we have a lot of flat earthers, people are probably listening. Does anyone want to bring up any other their favorite flat earth proofs, or maybe the ones that really convince them?
I want to hear from Morvis. He hardly ever opens his microphone.
That's my dude. Shout out to Morvis.
He's not going to do it. I challenge you, Morvis.
Hello.
US. Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going? Hello.
Good, man. How are you?
Doing well.
Oh, I was hoping to get a lot more Globers in here tonight.
Yeah,
That's all right. I mean, it's like I kind of dropped the ball. I mean, we were talking about it a couple days ago, and then
yeah.
But anyway, you know, Slave of Christ gave me the VIP role, and I was like, and I didn't really know what that meant. You know, inside this server, I was like, hey, so I can create my own channel and just
you can
live stream. Yeah, and so it was cool, you know. But then when I did it, I was like, okay, nobody can I'm the only one that has permissions to post links and text and everything. But now Nick straightened that out. But anyway, so how you been, man?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Doing great. Jesuits run the world. That name is freaking funny. I mean, it's cool. So, what do you think so far about the talk here? We're trying to get some globe earthers here to defend their faith.
Yeah, you guys interested in talking about the flat Earth? Hello?
Yeah. I mean, this is why I created the channel. That's why I called it Flat Earth Talk.
Sounds good.
Are you a flat earther?
Me, yeah.
Thought so.
I think it's most of the servers, or I don't know if most, but many flat earthers in the server.
Yeah, I know. Well, we talked to, before we went live, we were talking to a couple of people that weren't, and one of them was an avid evolutionist, and to be honest, he was kind of failing. He didn't really understand the evolution. And I was hoping we could talk to him about flat Earth and get away from evolution, but then he bounced before we were start the live stream. So how did you come across this topic?
The flat Earth?
Yeah.
I did a lot of so earlier in my years, I did a lot of research on like the Federal Reserve, and then I started to figure out that
it was my first one too, man. Federal.
Oh, you started off Federal Reserve?
Yeah, but that was freaking late 90s.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I started researching the Federal Reserve, and let me think, like probably around like 2017.
Wow, bro.
And then I started to figure out that like the whole thing is like a scam, and it's actually not even run by the government, and that kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, Act of 1871.
Yeah. So that freaked me out, and I was like, all right, who's this group controlling our controlling or the money supply? And then it just led to, you know, like a huge rabbit hole. Started to cover a lot of things. Started telling people no one's listening. Didn't know why no one would listen. Because I thought I solved the problem. I was like, oh my gosh, I figured it out. Now I got to tell everyone no one's listening. This is very, very strange to me, at least. Because then I started to realize, oh, nobody actually cares about the truth. They just want to continue to live their life. No one wants to hear the bad news, you know?
Oh, are you serious? They don't want to hear the bad news? They watch CNN and Fox News and MSNBC. They want to see the bad news. Now,
yeah, don't they say like the
bad news
stories do better? Yeah,
it's like the bad news is the real bad news is what we're trying to tell them, but they believe what they see on TV.
Yeah.
So when you try to tell them that, it's like, well, and they just believe it. That's, you know, it's kind of game over. Well, it's game over in their mind for you. I mean, he can't be possibly right about this. You know, I mean, it's like, hey,
yeah, I think it scared people so much that like they just went into full denial. So I was just like, okay, well, if you guys are not going to believe me, then I'm just going to keep doing research and figuring everything else out. You know. And one rabbit hole led to another, and then just really just ended up with like flat Earth and like the Bible and everything. Because I was an atheist at that time.
Really?
Yeah.
I was never an atheist. I mean, I've always believed in a creator.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was raised Catholic, but it was just like
I was raised Catholic.
And when I was in high school, I started teaching evolution, and my biology teacher went to my church.
Did you believe it?
No, my biology teacher went to my church, and he started teaching this, and I was like, "That's not how God did it, bro."
That's
and he's like, "You have to learn it," and I was like,
"Wait, when did they teach you evolution?"
Well, I mean,
it
wasn't evolution, you know, in high school, you know, back in the 80s, it wasn't necessarily evolution in the vein that it is taught now.
You know what my dad told me? He says in school, my dad's pretty old, but my dad told me they taught him evolution and creation at the same time.
Yeah, but I remember seeing, you know, the Cro-Magnon freaking shit. You know, I mean, that shit was taught. I mean, pardon my French. That was taught in high school when I was just like, and then they have, you know, pictures in the books of, you know, embryos that they're very similar to fish and stuff like that. You know, when there's no proof of evolution in that, and then because I don't lie, I've always been a spiritual person, and I can see right in front of my this place is created. They're making up a story about how this could have happened, you know, and they're trying to figure it out, you know, and so that's why I was like, when they started trying to show me this stuff, it's like, no, that's not the way God did it, bro.
You didn't believe it at all?
I never freaking bought into that. No.
Oh, I fell into it, like, because that was what I was taught, you know.
Well, I was taught that they tried to teach me, and I learned it, but I just never bought into the idea.
I was a little different story. I brought up Catholic.
I'll tell you what, though. I mean, I balls in space. I believed in for a long time.
Oh, you know what was strange about me? I saw, like, I was looking at high altitude pictures of the Earth one time, and then I could tell that was the real Earth. Like, I could tell the difference between the real Earth and the fake Earth, and the Earth that they were showing me, like the ball one.
Yeah.
Like, that was strange when I was looking at it. I was like, this is very, very different from high altitude pictures, right? And I knew this as a kid, right? But I was like, oh, maybe there's something with the lens. Like, I tried to rationalize why this was like this, and I never really questioned it hardcore, but I always knew there was a difference, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even with like the alien thing, right? Since they were trying to teach me evolution, and especially when I found out about Big Bang, it was just like aliens evolved the same way we evolved on Earth, and all this. So I never believed in aliens. I'm a huge sci-fi fan. I love fantasy and science fiction. So I mean, it's like I don't have to compromise. I just don't. I just enjoy the writing and the creation of stories. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how it affects people. Never affected me in a certain way where it's like, hey, they wrote a science fiction TV show or something about aliens, and I believed it. I just enjoyed the drama, and I'm a huge fan of fiction. But I never believe that that's possible because I've always kind of been a geocentrist.
You know me, like when I was in the Catholic Church as a kid, like my parents used to read me the Bible, and I always knew that what they were teaching in the Catholic Church was not the same religion as what is taught.
Were you an altar boy?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I was too.
Yeah, but like I just always knew in the back of my head that like this is not the same religion. Like where is like the prayer, like you pray to Mary, like you do all these, like you have the statues, you do all these strange stuff, and I was wondering. I never asked my parents how. I was like, well, why is none of this in the Bible? Like, and I knew it was different, but as a kid you just don't like question things. You just believe things.
Well, you were in catechism classes, right? Did they teach you?
I went to a Catholic school, but I never, and I was an altar boy.
Well, where I was, it was like Sunday school. They called it catechism.
Yeah,
right?
You know what? I actually,
but they didn't really teach you about the catechism. It's just a huge tome. It's a huge tome.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go ahead.
And the reason why I was an altar boy is because I could get out of class, right? I didn't have to go to class when I was.
I actually enjoyed it. I remember as a young man enjoying being an altar.
I didn't care for it. I just wanted to get out of class because class was really boring.
I thought it was fun. But just like I don't know. I wasn't dingled by the priest or anything. We had the priest that we had was a really nice man.
I had one.
I gave my first confession to him, and I trusted him, and he was a really good man.
I had one priest that got caught apparently, and he I don't know what happened to him, but it was a huge fiasco. But this was later on. Like this is after I graduated, and this was in my middle school, right? So he and I always the one thing he never did anything really strange to me. The only thing that I could recognize is like later on when I did my last like altar thing with him, is that like when when the priest goes to the end of the door and like he starts waving goodbye to everyone when they're leaving, and like he had his hand on my shoulder and he was like squeezing my arm, like not like not squeezing it hard, but like doing light squeezes, and I thought that was really strange, and I never forgot it. I was like, this guy's freaking weird. But yeah.
I mean, you can't know. I mean, there are a lot of good priests, but they're the bad priests. really messed it up for a lot of people, man.
And then I was surprised when he got caught. Like it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See, well, I mean, I still remember his name. And I'm going to say it, but yeah, I was on. When I went, I was fortunate enough to be in a Catholic church. Grew up in it. We had a good time. Actually, it had a lot of friendships built. I went to Catholic church camp. We had lock-ins at the church. The priest lived in a house that was connected to the church. Really good guy when I was growing up, and since then it's changed. I mean, he was old when I started, but he kept, he was there until I graduated high school. So it was like freaking 10 years that I went to that church, and he was a really good man. And I went to my first confession, and I I was like, 13, 14 years old. And it's like the priest can't actually say anything. I mean, legally, they can't freaking tell you what as a 14-year-old, they can't tell you. And of course, who likes to confess, right? So it's like,
I did confession twice, and I
did it a few times.
That was so uncomfortable, dude.
Yeah, it's really uncomfortable.
Really,
but I trusted this man though, so he was a good priest. This is what I mean. Because he can't say anything. You could, unless you murdered somebody. Unless you murdered somebody, he can tell. He couldn't say anything.
What religion are you now?
I don't subscribe to a religion now. I know there's a creator.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, once I graduated high school, I didn't follow the Catholic religion anymore, and then in my late 20s and early 30s, I started looking at Catholic doctrine. I mean, I had this point in my life. I won't even get into details of my background. However it led up to this, at a point in my life where I was saved, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jesus saved me, but I felt that when I was a teenager, or even before that. It's not like God has always had His hand on me. You know what I mean? So it's not like,
what I'd like to see I'd like to get into the bottom of the Vatican and see what.
Oh yeah, like truth. Remember when like that whole Area 51 raid? You remember that?
Yeah, I remember them.
Yeah, I wanted to like try to create a movement of like raid the Vatican. Like that was like why are we raiding Area 51? Like the Vatican needs to get raided.
Yeah, no doubt. I would like to see. That's probably where, how they divide all the knowledge into across the earth, and they give like certain cultures a certain amount of truth, and then mix it in with a bunch of lies and cultural constructs to control them. I'd say the Vatican in the basement of the Vatican. I'd say that's where you will find. That's probably the only area. Well, other than like the leaders, but that. Where all that knowledge is compiled together.
Yeah, I think they're sacrificing kids in the Vatican as well. I want to expose that. That would be it. Like if the Vatican went down, like everything else would also go down.
This is really interesting.
And all that information. Go ahead, Eli.
No, I was just saying this is really interesting, and I thought we set this up, me and you, right? Truth Avails. We were like trying to say, hey, let's get some flat Earth talk in here. But this is a religious.
Well, I was trying to find some Glovers.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I want it.
And then I thought, I was wondering if you even were going to do it because you hadn't responded to me in a couple of days, and I was like, well, maybe it's off because no Glovers took the wants
I
to
mean,
defend the globe or anything.
Sometimes if I don't feel like talking, I just don't talk to anybody. But
that's me too.
if I say I'm going to do a show, I'm going to do a show. Hey, Ren, are you willing to open your microphone? You have the atheist tag. Do you want to talk to us about anything? Bye bye.
That's what they do every time.
Anyway, continue.
I know there has to be a globe. I know there has to be people in here who still think that the Earth is a globe, and you don't have to debate and you don't have to defend it, but you can just ask questions and discuss it. Because I know in the bottom of what I was getting to with the Vatican is I know that all the information about the Earth is flat and stationary that they have.
I think the flat Earth scares people. To be honest.
What about Issa Noodle? He has the atheist role.
I have the atheist role, but I'm actually agnostic.
Oh, okay. Are you flat earther?
Honestly, the whole thing, I'd want to do more research on it by myself first before coming to any conclusions.
How do you have the atheist role if you're
Well, hold on. Let's just start from the beginning then. So, have you ever talked to anyone about this before, or have you looked into the topic? So.
I mostly have just been trying to listen to you guys, kind of observe what you guys are saying.
Yeah, let me ask you this: do you have interest in the topic? Do you have interest in maybe looking into it in the future?
Well, I mean, if what we're told on a daily basis is a lie, of course I'd want to know something like that.
Right. Well, are you aware of that a lot of things out there might be lies? Have you uncovered some of them already?
Well, we're talking about global governments and stuff like that. I already have a huge distrust in those.
Okay, so yeah, well then, a lot of the information that people have about the Earth, the so-called images of that show it as a globe, they're all coming from government agencies. So that's a good place to start. How about the moon landing? Have you looked into that one?
A little bit.
Do you think it's possible that they could have faked it?
The one that we have footage of, the first, I think there's a possibility that it's fake, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. First couple missions look ridiculous. There's two images in particular. One of the actual lunar lander itself, and then there's a video that you could find on YouTube on the Smithsonian YouTube channel of the blast off. I'll post it. It's my favorite one, but you can see it blasting off from the moon. The thing sparkles. You see these rainbow sparkles, red, not even rainbow. It's red, green, and blue. And then it lifts off. It looks like a
You could keep playing it if you want.
like a toy model, and then the camera pans up. So there's so many things wrong with that. Just the way it looks is enough, but there's so many funny things.
And when you post it, there's two other videos
Well, I guess
that
you're
I
gonna keep
posted for
playing it.
you.
Okay, never mind.
You'll probably find them really interesting.
Yeah, just the image of the lunar lander. I mean,
Iggy's in here though. He might have something to say. Why don't you pause it for a second? Miggy, there.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Can we pause the video, please? Somebody's got YouTube playing. Is it me? Somebody's playing YouTube. I think it's me. Shit.
Yeah, it's you.
I got it. Just a second. Shit. Technical difficulties. Okay. Hello.
That's better, Dave.
The globe is bullshit. Continue.
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Not a lot. Just getting ready to start work. Just checking in. Just or playing, recording or something. But
That's what it sounded like.
yeah, who was playing that? Flatty?
I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just curious when that was. What was that from? Racing or?
I got off Helio. Yeah, no, I saw Helio's YouTube. I think it's last year sometime.
Okay, just wondered. So, what's going on, Mickey? What you got today?
Oh man, just popping on here, see what you guys are talking about.
Hey, Dave, we're repeating back everything we say. It's making a bunch of noise.
All right, I'll mute. Y'all go ahead and talk.
I was trying to hear what Miggy said. I couldn't hear him.
I'll mute. I'll see if I can fix it. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just popping in here and see what you guys are talking about. But it sounded like you had a recording going, so how's everything going here? What's up, Sonny? Flatty?
Not much. I'm just getting up myself.
Not much, man. I've been struggling to find like old, decent debates. Not necessarily old, but good stuff. That's people seem to be playing the same stuff over and over. So just trying to find something different. That's all. While it was quiet.
There's a couple on my channel, a couple of excerpts from here I've clipped out. So you ought to check out my channel. There's a few of them on.
Yeah, okay. I will next time, man. That's cool.
Yeah, I used to have a collection called Numpty Clips. They were pretty funny. Glover saved the most ridiculous things, and I had like clips of them.
Yeah, those are great. We still have those, don't we? I mean,
do you guys have them?
I think those are the Numpty clips on the QE's channel.
Yeah, I think he has some of them. So.
Hey, Roger.
Good afternoon.
Have you just been over Nathan's?
Yeah.
Anything interesting over there?
No.
Yeah, they don't have an argument. No one does.
Hey, Slug. How are you?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm doing all right.
I'm sorry. That's me. Cutting some onions.
I heard a bit of discussion in here this morning with Slug.
About?
Actually, no. It wasn't in you. It was in VC check-in. I missed it. I couldn't get in there. But I think you of the Globe Persuasion, Slug?
What?
Are you of the Globe Persuasion?
The Globe Persuasion?
Yeah. Do you think we live on a globe?
I don't know.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I was in here last night for about 2 hours talking to B. Carl, I think.
Yeah, you were in the VC check-in channel when you with the B calling. Twad was in there.
Yeah, Twad,
Rookie,
yeah.
Rookie was there too. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking for a while, actually.
I was trying to get you to come in the live stream, but by the time I got in there to speak to people, you'd already gone.
Yeah, I was tired.
So is there anything the guys told you that you were like, that's interesting?
Yeah, I'll have to think about it, though. Remember it.
Yeah, some people are just hearing about the conversation. Like recently, they'll stumble upon the server and come in here, or they'll hear some of the things that you guys play. Like some of the clips from past audio conversations. I prefer genuine, like up to date, like right now conversations. I used to like look at the stuff that I had stored on my account when I was doing that, but I kind of figured like I wasn't gonna get used to the archives, like going back to them and looking through them. I found them like it's good for the conversation while it's happening, but once it's done, it's like unless it's something that you need to go back and refer to because somebody was lying about something, then it would be useful. But other than that, I probably wouldn't even go back to look at the stuff. It's useful for other people who don't know about it,
Right.
get the topic.
We had a good discussion about the fake space pictures, and it made a lot of sense to me last night. The compartmentalized about everything.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot to look into, man, when it comes to how they've been lying to us.
Yeah, it was like crystal clear. Just the mindset I was in last night.
That's good. I mean,
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
what piqued your interest to look into this topic at all? Like, was it just you never believed that NASA was telling the truth about stuff, or I mean,
No, I mean I was in I was in another group and I got invited here. Forget it's got a blue wolf, ice wall maybe.
oh, the ice wall. Yeah, that.
No, it's called Under the Dome. That's it.
Cool.
Yep.
So, how long you been hearing about this topic? You just recently heard about it, or flat Earth?
No, I've heard like on YouTube, like I've seen stuff about it, but I never really got into it.
Yeah, it's good to listen to both sides because you want to use your own mind to make up a decision as to like what you think is reality. Because
Yeah.
being persuaded into something is not the way to do it. You have to look at the information yourself and analyze it, right? Both sides.
Yeah.
Hear both conversations, hear what they have to say, and
Yeah.
it either is or it isn't a globe.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you I do know what we're on.
Yeah, but you're going to have to agree that there needs to be sufficient evidence, because you said that there needs to be sufficient evidence to support the claim that the Earth is a globe. And if there isn't, then you can't make up your mind whether it is or it isn't. So you're just like, well, I don't really know. But if we all knew, then there wouldn't be a discussion. It would be like, yeah, everybody knows it's a globe.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too sure though.
You got some people that are really staunch in their positions, meaning they got their heels dug in. They don't want to be removed from it. And we
were talking about that last night. They just a lot of people will defend, just these claims of the Earth is a ball or whatever, and they get pretty defensive about it, right?
Of course.
No.
That type of knowledge is based on like what they would consider consensus, or because the majority of people agree that that's the case, then it has to be.
Yeah, and they don't want to be casted out, basically.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right.
That's really the problem. They don't want to be outcast from, because it's like a social club, if you want to call it that, being a part of society in that way,
I
where
can see that.
Yeah. Well, you can imagine if you haven't even mentioned this topic, mentioning it like at a family gathering or something, and you could just see that wouldn't go over well. Like they would look at
Nah.
like a freaking nutcase. Or the only way you could probably even have a topic like this is when everybody's got a little tipsy. You know? Then they're kind of they're talking about crazy stuff, and then you could probably throw in an idea of like, well, what do you guys think the Earth is? You know, like
Yeah, like kind of slide it in. Yeah.
because if you do it just raw, you know, and start talking to people, they would see that you're just some kind of lunatic, you know. And I don't know. I guess that's why it's hard for people when they know about the truth to go and tell people, because it seems like everybody's got their defenses up for like what they know, and it doesn't even matter what it is. I mean, it could be politics, even like it just doesn't matter. Like whatever they have their defenses on, they wouldn't hear another side to the story. They would just hear only what they think is the truth.
Yeah, they're so hell bent over it.
Yeah, but the shape of the Earth is kind of like one of the ones. I don't want to say it's up there with religion, but I would say that it's close. It's really, really close.
Yeah. I was having this problem, but it had nothing to do with flat Earth. I was having like, problems with basically the same thing, except I was labeled as a nutcase for you know just mainstream media, all that crap. The news is
Oh
a
yeah.
joke, you know. So it's just weird, like I don't know, because like I see a lot of the flack that the flat earthers take, and I'm like, well, shit, I took some of that too, but it wasn't even about flat Earth, so it's just kind of cool.
It doesn't sound like you're a fan of Joe Biden.
Well, I don't really, yeah.
It was politics, right? But yeah, I don't want to.
Politics, the the main events that happen around the world.
Current event stuff, yeah.
Yeah, with certain injections. Apparently, you can't talk about things.
Nah, man, you get just like this live stream. Like if you were to start mentioning that or go into a conversation about it, this video that we're on right now would probably be deleted. You know,
Right.
YouTube overlords will make sure of that.
Yeah.
So you just gotta stay on the topics, you know.
Yeah.
But it's still interesting though, man, because like you question somebody about the shape of the Earth, and just to hear what they know, it almost sounds like everybody doesn't really know anything about it. I've done this numerous times when people come in here, and I would ask them questions about the shape of the Earth, and I mean you get these people that they're so sure. I usually ask them that right before I talk to them about what they know. Like, how sure are you that Earth is a globe? I'm 100% sure. That's usually the 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely positive. There's no way, no doubt. It's a globe. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way to prove any of that though.
Well, they don't know that until the conversation begins, you know, until they start
Right.
to realize, okay, let's see how we can provide evidence for curvature, you know, or that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. Go ahead and try to see if you can bring up some evidence, and I'll hear things like the sun and moon going across the sky. That's evidence that the Earth is moving. But it's crazy because you're on the Earth, right? So it's like, well, is the sun and moon moving or is the Earth moving? And if you can't tell which one is which, then there's no way you can decide, right?
Yeah.
So if you can't decide, that means there isn't an answer there. Using that,
Exactly.
like, you can't use that as a means to find out.
Can I get a quick mic check? Am I better now, Miggy?
Yeah, we got you, Dave.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but the reason why, and I've been doing this for quite some time, and people in here have been doing it for quite some time too.
I can tell, honestly.
Yeah, but I've been since 2015, man, and some of them have been here that long as well. What draws me to it every time and time again, I'll take breaks and I'll come back. But what draws me in time and time again is the fact that I would hate to be knowing truth, not telling my fellow man. Like, it's almost like
Well, I tried to do that, and I got a lot of shit for it. I
Yeah,
tried to tell,
you
but it
feel a
wasn't about flat Earth. It was about other, just awareness, I guess.
Yeah.
But you get a lot of shit for that.
Oh yeah, yeah. But and that too, like you get used to be like when the very beginning of the movement, because the movement really took off like in 2014, like really took off. That's when
Yeah.
it was everywhere on the internet. You could find flat. There was all kinds of people with the idea that Earth is flat, like different ideologies, like people that were coming out with, that the Earth is like flat, but it's like one pond, and then there's another pond further out you go, and then there's another pond in another area, and so like it doesn't matter like what people think of. They thought of different things, but it was more like speculation. But they started to formulate like flat Earth doctrine, or like they would put images together, and then they would say like this is what we represent and kind of thing like that. Like the flat Earth conversation was stifled by people and their ideas of trying to support a claim that they can't fully support. The only thing that they know is that the Earth isn't a globe and that it doesn't measure curvature. So if you have curvature, then it's flat. But even if that's the case, you can't go off and say something else about the Earth that you don't know or make another claim.
Right.
I'll give you an instance.
Because that's what NASA said or whatever.
Yeah, I'll give you one instance. I'll talk about the ice ring. The ice ring. So how do we know there's an ice ring around the Earth? You know what I'm saying? Like that, we can get
We
into
really
topics
don't.
of,
If you think about it, we really don't.
yeah, but in the beginning, like when the movement was taking off, man, that's how we were presenting flat Earth, and we were doing it assuredly. And I think that's like kind of I'm always talking like how far we've come, because I seen it like it's always been a wonderful thing to me. Like, and everybody's known like we've started those kind of
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. It's not
yeah.
something that's life threatening. Talking about this stuff, and I guess some people do take it that way.
Yeah, or you get the people on the other side of the coin that were with flat Earth, but they weren't really. They kind of were just hanging in there, and then something like maybe the ice ring was discussed, and then they were like, "Well, I don't want to be a part of this if it's because of the ice ring, because I know nobody can verify it, so I'm out. I'm back to the globe." Or we had some people that were,
Right.
I guess, in the movement, but they weren't like fully convinced themselves that the Earth is not a globe, or they'll use like, okay, so the the globe mentality, some of the people that come in here and argue for the globe that have been doing it for years, they come up with like these really sneaky weasel ways to make somebody think that they have like a point. Like
Right.
they'll take an image of the horizon and then they'll smush it down, they'll compress it, and they'll make it look like there's curvature, and then they'll
Right.
present to like some of the flat earthers who are just getting into this, and the flat earthers just joining will then start thinking like, well, there's something to this, man. Like the guy, he just like took a picture of the flat horizon and he compressed the image. Now it looks like it's curved, so it must have some kind of validation to it. So they gave credence to that without even doing any more investigation as to like, is there anything something else we can compare that to? Like, what if we have like a flat surface and then can get that image and compress it? Will it do the same thing? And it does. So if people actually just go a bit farther and test that method out, they'll find out that that doesn't always mean that what they're looking at is curved. It doesn't mean that. So that some people would jump off, and because they, how can I put it? They don't want to be in a fringe group like this
Right.
one. They want to be up back into the fold where everything was what you would consider normal, right? Normal
Yeah,
meaning
where you don't know anything, basically.
being a part of society, being welcomed or respected, I guess, amongst your peers, where people don't look at you like some kind of weirdo, and so
Right.
they'll leave the topic and they'll be like, "Yeah, that's good enough for me," kind of thing. Like I'm convinced that it's a globe. You guys are crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, mostly it's that's how I see it, because we have had some people that we consider like prominent speakers on the flat Earth, and they would had their conversion back to the globe or something, and it's really ridiculous, when you see stuff like. We're still here, man. Like, there's nothing that has been proven, nothing has been given to us for evidence. We're here waiting every single day. There's a group of us that always are diligent to come in here. We await conversation for anybody that thinks they have information about the globe, and specifically on the topic. A lot of people that come in here will give us a topic and be like, well, I got some evidence, but not about the globe, but just some evidence. They don't, it's another weasel way that they try to get into the conversation, with not saying that they're claiming that the earth is a globe, but also claiming that this is evidence to support it. It's weird. We've had that a couple of times already.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
So that they don't get pegged with those people that think the earth is a globe, so that we can't say, okay, so you are saying the earth is a globe, right?
Who cares if you get pegged,
Well,
who cares?
The thing is, if people actually believe that that's the case, then they're going to have to support the claim. And the burden of proof is for those who are making the claim. The claim is that the earth is a globe. So we don't see that, right? And we want the champions of the globe model, or of the claim, to step forward and say, okay, I believe the earth is a globe. I know it to be, whatever. Here's my evidence. And I'm telling you, man, we don't have that. Not anymore. Not like we used to. We busted down a lot of these hard-boiled globers, so to speak. Now they're just scattered up into their own servers and their own little groups.
Oh, there's Glober groups too.
Oh, believe me, there's Glober. Dude, there's and they don't have any content unless we go over there and give them content.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
because they don't really have any solid proof, right?
Yeah.
Specifically, specifically, they are called anti-flat earthers, because people who believe in the globe are just people, right? And they believe in. But when you've heard the arguments and you've debated and you're still battling, right? That's what they do. They're constantly arguing, not having any arguments, but they are arguing. Then they become anti-flat earthers, which is a very niche, fringe minority, and very moody,
all
moody
globists
people.
be considered anti-flat earthers?
No.
In a way.
No. Some I would take a look at it like this. It's like some people are just victims of the secondhand information. Others are how should we put this? Educators, or they push the narrative.
Right.
Others are pushing the narrative. Some of them are just defending what they think they know is right. That's
yeah.
You're a byproduct of the information. You're not really someone who's an advocate. You're not an ambassador of the claim. But these other guys, professors and whoever they are, now those guys are the ones who are advocating for the globe. They're the ones who are deeply entrenched in the idea. You got
they put it out everywhere in our reality.
We do have to make a distinction on that case, because we do get a lot of people in here that they're trying to support the claim that the earth is a globe, but they really don't know. So it's not like, let's go get those guys. They're just like everybody else. They don't know. But the other guys who say, yeah, I know the earth's a globe, it's been a globe, and then they're pretty hard in their position, then you have to actually talk to them.
Because it's brainwashed inside of them,
Yeah, and it's pride. It's psychological, Slug. That's what it is. It's pride, man. It's pride because they don't want to let go of something they thought they were very knowledgeable in.
Right.
So, I mean, you get some people that are pretty educated in that.
And that happens with the news too, like with current events. People think they're so educated on, what they heard on the screen, and they'll defend that.
You get people in, the astronomy. And you get people in astronomy, and they'll say, "Well, yeah, that's Mars, a red planet, and it's got features, and this is how big it is, and that, so on and so forth." They'll tell you more details about it, and then you kind of grill them on it. You're like, okay, so you're giving me a story about this light in the sky, and you say you know what it is, but how are you going to verify that? What? There's a rover on there? How do you know that? Like, who's telling you this story, and what images have they shown you to convince you of such things? Because if images and videos is all you need to be convinced of something, my friend, then every movie you see is pretty much going to convince you that all kinds of weird stuff is happening, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If that's the level of scrutiny that you would take to verify something, then you're in big trouble. Because
You'll believe anything, right?
you'll believe, yeah, exactly. You'll take anything as like, I can tell you, I can make up stories and tell you stuff, and that's
Right.
the inquisitive mind. It stops because it's been programmed not to question the narrative. So we are from a very young age told not to question authority. Authority, your teacher, whatever, they give you a lesson, you learn it, move on, kind of thing.
Right.
Lesson, learn, move on. Next grade. Lesson, learn, move on. Next grade. And so by the time you get to an age where you can start to think for yourself and you're not just like, okay, teacher, and you're like, hold on a second. Why do we have to, why are we thinking this way? Like, and you start to be, then that's when you get all this flack for like, dude, we learned that back in like second grade. Why are you talking about this right now? That's what,
yeah.
See, this is a well thought
It's like
out.
a program. It's just a program.
It's a well thought out program, man.
Yeah.
Well, because they knew that the only way that some information like that was going to be able to be brought into your mind is by other people telling you that you're crazy, you're pushed back.
Yeah.
It's genius, man. The plan is genius. So if I get you to believe something when you're young and impressionable, then by the time you get to be of an age where you can critically think about the topic, how are you really? Your mind will be so like, no, dude, this has always been this way.
Right.
Why would they lie? Is a question we get. Why would they lie? And we always tell them it's not about the motive. Don't go looking for the motive. That's
everybody just, like pawns.
Yep. It's easy to do it. It's so easy. Once authority has got you in the scripts, there isn't anything. Your mind is basically putty. So a lot of people would say the question, why would they lie? And I'm always telling them to control your mind. Why else would they do it? If they have control of that thing, shoot. Any narrative that they can tell you. You watch TV, anything you see on there, you're just gonna hook, line, and sinker believe it. You're just gonna take it all in and be like, yeah, that's it. This is how it is. We gotta go do that because they said so. So you're right now, you, me, and everybody else listening, we're all just byproducts of the system.
Right.
Until we start thinking for ourselves. That's the most important thing that you can do. Question the thing that has been taught to you. And
yeah,
then
it's weird because like whenever I was younger, that's exactly what I did,
Mm-hmm.
And then as I've gotten older, it's like I find myself falling into those traps of just listen, just listen. But whenever I was younger, I didn't care.
For sure.
But then as you get older, there's different tactics that they can use to make you believe in them and whatever.
Yeah, Slug, I hope that you stick around in this server for quite some time, because it would be interesting for other people to jump in here and you can hear me have a conversation with somebody, or one of the other OG flat earthers have a conversation with them. Then you can see, kind of like from a third person perspective, what we're talking about, and this conditioning. It's like I would akin it to like a spell, like when you see like in those movies when
like psychosis.
Yeah, dude, it's like it's a spell, dude. They can't break free. And it's almost like
I get caught up in that spell too, but not like defending what whatever I believe in. I just get caught in the spell of like the authority shit, I think.
Of course.
I forget sometimes.
Well, and to be fair, the lies are mixed in with truth. Okay, so they're mixed in there. So that's how come you can't tell, you can't discern.
Right.
they make it easy for you not to be able to discern what is the real truth and what is a lie, because it's mixed in. It's mixed. So some of the things that they're saying are true. We're not going to say they're outright liars of everything, because that would be ridiculous. You'd have to be able to believe in order for it to be believable, like at least to some extent. So, and what I mean by that is that at some level they're operating with things that are tangible, right? Like they're not just going to outright tell you a crazy story and then just have you believe it. There's going to be bits and pieces of something that are going to make sense to hook you into the lie.
Right.
That's how deception works, man. It isn't outright deceptive. It's the truth, and it's got sprinkled lies in there in somewhere. Like, so you got to have a critically thinking mind to actually navigate through all the lies. Not easy.
Yeah,
but
it's not easy.
As long as you stay curious and you stay open-minded, I mean, truth will reveal itself to you, man. Like, because I always say, truth is self-apparent. Like, let's say you disagree on the topic, and I'm telling you this one thing. You could be right, and I'm arguing a different side of the point with you, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think, and it doesn't matter how you present it. The only thing that matters is that truth is self-evident. That it doesn't matter if you tell me, I can go look for the information myself and find out for myself. And that's it, right? That's how I can know that what you just spoke of is real, because I can find out for myself. I mean, I don't need you to convince me. You can just tell me, hey, man, go check it out for yourself. If you don't believe me, like, so you can present it, but it'll be up to me to look into it.
Right.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. We've been chugging along for quite some time.
Yeah, I've noticed a few that I've talked to, they seem it's actually very cool, I think it's cool.
Yeah, I always tell people too, Slug, at the end of the day, I'm not trying to convince you. I want to challenge you, though. I want you to be what you know, or at least, the very least, question the thing that you know. Because you can still think that the Earth is a globe, and you never come back to the server or whatever the case is, and that'd be just fine by me. But so long as you, in life, question, you just keep curious and stuff.
No, I've always been like that.
It sounds like you are you're on the road, though, man, to truth. Like, I mean, of other things too, not just flat Earth, but
Yeah, it started with other things, like just a bunch of just different. Like, I guess you know how they compartmentalize everything. I was looking into all the things, like,
for sure. It's it spans in all aspects of life, man. It touches. There's nothing that deception hasn't reached.
Right.
So the air, the food, the water, the medical, everything, dude. It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
The more you uncover, the more you don't wish that you were just
You were just another sheep, right?
I'm serious, because like some people, it's joyful in the sense that but it's sorrow in the sense of like how much or how many people are actually entrenched in this lie. Like it's like you wake up every day and it's a battle, dude. There's no rest, none whatsoever. So you need people like the people in here that'll be like by your side to fight this good fight. Like you need people that are gonna ambassadors for truth, man, because it's not easy. If you're doing it by yourself, like if you go off and do things by yourself, it'll eat you up, man. People will be
I've experienced that.
Yeah, and at some point you just want to throw up your hands and say, you know what, screw it, man. Let them think what they think. I'm not gonna be. But that's where you persevere. It's where you move forward.
That's where I was at right before I found this place. About to give up, like, okay, so yeah, there's a lot of us here, but it didn't seem like it was moving along. But one thing I do like Miggy talking about in the past couple of years here is appealing to these people and asking them why they have this blind loyalty to these ideas, because that's really all they are. You know, and I can understand having loyalty to like a spouse or someone like that, or your family members, but having loyalty to something like your controllers or your handlers or your owners is it's clearly it's a textbook case of Stockholm syndrome. You know, these people are controlled, and they come in here and ask us, with all the controls that are happening out in their world for themselves, they are still going to ask this question: why would they lie? This is a blank spot in people's minds that have a blind loyalty to concepts and ideas just because those people telling them are so-called authorities. So I'm glad, Slug, if you're here, you're thinking about things, because there's people in here from every walk of life, every occupation, every type of job you can imagine. We have members of people from just about every class, social status, all of it in here. Very intelligent people. Hope you stick around. And hello, Chemo.
Is that chemo?
Chemo.
Good evening, chaps.
Yeah, Chemo is one of those ambassadors. Gee, Chemo, from what I understand, goes out there and does, has conversations with these anti-flat earthers quite a bit. And cheers to you, because that's not for everyone, you know.
He just goes over there to give him chemotherapy, right? Chemo.
It can be a little bit daunting in the public, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But
you've made connections with those groups, and they sort of respect you in some way. Would you say that?
I don't know. I just do want to, go out there,
Right. Well, I think you're calm spoken, and you have like a logical sense about you that's common sense based, from what I have heard you talk about. So I think that appeals to people.
But everything you're saying, how you're analysing them, is completely right. They're suffering huge cognitive dissonance. Like, every aspect of their model is just completely broken. There's no return, really. So I don't think they know what to do with themselves. They're not sure where to go.
Right. They're probably scared.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you fight against something so vehemently, all that time? And
they've worked so hard, though, haven't they, building their model, their lifestyle, their paradigm. They feel that they're not going to let it go without a fight.
Yeah, no matter what the truth is, which is kind of very strange.
But they're suffering.
I don't understand why people would argue for an idea that wasn't theirs to begin with.
Because they've invested their time, their effort in understanding it, believing it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are actually vacuous, and I don't mean that they don't have intelligence. They do. They're very intelligent, but they don't really know how to make a decision for themselves, that relying on authority to that. But like you said, they're invested too. So even if they knew the earth was flat, they're not going to let it go, because, I mean, here's what I think the problem is. There's people that are vacuous. The way I mean that is that they believe that their intellect, all their knowledge that they've gathered, their entire life's experience, they think that's who they are. They think that knowledge is who they are. Like, without the knowledge, I think they feel like they would be zero, or the hole in the donut. So I think that's why, because people that are lacking a spiritual sense about themselves, all they have is the material. So their intellect, their knowledge would be the only thing that they believe they have. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
Because that's what I mean. You see people fight that looks like they would actually go physical battle with you over these ideas. Like you said, it's not their ideas, though.
It's just like supporting a team. You know, we've done this. We've been there.
Yeah, I think it goes to the job, the 401k portfolio, all of it. Like, I think they think they're going to lose out somehow. I think it's up to us that are able to see the bigger picture to actually help them.
They want us to do the work for them and provide a model.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
People got to be willing to help themselves before any of us can help them. We can just give them information. I hope they take it seriously.
Talk to you later, Roger. Yeah, they want another model because someone gave them a model before, so now they want another model to replace it. That's what it is. They feel insecure without having something that they can use as a scaffolding.
It's like you're taking their teddy bear away. You're not giving them another one to comfort them, right, Sonny?
Yeah. I think it's that feeling that kids get when all of a sudden they realize that Santa isn't real. There's like, oh man, because all these thoughts that you thought about Santa Claus, you're thinking it was real, and the parents were in on it. That's the funniest thing. I mean, my parents were in on it. They even tuned into radio stations when I lived in the Midwest there on Christmas Eve, and we're tracking on radar Santa. That's what us kids were witness to. That's what I was witness to. Oh, look, they're tracking him over there. They're over the airport right now, Sonny. Listen to radio. Like, what a deception that is. So how could people possibly say, why would they lie? Why would the whole radio station and everybody around there go in on the same thing, telling a little kid, me, that Santa was flying into town and they were radar tracking it? Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Yeah. So think about it. You'll be losing your ball. Yeah, because the ball Earth never did exist. What you'll be gaining is a reliance on your own senses. And you also, what you have backing you is reality itself. Now, wouldn't that be a better way to go in life? A hush fell on the flat Earth server.
I think a good starting point is accepting reality as it presents itself, and you go from there. What can you verify? There you go.
Yeah. How many classrooms go out there to the beach and go, look, kids, look at this horizon. We're going to do some tests on this horizon. What is the horizon, kids? Like, why did we never learn those things? It was all cerebral learning. Like, it was all in the head, all in your imagination. There was some things that were hands-on and actual doing things in reality, but there was never this talk or discussion about what the greater Earth is, like where we actually are. Let's go look at nature. Let's let's start learning about the scientific method in real ways, like something that anybody could understand. First grader could understand.
I hear you saying just real quick. Why was I 52 years old when I first heard about the Earth curvature formula? Never even thought about it until I was 52 years old. That's
Yeah,
kind of weird, ain't it?
I was even older, so don't feel bad.
Out here and slug off.
Yeah, and you guys got to come on board quick because I don't know, man. Because I want to be playing at the Flat Earth mega concert while I can still walk up there myself. So come on, help a brother out. I thought I saw crypto. I did. Anyway, you still there, Miggy?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay. Anyway, there's B. Carl's.
Ain't no still here.
B. Carl's.
I'm just curious. Go ahead, Sonny.
I'm just gonna go through the list here. We got CB.
One of those chemo real quick to fathom. What is chemo is what they think is their home run argument over there, Jim Gamma Panda's server.
I only caught about half of that. It was kind of like choppy.
My bad. I'll shut up.
Yeah, just try it again in a minute.
He said something about Gem's server or something.
Yeah, I heard that part.
Who's Gem? I thought it was Gamma.
I was asking what is their home run argument they think is their home run argument right now over there. Do they have one?
They're just sticking to the current narrative. They're just not. They're just sticking to the current narrative. Gravity is a force. Acceleration, gyroscope,
refraction,
all these.
They're kind of made up ideas about refraction. I mean, honestly,
it's just getting ridiculous now. Conspiracy Cats came in this morning, and he was like, "Oh, there's no evidence for hedgehog," and I was like, "What are you on about? I can show you a hedgehog on the video." He's like, "Oh, but you don't accept video." Well, it's not that the fact that we don't accept video, that what we're looking at is not scientifically possible.
Right.
I can come and meet you and show a hedgehog or whatever. And then they were like, "Oh, but we've got an astronaut's son that has been to, like, his dad's been to space." And then I was like,
wow.
No, because I posted this hedgehog video, and in the comments, it was all people saying, "Oh, I've seen a hedgehog. Oh, there's a family of hedgehogs by me, blah, blah, blah." So I said, if Veach had posted a video saying, "Oh, my dad's been to space," then you would expect the comments to say things like, "Oh, well, my uncle's been to space. My sister's going to space next week." "Oh, my father was in space last week," or something like that.
All these people going to space.
yeah, it would be like a common thing, and they're just getting silly now. They're just trying to figure out how we think about things, whether you
Yeah,
can use man-made objects, science, or
And after all this time, they still don't get it, do they, Chemo?
no.
They don't.
Bizarre.
It's amazing because we've explained ourselves what we're actually saying in quite clear detail, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
And for someone after 5, 7, 8 years to hear what we're actually saying and then come in and use a different story, like slipping in their idea of what we think that isn't correct after all this time, is I want to be nice about this, so I'll just leave it at that. You know what I'm talking about.
They hate the Black Swan so much. It's
Black Swan.
Pain of their life.
I bet it haunts their dreams probably.
Oh, they absolutely hate it.
Ever since I was young, I've always had this, like, I always like flipping things upside down. So the way they say, oh, well, this one guy that I know, he went to space and stuff. It's like, let's flip that around. Okay, imagine the flat earthers are the ones saying, well, I know this one guy who proved it was flat, so everyone just believe him. It's like, why do they feel like some dude's testimony is valid evidence for their entire case? It's silly.
Yeah, and they
In
have
their mind-
a double standard. They total double standard right there, because they're saying that what they're doing is okay to do, just like you said. But when it's on the other side and it's the idea that they're trying to counter, then it's totally outruled.
Right,
Well,
like you
in their
show them
mind-
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Here's one guy who says that you're wrong. Oh, that's just one guy. Like, well,
in
what
their
about
mind, they're like, why would they lie? Literally,
Yeah.
they're like reputable people, so they wouldn't lie. It's all reputable sources in their mind.
Yeah, like George Bush and the whole entire Bush family. I love doing that. You know that George W. Bush was that he was a five-time convicted felon, and Grandpa was arrested and handcuffed and taken away to jail 3 times for trading with the enemy during World War II. How about them apples? Little trivia there.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Fool me.
Yeah, we got it, huh?
Don't get fooled again. Yeah. Yeah, we don't get fooled.
The endless wisdom of W. Gotta love it.
W.
Yeah, that the young lady that was in here the other day, she seemed pretty up in arms about mobilizing flat earthers to go and join that. She reminded me of that other guy that did that back in the day. I was like, where have I heard this before? What are you guys doing in here arguing about flat earth? We need to be going to camps and everybody needs to get ready for that thing. And it's like,
Yeah, trying to move too fast at something like that before you even know the terrain. She clearly doesn't know the terrain, and she clearly didn't understand either what we are doing. She doesn't understand why we're here.
it's commendable what she's doing, but I guess the way she's doing, like, telling people like, no, you need to stop what you're doing now. This isn't important at all. Like you got,
That's
I don't
pretty forceful, actually.
Yeah. And she's like, I got kicked off of different platforms. I'm like, well, yeah, I could see that.
Me too. I hate to say it, but
It's just, I mean, what I'm saying is that people come in here and try to do the same thing. You get those types every now and again, the ones that want to pitchforks and torches and let's go get them, kind of like burn them down.
Right.
Yeah.
Now listen, that kind of motivation can be very useful if controlled.
Well, in the right context, but
yeah, if it can be focused, that type of energy, if you can focus and deal with yourself on that level, because then it can be very useful. But the one thing I notice is she's like, she was kind of talking about, that you guys are trying to get content. They're trying to get, it's not about, listen, it is about the content of the conversation, but no one here is making any freaking money. Like, it's not, very few people in this whole thing of flat earth are making any money at all. Like we're not making money coming in here having this discussion. I mean, it probably could be done. That was never my intention ever. Like, only after 5 years that I had
Smash that super chat.
I had a bunch of, for 5 years, I've had a YouTube channel, Flat Earth YouTube channel. And in 5 years, I just hit 500 subs. It took that long, 5 years. And I have hundreds of videos, hundreds and hundreds of channels I subscribe to. It's a great resource. You guys should check it out. But you can't find it. Look, I can't even find my own YouTube channel unless I'm signed in. If I put in the name, I would never find it. You would never find it either. It's buried.
Yeah, I just don't think we're going to all get on a plane and fly down to Antarctica.
No, that's definitely.
Or a boat.
That's ridiculous too.
Like, we don't need to go and do something absolutely right now. I mean, everybody's got their own life and their own way of doing things, and I don't know.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is, like, where we are right now is perfect. It's exactly where we're supposed to be. And the good thing about that is every one of us lives on a place where we can go check out the flat earth ourselves, wherever you're at. You still live on the flat earth. There's things you can do. Doesn't matter where you're at. So why would we need to get physically let's get all together and get a camp and then get burned out or something. Right?
I mean, a flat earth, but
going into panic mode is a barrier to actually clearly thinking about what you need to do and making right decisions. That's just my opinion,
Yeah, you're not going to make community just coming in and railing at people saying, you got to move, get up and move. Like, we're like, who the fuck are you? Like, we haven't seen you before. How is this? You got to get to know people first. That's the first step. You don't just come into a group in a neighborhood you don't know and start rallying the troops. They're like, get out of here.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I get it's the activism side of things. These people that want to mobilize and why aren't we putting up this and why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we roadblocking people in the cities? Like, what?
Yeah, I think the reason someone does that, now something was mentioned about the inner work. No, if you're acting like that, you have not done the inner work yet. Keep working at it, because it's going to take some calm, resolve, and actual logistics. It's got to be a human connection first before you start doing these physical activities and building structures.
Yeah, for sure.
Hair cocking. Rad. You're a riot.
Is that Redwin?
Yeah, you could tell by the crossed anchors.
Coming at you live from above the earth, 420 miles above the earth's surface. Radwin.
Currently going by Eric Hawking today. I got yelled at for disrespecting Stephen Hawking, dead man.
Oh,
And I
God.
turned my name to Eric Hawking. And then he said, "You're still distracting a dead man." And I said, "They only killed Kenny."
Yeah, don't disrespect their priest. I mean, that's not nice of you. That's not allowed these days.
I wish I could find my video of me in the ISS. I have to make a new one because I can't find it.
Yeah, that backdrop was cool, man.
Oh, I have everything. I could probably set it up in 30 minutes. I'll be right back. I hear pitter patter of greyhounds.
Had a new person just joined, Chico. Is my mic working?
Yep. Here, let's see what Chico has to say. Chico, are you able to say hi? Hi, Chico. Chiku. Can you say hi, Chiku? You've been unmuted. Hello. Okay, if you don't speak up in just a couple of seconds and you dipped. Okay. Oh, you got unmuted, then you dipped. Okay. I get it. Tried to find that person so I could mute them after they left. I couldn't find them. Can we mute someone like that? Like after they've left? Because it shouldn't have left mute. It should have left muted still. Yeah, don't make fun of sock puppets. That's not nice.
What'd I do wrong?
I was telling you, don't make fun of sock puppets anymore. That's not nice. Nice.
I'm the nicest flat earther on this server.
I gotta stop using that word. You know what nice means, right? Were you here with when we learned about nice?
No.
It means foolish. You poor thing. You're so nice. It's like the elite. It's like the elite bending down to pat the head of some peasant, poor, starving person without shoes. You're so nice. Hold on, let's find it. Put that definition.
I had in-house back surgery yesterday in my kitchen.
What?
Yep.
What the heck?
Like Dr. Pimple Popper, except I didn't have any of those big weird things. Just this one thing that has always been like under my skin, this bump. And finally I said, cut it out. So it was cut out. It was great.
Did you put it in the jar?
No, it's not like one of them big things. Anyway, yeah. So I ordered everything on Amazon and it came the next day and I didn't feel a thing, believe it or not.
Awesome.
$6 instead of $400 to go to the doctor.
Wow, see? Yeah.
And that's only because I studied this shit and everybody in our house is in medical too. So it was a piece of cake. I said, here's the stuff. I can't watch, do it. And they did.
You can use castor oil. Castor oil brings up stuff from deep within the body.
Oh, I have to try that. What do you do with it? Drink it or put it on your skin?
Tea tree
Yeah.
oil does too, but some people are allergic to tea tree oil. I actually became allergic to tea tree oil after a while. I can't use it now. Well, I can use it really, really diluted, but I can't use it on like I used to put it on cuts, and it makes my skin erupt now, so I can't use it. Guess what the best thing ever was? I chewed up this plant called a lemon. What is it? What is that called?
Meadowlark lemon?
No, it's called lemon something. It's like it looks like a little clover. You chew it up, and I put it on my. I put it on this bruise. I put it on. No, I chewed up, make a little paste, and put it on this bruise, and the bruise went almost completely away in one day. Whereas before, I get a bruise like that, it would last for a week or more. It made it just start going away immediately.
The little green pods that are on those things, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the little. They look like a clover, but they're like a 3-leaf little clover, and they come up in 4s. So there's like 4 little 3-leaf clovers. And they have little yellow flowers on them and flower pods.
It must be a California thing.
Yeah, they're everywhere here.
Speaking of which, I decided I'm going to order touch sensitive plants for my yard this year. I don't know if you guys have them there. You touch them and the leaves turn, and fold up and do weird shit. Kind of like Venus flytraps.
It's called lemon wood sorrel, and people, it's common yellow wood sorrel, lemon clover. Here we go. Here's a picture. It has oxalic acid in it.
Oh, we have those here. No, we have those here all over the place.
Yeah, you can eat it
Little yellow
too.
flower.
You can grab a handful. You can eat that whole entire plant from root to flower. You could eat the whole thing. It has lots of vitamin C and vitamins and stuff in there.
Yeah, I used to show the kids you eat the flowers when they're not quite a flower yet. They're still a little pod. They haven't opened. It tastes exactly like eating lemons.
Yeah, you don't want to eat too much of it though, because they said because of the oxalic acid, it can block calcium. So you don't want to eat too much of it. Like you wouldn't want to sit there and eat handfuls. You could eat just a small bit of it. A small handful, yeah.
So I have 2.5-year-old twins running around, grandkids running around saying the earth is flat.
That's great.
No, you're teaching your kids science denial. They'll grow up to be fundamentalist Christian weirdos and stuff.
That rely on their senses and know what the horizon is and know that water's horizontal and sea level is flat.
Oh yeah, we've already learned about flat water because we play in it. We learned how it's always flat, and they're like, "Yeah, look at." They can barely talk, and they do all kinds of crazy fun shit now.
They already know about it. They just know inherently. That has to be like taught out of them, actually.
The one day I walked outside, it was like 2 weeks ago, and it was in the afternoon, and we're standing there, and he looked straight up, and he points, and he said, "The moon." And I looked up, and like straight up over my head, and I said, "Yep, that's the moon." I'm trying to figure out how he knows that's the moon. So Morvis, this is like, I don't even know how many sets of twins in our family. There's probably, I don't know, I think I can count 8 right now. They just keep coming up all over the place. Maybe they're going to be astronauts. Maybe that's why. Well, these are boy and girl, so they don't look the same. So they can't be astronauts. But the other ones in our family are all identical twins. So we have candidates for NASA astronauts. It seems like they're always twins, especially if you're on the Challenger mission.
Who goes there?
State your purpose, whoever just joined.
Fee, fi, fo, fum.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell a glauber.
I just checked the list, Sonny. Looks like all known globe deniers in here. Just my opinion.
Bunch of globe deniers in here. Lalo, are you? Haven't spoken to you before. How are you today? Are you there? Okay. You know, the Hopi believed that the dream state contained more information than the waking state.
That wouldn't surprise me. I think the waking state is pretty mundane most times.
Seems to be many more possibilities in the dream state. Speculation.
More what, Dave?
Possibilities,
I see.
impossibilities, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It's just like there's nothing we can pinpoint in there really, though, because we're unconscious at the time, which is kind of odd. It's all happening like it has nothing to do with our own will or anything like that. Just going on inside of us regardless.
Sometimes it's like watching a weird movie, but you don't really remember it, kind of thing. For me, anyway. Well, to get back on topic and see if CB is at the ready, let's ask Neil deGrasse Tyson what he thinks the shape of the Earth is. What's it look like, Neil?
Like what it is? I don't know.
Thank you, Neil.
I wonder why people come in here all the time every day thinking they know.
I thought you were going to go with the pear shaped one, but that one works better, really. CB.
Little chubbier. Little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good word. It's like pear shaped.
There's like 15 or 16 critical thinking, intelligent people here. Nobody's got anything to say. Go.
Well, as I mentioned before, I linked a deal with a sponsor. So, we're going to play a quick word from our sponsor here.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
That Spacey's food is good stuff. Thank you, CB.
So we're
Thanks
trying
to
to
our
get
sponsors.
Yeah. Thanks to the sponsors. Got to get paid in here. Smash that super chat.
Like, oh my god, you guys really think the Earth is flat? Oh my god.
like an imitation of the English young lady we had last week.
Kitty. Kitty. Yeah, kitty, kitty.
It's like everybody knows it's a globe. What's wrong with you people? Come on.
No, kitty, this is my pie pie.
Oh my god! Preview.
Okay, the court is now in session. The Globe lawyer, you present your evidence. Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, my client, the Globe, is highly qualified. I rest my case.
Case dismissed. Next case.
Well, Your Honor, my client, the Globe, everyone believes it. And I rest my case again.
Well, you can keep resting your case and it'll still be dismissed every time you don't present evidence. I need some reality, please. Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, the defendant here doesn't trust NASA.
And
Why are, Your Honor, with all due respect, why are these Globers allowed to continue in this courtroom with no evidence year after year?
I don't know. I've said case dismissed many times. If they continue to persist, you tell me.
And think they'd have been thrown out on their ear by now, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, my client, the Globe, has curvature. It's just too big to see it. So,
Your Honor, Exhibit A, we brought the evidence into the court earlier in 2016, showing that whenever they tell us that we're too small, the Earth is too big, we explained to them that 16 feet of vertical drop should be measured, observed in 5 mile distance, and nearly 70 feet of vertical drop in 10 miles. I.e., the Black Swan, Exhibit A.
Object.
Point sustained. Objection overruled. Case dismissed.
Your Honor, the Earth is simply too big to present evidence. We would have to create another Earth to be able to present such an evidence. So, in the meantime, you'll have to forgive me.
The Globe lawyer must hear himself out because he continues to ignore me saying case dismissed. Thank you.
Your Honor, are we in here again with these same Glober defendants with no proof again this month? Tell me it's not so.
Unfortunately, it is so. Some people continue to appeal the consensus in their NASA picks and whatever. Case dismissed.
These repeat offenders. These have the book thrown at them.
Your Honor, my client, the Globe, they have pictures from NASA. I rest my case.
Your Honor, once again, with all due respect, I appeal to your logic here. But letting these Globe defenders come in here empty-handed over and over and over again is much akin to allowing the Burnham Bailey Ringling Brothers circus into the courtroom, Your Honor.
Point sustained. Case dismissed. Is the Globe lawyer still talking? I may have to mute him.
Yes, Your Honor. Clearly, the flat Earth is a crazy conspiracy theory, and I will rest my case yet again.
How come when you rest your case, you keep talking? Just wondering.
Your Honor, we have their own experts from, excuse me.
Your Honor, I left my evidence in the car. I'd like to submit a motion to continue.
Motion denied. We've waited 7 years. At least I have.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have their own experts from people that are building aircraft saying they're using Earth as a flat stationary plane. That's my evidence this time.
Point sustained. You sound like you had many more. I'm still waiting for the Globe stuff. He keeps talking.
Your Honor, I beseech you once again, can you admonish the Globe defenders to bring in any kind of technology or anywhere something is being flown or operated over the surface?
Objection.
On the surface of our...
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. The technology has been destroyed.
Your Honor, once again, if I may continue before I was so rudely interrupted, have them please bring in the required evidence from any technology using the globe Earth math. Please show us where that's using geometrically.
Objection, Your Honor. As I said, the technology's been destroyed.
Objection overruled. Sonny's point is sustained. We've been seeking this evidence that they say they have for many years and yet to see it.
It's a red herring, Your Honor, with all due respect. It's a red herring. The statement that was made was about the Apollo missions.
That's 50 years ago, man.
It's a non sequitur.
Your Honor, I'd like to bring my client Don Pettit to the microphone here to set a testimony.
I'll allow it.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
I rest my case, Your Honor. The technology's been destroyed. That will not be possible to present.
Okay, great. Could we please...
Well, that makes sense. That's the first thing I would do with technology that took me somewhere where no man has been before. I would go ahead and destroy it. That makes a hell of a lot of sense. Case dismissed. Go ahead, Sonny.
Okay, we have a witness at the stand. Can you have this witness from the Orion program tell us about what the problem is with going out past the Van Allen belts? Welcome to the stand, sir. Please be seated.
Explaining and you blah 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 and everything. Go ahead.
Can you tell us about the Van Allen belts? CB, that's your cue. You don't have that one?
I need to add that one. I was gonna play Buzz Off. Go there.
Motion to adjourn for a moment.
Do Buzz Aldrin. Okay, Buzz Aldrin coming in. Last person left their briefcase in the car. Okay, Buzz Aldrin, can you take the stand, please?
We didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Thank you, Buzz.
Okay. That's somebody's on record. We'll take that as thank you.
Your Honor, so one of their own Astro actors just admitted that we didn't go there and that's what happened. What say you, Globers?
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep going.
What the hell did he just say?
Bro,
So if we want to keep doing something that we didn't ever do before, this is no, I'm just kidding.
You speak any English?
Or did you learn them going to that area here? He's to explain this. Was a lawyer.
Your Honor, I'd like to file another motion to continue. As I said before, my evidence is left in the car. My dog ate my evidence. So I'm filing a motion to continue.
I'm probably not working. Judges.
Yeah, prosecution is okay with that. I've built a home in the process while we're going every couple of weeks right outside. So no problem. I'll be out there right next to the coffee cart.
Objection, Your Honor. My opponent here doesn't have the credentials. They're not qualified to speak on this subject.
Prosecution rest.
Judge is calling the public area. Sorry.
I would have been a kick-ass lawyer, man. I could have been a lawyer. I could have done it. But I'm glad I didn't do something like that. It probably would have destroyed me. So.
Yes, Your Honor, just as we've destroyed the technology.
Yeah, maybe you could explain yourself about the Van Allen belts here. Since you're expert witness, I know you're somewhat of an expert yourself there.
Yes, Your Honor. My opponent is requesting telemetry data. As I've said before, it does not exist. And even if we had the tapes to play it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
One moment. This just in. Just a second, Your Honor.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Okay, one moment. This just in from Kelly Smith on the Orion Project. Hold on.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Orion is NASA's next-generation spacecraft. Built with versatility in mind, it can take astronauts deeper into space than we've ever gone before, to an asteroid or even onto Mars. For these missions, Orion has to be one tough spacecraft, withstanding high speeds, searing temperatures, and extreme radiation. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. No astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. It all begins with launch. Aboard at Delta 4, as the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation.
Oh. So I guess I can't go there yet. Thanks, Kelly.
That's special.
Sign me up. Objection, Your Honor. If you don't know about it, you can't experience it.
Guidance systems, onboard computers,
Sorry.
and other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice. Once up and once back.
Okay. Thanks for that, Kelly. Oops.
Objection.
Once up and once back? What does that mean?
Could you hear that okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Objection.
Your Honor.
If you're not aware of something, you can't experience it, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can I request a psychological evaluation from the on the globe? Defendants, please.
Objection, Your Honor. I've already presented credentialed, qualified clients. No request to deny examination. Your Honor, request to take a chug coffee break.
So stay at recess. That's great. Recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to recharge with my recycled coffee.
Chugga chugga. Why don't you get that briefcase while you're out there?
Yes, my briefcase. That's in the car. Actually, my dog ate my briefcase.
Unfortunate, they had all your glove evidence in it, so case dismissed. Coffee time. Court's in recess. Bye.
Come on out to the coffee cart. Like I said, I have special going today. Your holiday peppermint mocha, I'm going to have for a special $3.50 today.
Do you know how to party?
Pumpkin spice.
A toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Cool. This coffee smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
It's a bit nutty.
Oh. What's this little ditty?
I got some old Nathan Oakley clips that I haven't gone through from like episode like the hundreds. If you guys are interested.
What did you say? You got some Nathan Oakley clips?
Yeah, like the really old ones from episode 100 and all that. Just trying to find some of the the shows with like all of the ballers going on there, talking about the geometric horizon and all this other stuff. People like Zender, who was actually a flat earther in name at the time, not wanting to tell people.
Interesting.
JG Gonzalez for funny times.
That was way before my time on here. Even like I didn't even know about Nathan Oakley and quantum for a long time. Really, until I came here. Hokey pokey.
You know what the hokey pokey does, right?
I remember doing the hokey pokey. What you talking about?
You know, it turns itself about. So gases, they go in all directions, but then they do the hokey pokey and they go back down. So gravity's the new hokey pokey. Gas go down, go boom boom.
What does he mean when he says like that? The gas goes down and make boom boom.
He's quoting a glober who said that that gas molecules go down, go boom boom like bouncy balls in a fish tank. It's a glober's position because they're trying to say that gravity pulls the gases down when we're just telling them that they move freely in all directions. It's like, no, the gases don't pull up at the bottom.
All right.
So funny.
It's a hilarious running joke.
The gases aren't being affected where they're closest to their so-called ball. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Anytime you hear a glober say, well, the gravity's pulling the gases down, you just say, oh, so gas go down, go boom boom.
Yep. Makes sense.
They head go down, go boom boom.
I don't actually know who said it, but who said it originally, but it is quite funny.
Chicka bow wow.
Your Honor, I reiterate because your client has no case.
He can't buy. Delicious. Well, I must admit, it's way better than a music bot. That sounds cool.
It's not plugged in yet. That's just acoustically.
If I could play mine, I would get it out. But I can't play the guitar with the crap.
Hold on.
What about that moon?
Love the music, Sonny. I got a boogie, guys. Let's play the lawyer game another time. That was really fun.
Yeah, that was awesome. Actually, that was really cool.
Yeah, good job, Sonny. You did well, and thanks, Dave, for being the judge.
You do that again, man. Yeah, right on. Have a good one.
Hey, what about me, man?
Obviously, but I'm not worthy. I was about
Rookie
knows
was
what they're doing. It's big deal, but go ahead.
Rookie was right in there too. But no, good job, Dave. Excellent job. I think you're the perfect judge. But I think the co-attorney thing is good. So or whatever Rookie was doing, like assistant judge counsel something.
I was kidding. Damn it. Can I not kid around?
Still waiting for globe evidence, whatever court we're in, right?
We're going to be here a while.
Is that case dismissed?
Like I was saying.
Motion to continue.
I was like, oh, I built a house outside next to the coffee cart outside the courthouse. Been here so long. No problem. I live right next door now. Hilarious.
Motion to continue granted just because 90% of the people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Court adjourned.
I thought of one more before I go. It's like, Your Honor, there's a protest going on outside. I'm not able to retrieve my evidence. Motion to continue, please.
Continuance reluctantly granted. Court adjourned.
It's continued because it has to be. I see all these weird accounts now. Look, I put in the Discord. Somebody made an account. Sunny McSunshine. There's another Sunny and a Sunny 11. Then there's a Sunny Man Tiger. What the hell are all these different? Who are these people? I've never seen them in here. Automatically ban anybody that has a name like mine. It's a fake. Sunny side up.
My connection broke up then. It sounded like you said sunny man tits.
No, Sunny Man Tiger.
Man tits.
Don't get them started. They don't need any more help, apparently. I have fans, I guess. Well, you know what? You get friction, then you know you're over the target.
I went in Gem Panda server the other day and renamed myself Gamma Panda.
Oh,
You didn't like that?
no, you didn't. I bet he
Oh, I did.
Did you thoroughly wash and sanitize after you left?
I did.
Sure.
Yes, Dave. Deloused myself.
Kind of toxic over there. I'm just making sure, trying to look out for you, man. So, what was their reaction to your name, if any?
Stupid. That wasn't even funny. And then banned me. Kicked me out.
Oh, darn. You got banned.
Oh.
I thought
Jin
that
was in there.
the whole
Jin
purpose.
was in there.
Oh, Jin
God,
was
sorry.
in there? Yeah.
Oh, he's always in there. What does he do to himself?
I don't know. Why would he do that? I don't get
I
something.
don't know, man.
That's brain damaging.
He's just lying at the bottom of a huge pylon while they all just jump on him.
Ridiculous.
For 7 years, just sitting around going, it's a globe, it's got to be a globe, I swear it's a globe. It's got to be a globe. Come on, it's a globe. Come on, man.
There's a funny little clip right there. See, that's a clip I made. That one I just posted. That's an awesome clip. How long is that one? Oh, shoot. I want to go on YouTube and watch it.
What's the dealio?
Here, I'll go ahead and play this since we're all waiting. Well, where'd the bot go? I played. It says it's playing, but the bot's not in here. Strange. Okay. Better stop it.
We don't need no stinking bot.
I remember Hanson.
Okay, I guess the bot is out of commission or something. I don't know what's going on. Can't get it to work.
Could be under maintenance.
Maybe.
Anybody else new on here right now? Just checking. I can't look at the list. So.
No, no one on here new yet.
Fair enough. The Globe trial has been continued indefinitely. Somebody should do a video and actually be a real judge and a lawyer on the Globe side and everything. That would be a good video. Present your evidence. Curvature.
That would be a good video, Dave. Especially
some
with
pictures.
Indio's new animated series. That would make a really good video for that.
Yeah. Maybe I'll help work on that if I have some time. Evidence for the motion of the earth. We got Einstein made up a story. Okay.
What?
What was that what about, rookie?
I heard somebody unmuting their or some text on what?
Okay. Quick shout out in case anyone's actually listening on YouTube or whatever. You think you live on the globe, come in here and discuss with us. We will be gentle. Except for Rookie, he can go off the deep end sometimes, but ignore him.
Just try to ignore me.
But if you are listening, you think you live on the globe, it's a belief, and we can point that out to you. We can supply some information to hopefully stimulate you to research this topic and think for yourself. I'll shut up now. Continue, Rookie.
Why you always say you'll shut up now? Doing that.
I'm not sure my intention was to just shut up. I could keep making words and sounds and
Quit
utterances.
it. Knock it off, damn it.
Okay.
What is it? What is it, man?
What'd you say, Rookie? Somebody just joined? My mic working?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry, I'm trying to get my headset on.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody joined or something. We got I'm a Mog here, no rolls. If go to VC check in, get somebody check in, unless there's mod on here that wants to roll the dice right now.
I'm a Mog is a flat earther. Oh, unless you were kidding.
No, I see that now. I looked at something wrong there. My bad. Sorry, I'm a Mog.
How dare you?
I don't know how I did that. I swore I looked and didn't see any rolls, but now I'm looking at it. He's a flat earther. So my apologies. Continue, Sonny.
I'm actually trying to fix something to eat before I before I die.
Enjoy your cuisine and come back and join us after you eat.
I'm famished.
I'm enjoying some pecan pie. You ever had pecan pie?
Yeah, pecan pie is really delicious. One of my favorites, but I can't eat. It's so sweet. I can't eat that. I'm gonna try to.
I know. It tastes so
I'm
good.
gonna have some Gouda cheese and my freaking Mediterranean crackers, baked crackers.
Gouda, I like Gouda.
So I usually have breakfast like eggs, but it's kind of already too late.
Yeah, I was gonna do that, but I got bored. I got too lazy.
It's almost noon already, so I'll just start eating regular food.
Don't tell anybody. You're gonna make us look bad.
And more coffee, of course.
And what is it with you guys and your coffee?
I don't know.
My kitty cat. Oh.
So I found out cottage cheese is like really high in salt and sodium. So I ate cottage cheese last night, like about a cup of it, and I got no leg cramps.
Cottage cheese does what now?
Has high in sodium.
Oh yeah, salt in there. Yeah.
I think I'm generally speaking low in sodium. Like I think I need to like eat lots of salty things.
Depends on how dehydrated you are.
How what?
Depends on how dehydrated you are.
That does have something to do with it. Yes.
Because I think it's a balance between salty and not, right? Tug of war.
No, I generally drink plenty of fluids, but I think at times I could drink more.
I've been wanting to talk about the moon. I was thinking about something last night. I brought it up when I was talking to that goofy guy last night, but he didn't want to talk about it. All he wanted to talk about was whatever. So what I was going to suggest is this. Okay. I'm in North America, and the moon is high in the sky at night. It's nighttime, right? When I see the moon, I see it as a dark background, and it seems like that dark background is bleeding through the moon, right? So when I see it during the day or during the night, it's a different color background, right? So my question is, if you were, let's say, in Europe, and you were looking at the moon from Europe, and it was daytime, but it was nighttime to me, would the moon seem backlit with a light color to you, but be dark back color to me? You get what I'm going with that?
Nobody else gonna pipe up. I'm following you, rookie. Go ahead. What's your point?
Well, try tonight, rookie. We got clear skies here in the UK.
Yeah.
So,
like last night, the moon was full. What, 2 or 3 days ago? So the moon's quite full, right? It's waxing or waning, whatever they call it. So if you're looking at the moon and it's daytime to you, right? Because obviously I'm over here. I'm 10, 12 hours away, depending on where you're at. When you look at the moon and it's daytime where you're at, and you see the background of the moon is actually light, right? It's blue rather than being dark like midnight, like when it's dark out. How is it that you could see the moon as being a light background, but I could see it as a dark background, but it'd be the same moon? That was my question.
Okay, when it comes up tonight and I see it, I'm going to send you a DM for you to see if you can see it there in your daytime.
Okay.
We'll try that first. Yeah?
Yeah, we'll take a picture at relatively the same time. And
that sounds cool.
I just think it'd be interesting because if you're seeing it in one way and I'm seeing it in another, that would kind of tell us that there's something different about the moon than there is with the rest of the stuff we see, right?
Yeah.
You see my point?
Exactly, yeah. All right, I think I'm a few hours off from seeing the moon, but as soon as I see it, I'll take a picture or whatever, or I'll give you a DM and we can try it.
Yeah, you'll see it last before I do because when it got dark last night, the moon didn't actually rise until 1 o'clock or 2, or no, maybe it was 10 or 11, but it didn't actually rise. Whereas 3 days before, it was up during the day. It was, because it's different. It's on a different cycle, of course. I don't know. I just thought that point about it is very, very interesting, and no one's ever mentioned it that I can remember. And I just thought I'd throw it in there because to me, that's evidence too, even though it may not actually tell us anything in particular, it'll tell us that deception is there, I just wish that we had more people that were actually trying to figure this stuff out and figure out exactly what really is going on rather than claiming and, you know what I mean? Like what we do a lot of around here is we make claims, and well, not all of us do, but I'm saying, we say things because we hear about it or we think it's relevant to the conversation. It's not always, but you know what I'm saying? I'm rambling.
Yeah, I get you, man. Totally.
Yeah, I just think that would be interesting. Like if we had 3 or 4 different perspectives from different parts, different heights on the, well, if you say it's a ball, different heights of longitude, latitude, whatever. I don't know. I just think it would be fun to do an experiment like that, like a live one or something like that, where you have like video cameras and stuff, so you can actually see all the different perspectives at the same time and compare them. Might actually teach us something. That is, unless you're just here to be entertained. I'm just saying.
Hey, people are doing those kind of experiments and putting it out there, but the issue is that it's the videos and stuff are hidden. So even if you try to find the people doing those experiments and stuff, but that's why, we have to keep doing those things. Maybe we could start just some kind of channel where where we need to start some kind of channel where maybe that's what the channel is, just people posting pictures and videos of the moon, what their longitude, latitude, their location, the time, and all that is. And then once we have enough people doing that, you just have moon after moon after moon pics from all of these places, and they're all seeing the moon at the same time. That right there
But
is
if
the
they're all
evidence.
seeing the moon differently, then there's something wrong, right?
Well, I mean, that's the thing that people are like, oh, is it one-sided? Oh, what's really going on up there? Because we haven't been there. We don't know really what is going on. We're just going by observation. So
Right.
that's
Well,
all
we're
we can
going off
do.
mostly off what we just hear, but yeah, I agree with you. Observation is really all we have. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. And documenting it, like you said, organizing that kind of procedure.
So that's got me thinking now. We could set up a website for this. Might have a think. Play around.
Not sure that we necessarily. There might be actually people out doing it. You're right, but I don't know. My point is that if I were to do an experiment like that and actually complete it and have video evidence of it, would I not go on every single channel that I could and promote that, or at least send it to people that might share it? I mean, that's all it would really have to do, right? Is make a video and share it. I mean, yeah, YouTube and whoever might try to cover it, but if those that are important have it, somebody asks for it, it can be sent to them, right?
Yeah, just post it on the app. You know what I'm saying? So that way it's not getting removed. I'm the only
It would
one
be
who
nice
can
to have a
remove it.
place. Yeah, it would be nice to have a place that's like what we have here and all that, but at a point where we don't have to be controlled by anything. But I don't know.
Well, that app, the Flatties app, is just a social wall. You can just go on there and go on the wall and post whatever you want, and then that's building your wall, and it's putting your videos and your information, things that you want to share or make or put pictures, whatever, and it's putting it in a place where it's not being censored.
Yeah, I got you. I heard. I just honestly don't think that such a place exists unless you were doing it from your own house and people were coming directly to you. That would
Well,
be
it does. I made an
um,
app. I have an app. I made an
you do?
app for this reason. Yeah, it's called the Flatties app. And you can download it for free on Android or Apple. And you can go on there and put your little email, make your little password, and then you make an account. And it's super simple. It's a very basic structure. It's just a wall to post on. And you can like other people's and comment on other people's. There's no algorithm. It's basically whoever had the last like if someone likes your post, it goes to the top. If someone comments, it goes to the top. So whoever's getting activity, that's whose posts are being seen at the top of the list or whatever.
Right, gotcha.
And you can follow other people. I don't have a direct message thing on there yet, but you can follow other people, and you'll see their posts. So that's kind of part of it. Sorry, I'm at the park trying to.
It's all good. Background noise happens. As long as it's not the toilet flushing or, something like that, I think we're good.
Yeah, it's just kids playing and laughing. It's all good.
Nice. Is it the Sacred Cow Living LLC, the Flatties app thing?
So yeah. So Sacred Cow Living is my health and wellness thing, and yeah, for me to be able to get this stuff approved through Apple it was months before they would really approve my stuff and get it, and they won't change my category. I mean, dealing with Apple through this whole process has been a pain. I've had to go through loopholes. But that's why some of the categories are a little off and weird. Like it's like, oh, it's not really a health and wellness, but I am about health and wellness.
Poll, right?
I'm sorry?
Poll. It's an poll, right?
It's an app poll, yes.
Yeah, think about it. What is a poll? A poll is a poll, right? Why does everything end up being about that? I mean, it's funny, isn't it?
Okay, yeah.
It's like the phallic symbol is everywhere, but yet everybody is in denial about it being there, right? That's another one I think we should do more research.
Yeah, the phallic stuff is definitely, I forget, there's somebody who has that whole thing that everything is phallic. That's their theory of life.
Well, I wouldn't say everything. I would say that, but I would admit that both male and female genitalia are worshipped in some way or another, right?
Right, for sure. Yeah. Well, that's where life comes from. So, worshiping life.
Right.
Ultimate God.
Yeah, but life comes from God. But I mean, that's just my opinion. Who's Don? Do I know him? Silver. I think I know who he is. Anyway, I like what he posted here. This is some interesting stuff. Very interesting. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we could, make demonstrations of. And you know what? Is it just me, or is it just hard to find good flat Earth videos anymore? Like, I mean, I know there's specific people who put out certain content, right? But has anybody noticed that unless you're subscribed to that particular person, you don't seem to get any hits anymore, and it doesn't even like advertise it to me. Whereas before, when I first started doing the research on flat Earth, like depending on what I was looking for, I would get hits for it, right? But now I just get basically History Channel and National Geographic crap. But definitely, the Earth must be a ball. That's why the government spends so much money on hiding it, right?
Yeah, I mean, it really is just the shadow banning and
And like,
that.
how many millions of dollars have to be spent on something in particular before people will take advantage and realize that it's a thing, right? Like when it
Well, a
gets to
lot of it's like
Congress,
an out of
when you see
sight, out of
Congress talking
mind.
about it, then there's an issue, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's in people's faces and they don't see it at all, even though it's in movies, it's in shows, it's in politics, it's in everything. It's literally the United Nations logo. So I don't know at this point. I mean, people either want to wake up or they don't, but some people just don't know. I mean, there's still people who don't even like know that flat is an option, So yeah, it's being presented with the information in the right way, in the proper way. So I mean, it's each individual's basis, if they're in their journey, if they're ready for the information or not. That's really all it is. I mean, that's why I keep going back to, we just got to do more real life things, talking about it in real life, really placing, placing the information with our communities.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the family's been destroyed. Sacred, things being sacred, like in bloodlines, what I mean? Like, it seems to me like bloodlines are completely forgotten, whereas it used to be like a big thing to talk about, where you were from and who you were born by and, what ancestry you had. I'm not saying it really makes any difference because I honestly don't think it does, but I don't think we're here to worry about that kind of stuff. I think we're here for one main reason, and it's pretty obvious what that reason is. It's to comprehend, it's to realize, to see the truth about things. And obviously, we were curious about it, so when we asked, hey, what's that like? We got put into it. Wouldn't that make a lot more sense that you were somewhere and someone in you decided, hey, I want to see what this thing called evil is all about, right? And so here we are. Won't you feel really dumb when you get to the end and you realize that you asked to come here, but yet you convinced yourself that that didn't exist? I think that would probably harm me more than getting in trouble for calling somebody names or, like hurting somebody or something. Your will is very important. Just remember.
And intention. What's our intention?
Mm-hmm. Like, for instance, let's say you're running from the police, but you haven't really done anything wrong yet. All you've done is just not pull over, right? Technically, until you cause damage to someone, they can't do much to you. They know this. And the reason why they chase you is for that reason, right? But as soon as you hit something or cause damage, they can physically attack you, run your car off the road, and then beat the crap out of you and throw you in jail. Why is that? Because you've actually committed a crime, right? But until you actually commit a crime, they can't really get you, can they?
Yeah,
But yet,
they do.
there's all this
They
evidence in the world,
arrest
but nobody
people and
wants.
shoot people. They arrest people and shoot people all the time that never did anything wrong or committed any crime. It is not innocent till proven guilty. They will lock you up and throw away the key. They don't care if you did anything right or wrong. They just are order followers and they do what they're told. Yes, I've gotten
Let's go one
arrested
step
and
further.
I
What
never did
causes a
anything.
society to create this thing? What causes policemen to act like that when we know they weren't trained to
Because
act like
they're
that? Right?
order followers. Because you can't use your own
Mm,
conscience if you're an order
very good.
follower.
So they're drones of sorts.
Basically, they're brainwashed. They're trained to do those things, to be that way.
It's
And plus,
funny
it's in their
how
raising
our
too.
society seems to be inner working. The inner workings of our society seem to be controlled by insect intelligence. That was a joke, by the way, but still, it's real. A bug. Think about it.
Yeah, it's all bugged. Parasites.
And if it's not bugged, it's phallic or phallicized. Get it?
Exactly. Well, and that comes from the patriarchy.
Well, it comes from the devil, but that's just my opinion.
But then you're giving it to the outside source, and we really need to take responsibility and realize that, we're the ones creating this existence.
I do every day when I
So,
make decisions. That's how I make decisions.
yeah,
That's what free will is all about, right?
right. So we have free will because we choose
But
to be
without
evil or
but
good.
without evil, we wouldn't have a choice, would we?
I mean, yes, we can still make
Mm-mm.
good choices. You can have a good choice and then you can have a better choice. That doesn't mean that the good choice is the wrong choice or that you're being evil. You can still have multiple options, and all those options can be fair and good. You don't have to have evil to. The thing is people say, oh, you have to go through something bad to appreciate the good, and I just don't believe in this. I feel like the problem
Well,
is
I
that
mean,
we don't
comprehending
hold
it
each
and
other
knowing and
accountable.
understanding it are two different things. You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
really,
Like,
men do not hold other men accountable. This is what's the problem.
oh yeah, I agree with you. I agree. There's a lot of problems, but yeah, that's one of them. But I'm saying, how do you fix a problem? Right? You have to identify what the problem is exactly, right? And then we have to
Right.
discuss
You
it,
have to
right?
go to the
But
root
if we
of
never
it.
can
Yep.
get to that point because psychologically it's not allowed, how do we ever
Right.
escape it? See what I mean?
Right.
You have to take
Yeah, we
down
have
the
to be able
thing that's
to do that.
causing it, right? Otherwise you'll never win, right? And that's why we're
Right.
losing, is because we're not doing enough footwork. We're all doing the thinking part of it. We're all convinced we know everything, but we're not doing shit with the information. Sad.
Exactly. You are preaching to the choir because I scream this all the time. Like, okay, we have the information. What are we doing with it?
We're just using it as an argument piece. That's what we're doing. It's just conversations.
About
It's just
entertainment.
entertainment.
Exactly.
Because
Exactly.
that
So,
feeds our
yeah.
egos better than actually going out and doing something, right? Because if we did something and then we failed, then we'd be crushed, right? So it's easier to just sit from the from the footstool or from the chair and complain about the world, but never doing anything about it is the problem, right? If something bothers you,
Well,
you
I
have to
think
do something about it. Like, my
part
neighbor
of it
throws
is
rocks at my
people.
house. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to tell him to stop, right? I'm not just going to let him
Right.
keep throwing rocks till he breaks a window. That would be stupid,
Right.
right?
But
But
if he
well,
doesn't
why can't
stop,
we apply that to reality? Like, why don't we use that in reality? We don't. We turn our heads and we run away. We hide. We go into
yeah.
cognitus or whatever. Why is that? Somebody did
Oh,
that to
I
us.
can tell you
Who is
why.
it?
I can tell you exactly why. It's
Right.
because of many reasons. The main reason is because a lot of people believe in the outside source God that controls things. They believe in an outside source devil that controls things. So they're placing the responsibility on the outside source. That's what's happening. We're like, oh, we'll pray about it. Well, praying about it's great. I'm all about manifestation, but we have to physically do something about it too. And so you
Well,
have
why
that
not
area.
manifest the difference? Manifest the change, kind of. Like I hear these self-help speakers talk about this all the time. They say if you convince yourself, if you convince your mind that you really are powerful and really are rich, you'll become rich because your mindset is there. And I do believe that. I honestly believe that about 80% of the things that you do in the world are all controlled by your own thoughts. It has absolutely nothing to do with the physical at all. It's just your body reacting to those thoughts, right? Your body is like part of the thing, but it's
Right.
not connected to it, right? Your thoughts and your feelings aren't really attached to your body. You don't realize that, but they're not. We take all this information because we're plugged into it. We feel pain, we feel senses, right? We feel like it's reality. It's something that you can touch, right? But in reality, all the cognitive information has nothing to do with the physical. And this gets thrown away every time I talk about it. The conversation gets changed, but I just think it's funny how the stuff that seems like it would be the most important, that if we just changed the little small thing, we would make a difference everywhere. But no one seems to see it. It's like everybody's too busy. Oh, but we figured this out. And but what about that? But if we're not changing it, like if we realize in the neighborhood, let's say all of our cats are missing, right? We can't figure out why all these cats keep coming up missing. Then we find that there's some guy that's kidnapping them, right? Now, once I find the evidence and information to tell me that somebody's actually kidnapping our animals, I'm going to go over to that guy's house and do something about it. I'm not just going to sit in my house and say, oh, well, I'm not going to buy a cat ever again because asshole down the street's just going to kidnap it. That would be stupid, wouldn't it? That would be ignorant. Like, you can't change the world if all you do is sit around and bitch about it. You got to actually get up and do something with that bitching. Do something with all that energy and anger and frustration. Manifest it on something. That's what you're here to do. You're not here to sit on your butt and think about it. You're here to do something. That's why you have a physical body. You have a nature. You have a will. Use it. You know what I'm saying? I'll shut up now.
Yeah, you're good. I mean, I'm right there with you. I can't go too much into that topic because I'm not trying to get kicked off here again. But
I don't care if I get kicked off.
well, I do
If
because
it's relevant. If it's irrelevant, then oh well.
I'm active in this group and I'm trying to be more active in this group and I'm trying to stay here and follow the rules and all that
Oh yeah,
mess.
yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
But
I'm
this
just saying, like, in
particular
general. Yeah.
topic, because who was just saying all that stuff? That was Ricky. That was Ricky, right? So yeah, we're going to talk about
Yeah, I
that
talk about it.
kidnapping stuff and the medical kidnapping and all that because that goes really deep and that's really comes back down to the system and us just having to, like you said, do something about it. We need to take more responsibility in our communities and holding our neighbors accountable, letting them hold us accountable instead of just giving the power to the police, the power to the government, the power to the TV, the power to whatever outside
Exactly.
thing
And that's
is
what they want you.
controlling
They
our
make it easy
decisions.
for you to just give all that to someone else, right? It's so easy to just, oh, this guy that, like I like how when you're having a conversation with someone or the conversation goes sour, someone always throws in there, well, I'm calling the cops. I'll be like, really? What are they going to do except make things worse? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think there's any situation that I can think of. And I mean, I've been in a
Well,
lot
it
of
depends
really
on who's
crazy
the one
situations.
calling.
I've never actually needed a police officer because every time that was done, it always ended up making everything worse rather than better.
Yeah. Well, it depends on who's the one calling because really they protect big business. So if it's like a business calling on someone, they're just
Exactly.
going to take them off. They don't care if the person was really doing anything wrong. They're there to protect the business. So, ultimately, that's why we just have to get really smart and wise about how we share our message and who we share it with and having advocates. This is a huge thing, is having personal advocates in your life and community.
Yeah, also, I'm just going to put this out there for in case the point ever comes across or anybody's ever in question. If you do work for some, let's say, 3 number or letter agency, and you come across me and you realize that I'm a problem and you have to come and talk to me, do yourself a favor. Don't knock on my door, because if you do, you're only going to acknowledge that what I'm fighting for is actually a good reason to fight for. That's all you would do, is make it worse. So don't ever come and threaten me, because it won't ever work. I'm not afraid. Not at all. Now, I might be afraid of pain, might be afraid of losing things, but I'm not afraid to die, and I'm not afraid to fight for what I believe in. And I think that's where I draw the line between me and everyone else. Not to say I'm better, but when I see something going on in my neighborhood, I do something about it. If I see some strange guy walking through the neighborhood, casing my neighbor's house, I fucking go out and say something to it. I'll go out there and say, hey, who the hell are you? And what are you doing walking around looking at people's yards? And usually that's all it takes to get rid of those people. But when you don't do anything and you just sit there and you call your neighbor, oh, look, so-and-so's walking through the neighborhood, or you call the police don't give a crap about that. It's just another homeless guy to them, right? Think about that. Just start thinking about it. I mean, it's just food for thought. But yeah, acknowledging that what I'm doing is actually hurting the system or whatever you want to call it, people involved with it, all you would do is just trigger me. So do yourself a favor and don't waste your time.
Rookie, you reminded me of a time, probably 2.5 years ago when people would throw around the shill word all the time, and it just got really old after a while, you know? And I don't know how I came up with it, but I came up with a little short saying, hopefully to shut it down, kind of along the lines of what you've been talking about. And that is, well, if it's true, what you gonna do?